Welcome. welcome. Sorry I'm late, guys, as always. It's the usual garbage. But today was actually more than the usual garbage. My car ran out of gas, for one
Oh
thing.
no.
That was no fun. It's never happened to me once. I've been driving since I was 18, and I've always kind of pushed it too far. I push it to the point where it's on empty, but that's never happened before. So I guess there's a first time for everything. But
Did you have a spare container for gas?
no, I didn't. I had to
Oh
call
no.
AAA.
Well, it's good that you have AAA. I would highly recommend AAA to anybody, especially single females driving around the place.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
helpful. It's very cheap, but it's good state of mind. It's like $100 a year or something.
yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
we should maybe we should get them to sponsor us. AAA.
Maybe we should. Yeah, we'll do a commercial for AAA. Um, but I know this isn't the most ideal time to do a live. It's a holiday weekend. A lot of people have plans or doing stuff, but I really wanted to do a second live like I normally do, and I wasn't going to do it on Thanksgiving, of course, even though Thanksgiving doesn't mean anything to me. But other
Well, I
people
was
it does.
glad because Thanksgiving was a dry day, and today is like complete snowfall blizzard over here. So,
Oh, no way, really?
oh yeah, I think New York's going to get hit with a couple feet of snow, and we get like a couple inches, but it's just like in the teens with like maybe like 10 or 8 degrees with wind chill.
Oh my God.
Bunch of snow blowing your face, real fast
Wow.
wind,
Wow,
makes you feel alive.
that's crazy. It's not like that here. I mean, it's just now starting to get cold in Rhode Island, and I'm hating it. I absolutely hate it. But my treadmill is going to be fixed soon. Thank God. I can't take much more of this. The guy that was looking at my treadmill, he had said like he didn't know if he'd be able to find a part for it because they don't make these treadmills anymore.
Oh
And
yeah, that's right. I forgot you said that.
so I've been doing 3 walks a day often in the dark,
Yeah.
which is not safe.
Well,
I
go
have
during
to
the day. Can you not walk during the day?
I can, but the days are so damn short and I keep strange hours. So I
Yeah.
can't get in my 3 walks. Like I have to have 3 walks a day for
Mm.
therapy reasons, and I
Yeah.
can't fit it all in. I have to have like long breaks in between, so
Yeah.
it sucks. But finally, he found a part. It's like a
Oh,
miracle.
good.
So yeah, hopefully next week he can come fix my treadmill because it's getting really freaking cold and it's not fun walking outside in the dark.
Mhm.
Which like or walking around a store. I just got back from walking laps around a store. I hate
Mhm.
that. It's boring as hell.
Mhm.
Anyway, um,
You don't have any nature centers or anything around you? Like I'm in a good city that has lots of trails.
trails I can't do. Trails hurt too much. I've got to
Oh,
have like the most level ground I can walk on.
oh,
So I
not even
can't.
paved trails?
Not really. The
Oh,
only thing I have is a bike path nearby, which
yeah.
is what I usually use, but I shouldn't be doing that at night.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's it's just a pain, and
We need to
you
get you
know
some lights. We need to get you like some shoe lights and like a hat with a light on it. Just for your
yeah,
safety and a safety vest.
yeah. I should do that because all I do is just bring my phone with the light turned on and carry my mace, and that's it. But
Dieter said that we should have a wish list, so we should put those things on there. A helmet with a light,
yeah, maybe I should do that.
some light up shoes, some light up tennies.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh, Dieter, so sweet. Good morning, Dieter. First one in the chat, of course. And hello, Zapped and Kaboom. Hey, Nikisha. Glad to keep you company, and I hope you had a good holiday too. Hope you had a good holiday too, Nikisha. And hey, with Alice, welcome. Nice to see you. Hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving. Don't mind me and my depressing Eeyore tone. Thanksgiving
But
sucks
but
for
there
me.
was
All
a
holidays
Thanksgiving
suck.
miracle though. You found the part for the treadmill.
That's
Huzzah!
true. That's true. Yeah, I got a Thanksgiving miracle, so I'm thankful for that. Yeah. Yeah. I hope everybody else had a nice Thanksgiving. It's just because my holidays suck doesn't mean everybody else's should. Hey, Gro.
I touch fish.
Oh, that's cool.
I petted sturgeon in a tank.
Oh,
As
nice.
you do on Thanksgiving, as is a tradition.
Nice. Yeah, well, that sounds like a traditional Thanksgiving to me, to go touching fish. Well, it sounds like fun though, the aquarium that you went to.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't been to an aquarium since I was a kid. There's a really nice one like an hour drive away from me, but I
Should
haven't gone.
go.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, anyway, nice to see you grow and thrive. And Golden Child, eggnog, nice. Ready for some deep diving. Hell yeah. Yeah, eggnog, I don't think I've ever tasted it. I've heard it's nasty, and I'm picky.
You have to put booze in it.
Oh, okay.
That's the key. I thought it was really horrible when I moved to California, when I was at a family event in California, when the aunts made me this great heated eggnog with booze, with like, I think rum, and whipped cream on top, a little bit of nutmeg, like on the top, like this little bit, like zested in.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Victorians knew how to do it, I guess.
Right. This sounds pretty good. I'm just so picky that I decide I don't like things without even trying them. So
well, by itself, not so great. I think Golden Child's probably mixing with something. Am I right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, it's I don't know what time it is, but it is, you know, it's nighttime. Nothing wrong with
5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Yeah. Hey, Mackie Vals. Nice to see you as always, Mackie Vals. Appreciate you and appreciate you, Aunt. Thanks for being here. Nice to see you as always. And hey, Muncher Luncher, Team Jim, now Team Smiley Stevens reporting for duty. Well, Papa. You know what?
Papa.
Yeah. That is so funny though. Like, you know, he's Grandpa Boyd now.
Yeah.
My blood is your blood now. It's even more fitting. Like
Thompson baby boy grandkid.
Yeah, when last they met, Boyd said, "My blood is your blood now," and then boom, you know, his daughter-in-law pops out Smiley. So it's kind of official that they're family now.
Yeah.
Oh man, but Team Jim, yeah, you know, I feel for Jim. Yeah, we gotta pour one out for poor old Jim. He's
Team Teacup. I have my teacup, you see.
Oh, that's why I was wondering why the teacup. Duh.
Teacup, yep.
I was like, why is that a teacup? You always have the most fitting avatars.
It even has like a card, like a diamond on it, like a card suit. So
nice.
That's nice. It goes with the whole like card thing in the show.
Yeah, you pick the perfect avatars. I don't know how you find all these things. It's so creative. Like, yeah, I just show up with my same avatar every single stream, but and of course I didn't even notice Schrodinger's teacup. Nice. Yeah. Tribute to our fallen teacup. Poor guy. I feel for him.
He's alive yet dead until next season.
Yeah, I get you. You know, we didn't see him literally breathe his last breath, so he's kind of both dead and alive.
He can get sewn up by Christy, I have faith.
Yeah, I don't know. Christy,
he's fine.
Is Christy? I don't know if Christy's a miracle worker like that, but you know.
Or if they sew him up into just dragging around Weekend and Bernie style, like he's fine. Your dad's fine.
Sure. Yeah.
I Jim, and they just wave his hand. Hey, Jim.
Right. Oh man. There was some movie that spoofed that too. I forget what it was. There was
Weekend Bernie's.
No, but but there was like a show or a movie. I know it's been spoofed a lot of times, but
yeah.
There's one in particular I liked, and I can't remember what it was, but
seems like it'd be a comic trope.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I feel for the guy. I didn't like him. I never cared for him ever since he turned into a bully with Victor. But I really feel for him. I gotta say,
He didn't get a chance. He didn't get a chance to turn it all around.
Yeah, he didn't deserve to go out like that at all. He really didn't. Like, no. So I'm not in the camp of Jim needed to die because he was he was kind of a dick, and like
some people are harsh on the show. Like, people barely do anything and they're like, to the box, and I'm like, but they didn't do anything.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm not that harsh on anybody, really. I don't mind Randall anymore. I think I understand where he's coming from, I think. And I mean, Acosta, like, I have sympathy for her. I have sympathy for Elgin. People are very, very harsh, though, on certain characters. Like this isn't, you can't judge them by normal rules. This is Fromville.
And plus, the show runs at a snail's pace, so they've like only been there, like Acosta's only been there a couple days, and all this stuff has gone down.
Yeah, it's a lot. I don't like her. I'm not gonna say I like her, but I'm not gonna say I hate her. She should go in the box. Anything crazy. But
I wish her love of Kenny.
Yeah, I think they got something going on. Why is she?
I think that whole Danny thing was about that.
I think so too.
Them getting a little closer.
Yep. Yeah, because why is she suddenly Danny now and not like that was just the way that they did that. It seemed like it was supposed to imply some familiarity going on there between
Danny being short for danger, of course, and not Danielle.
Right. Yeah.
Danger Eloise Acosta.
Danger.
Not her middle name. Danger is not her middle name. It's her first name.
Okay. Yep.
I can't think of any other cool words that start with Dan. So if anybody in the chat has them, let me know.
Yeah.
It could be dangerous. It could be dangerous, Acosta.
Tony Teflon was calling her Daenerys.
Well, I've heard Danielle Louise, which I thought was great.
Danielle Louise. Oh, I love it. Yeah.
As one name, as one solid name.
Yeah, I like it. Hey, LP Punk. Hey, it was my pleasure to collab with Cyborg Queen Media. They were great. Happy to have them. Hopefully they can come back again another time, and I'm looking forward to working with them again.
That's my compadre in the chat room at Cyborg Queen Media.
Yeah. Oh, they were terrific. They were so great to have on. Really like.
Thought we could give Kelly super chats.
Yeah. Oh, that made me happy. Yeah. She was so excited. That was great. She deserves it. Like they work hard. They, they deserve some recognition. They deserve something, for their hard work. So that was great.
Yeah. Once you get around watching Yellow Jackets, they do some really great like video essays about Yellow Jackets, about Pit Girl, and lots of real deep dives. Yeah. Highly recommended.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, definitely. Now my thing is I got to finish Lost, and then I'll have that next on the list for sure.
They also did a Cruel Summer broadcast, which I was a part of, that I really liked. And the show Cruel Summer is also a mystery box show.
Oh, okay.
But it was made for kind of like teens, so it kind of has that. But they're pretty good. The first season's really good. The second season's okay, but they're both worth a watch.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. What Cruel Summer, you said?
Yeah, it has like different time. It basically has the premise that it's some. Okay, I'll just tell you the first, like kind of like the lead in on the first episode. It shows a girl who's 15 having a birthday. Then it flashes forward like a year, and she's like in a different total place. Like when she's 15, her parents, surprise her with gifts and stuff. And then like 2 years later, she's like in a room by herself hacking into a computer, and she looks totally different. And you try to figure out what happened in between that year and that year.
Oh, interesting. That's a creative premise.
Plays like that. What?
That's a creative premise.
Yeah, it plays out like that. So it's really interesting to watch.
Yeah, interesting.
And try to figure out who done it, because each one has a mystery.
Interesting. Is the second season like the same cast, or is it like
no? It's an anthology, so it's all new people.
Okay.
And a new mystery, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's interesting. I like I like when shows do that, like American Horror Story type of thing where you have each season is an anthology. The only problem is that when you do that, sometimes like we see with American Horror Story, some seasons are noticeably better than others. Even
Yes, yes.
earlier in the series when it was still great, you're gonna have less consistency because like it's a different story, it's a different cast.
Yeah.
American Horror Story though I like that they keep using a lot of the same actors. But yeah, you're still gonna have varying quality. That's the only problem with that.
Yeah.
And sometimes and then the other thing is sometimes it's so damn good you want more of that
Yeah.
and you can't get it. It's just that
You can't
one.
get it.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you can, like if you like Coven, then they came back in Apocalypse and stuff. So sometimes you could get a little.
Right. That was
You wish.
that was cool. That was cool how they did that. Yeah. I miss when it was good. It's too bad.
Yeah, there's people that do video essays about that, like a golden age and a silver age, and then like the bronze kind of up to now age.
Yeah. Like there was one that was basically about the AIDS epidemic, and it was like this is
NYC,
so not American Horror Story. Like it was, I thought it was very well done.
Me too. Yeah,
I actually liked it, but it was very different. It was not your typical American Horror Story. It was, like it was more, real life drama. There wasn't really anything supernatural to it that I can remember.
Yeah. I liked it better than I liked Delicate. Delicate was just kind of like,
that one I didn't even watch. I saw the premise and I saw the actress. I'm like, nope, I'm good. I don't like Rosemary's Baby type of thing. Again, it's too much.
I mean, it's nothing like reading a book like Delicate Condition and like really enjoying it and really liking the ending and then having them take it and just turn it on its head and make it's something it wasn't.
Yeah. So it's not as good as the book then, I'm sure.
Recommend the book. Don't really recommend American Horror Story. I mean, it's artistically, it's stunning. I mean, the visuals are always stunning, but the plot was kind of weird.
I just saw another weird pregnancy thing, demon baby. Been there, done that, and I'm not a fan of Kim Kardashian, so I skipped that one. I was disappointed when I saw that because I actually still watch it. I'm somebody that'll watch it and still, even though it's not as good as it used to be, I'll appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah.
But anyway, my cat is trying to get my food.
Did your cat eat your flowers?
No. She finally left them alone. She was curious about them at first, but now she's left them alone, thankfully. My mom's cat tried to eat them, but I keep him out of here. So
yeah, they must be great flowers.
Yeah, oh my god, they're crazy about the flowers.
Oh, the cat, yeah.
They're beautiful flowers, so I'm like, hands off. You better not keep your paws off my flowers.
Literally.
Yeah. Hey, adorned by Charisse. I run around saying Ankoohey now for no reason.
Well,
honestly, like we need like some corny jokes now on the show, like, oh man, what was I gonna say? I just can't Ankoohey that. Damn.
Yes.
And apparently Ankoohey means remember. So we should just use that in conversation now, Oh, damn. Couldn't Ankoohey what I was supposed to say.
Definitely, if we ever get a chance to ask writers questions, I want to ask if that's actually derivative of a language or they just I don't know. I want to say pull it out of their ass, but I don't really mean it that way.
Yeah. The thing is, I feel like we got played with that, and I'm not somebody that went down a crazy rabbit hole. I didn't, and there's nothing wrong with people that did. I'm no judgment here. I think it's really really interesting, and I really I wanted to know what the hell it meant. I did do a little Googling, but then I didn't find anything, and I heard from fans that they didn't find anything, so I was like, oh, then I'm not going to bother. But I know people that were looking into all different languages, Hebrew, I don't know.
But the thing is, we're just so close to like what Michael was talking about, like meaning shaman. And then what Taryn was Taryn was thinking about when it said trees, and both shaman and trees work really well. remember doesn't work so well because we already have Victor remembering everything. So it'd been nice to have another word.
I know.
Any other
Like,
word.
it's frustrating. Yeah, like I'm sure people who spend a lot of time researching it must have been frustrated by that. And I think that word that Michael came up with, I
It
think
was so close. It was so close.
it was so close and it was so fitting.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they did, come up with the word based on something like that. But they're not going to. This is a show that's made for the masses. So if you think about it,
Yeah.
it does kind of make sense. They weren't going to say like, oh, it means shaman and this and that, like, because like not that the general public aren't smart enough, but it's just like it's not something that would be like a pop culture thing that people would understand easily. You'd have to explain it. They're not going to go into detail and explain that in the show like Michael did so eloquently. So maybe they picked that word because of a certain etymology like that, and they just decided, okay, we're going to have it mean remember.
I remember Parkland Media doing a little bit about how it might be like I am Groot, depending on how they say it, could mean different things.
Right. And a lot of people thought it might be something like Hodor. It would turn into something where it'll make sense later, like the Aunt Julie thing.
Aunt Julie, yeah.
Aunt Julie. or something else. Like I was hoping it would be something like Hodor, but
yeah.
But I was watching Tony Teflon's live the other night, and he was laughing. He's like, "You guys got played. They got you. Like you got Ankoohey." And then later in the live, somebody was going down a rabbit hole with some theory. He said, "No, don't." I think it was the Dr. Mabuse thing. Somebody was talking about that, and he said, I'm going to look into it, but don't get Ankooheyed again, guys. Be careful. Don't get Ankooheyed again. And I just love that as a verb. I'm going to totally use this now. I am going to use this. Like, I don't want to get Ankooheyed. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole to it too much, only to get played like that and have it mean nothing.
But then again, on this, like the same page, though, if it lets people like experience a few Fritz Lang movies like Testament of Dr. Mabuse and M, more power to it.
Sure.
When you talk about the mythology and stuff, I'm interested in that on its own merits. It's cool that it fits in with the show, but I'm cool talking Japanese mythology or, music theory or any of the other points that said.
Me too, and I think that in the end, I think this show is really developing its own unique mythos, and it's definitely borrowing from mythological influences. There's no denying it. We see it in the show. We do see evidence of that, like the runes, for example, on the talismans, and like they definitely have inspiration from mythology. I see Lovecraftian influences in the show. That doesn't mean we're going to literally see a Lovecraftian monster.
You're going to be started on that this early.
Yeah. But I see influences of that in the show, and that doesn't mean it has to be a literal thing. Like, they're not going to steal a character from Lovecraft. I just don't think they're going to do that, and that would be poor writing. But they could be drawing some inspiration from Lovecraftian stories, and that's cool. And in the end, I think that this show is not going to be based on any particular mythology. It's just going to have some inspiration from mythologies. The answers are probably going to be more simple than we think, and just as we just saw with Ankoohey, and that's okay. We're still enjoying ourselves with the theory crafting and really interesting discussions, philosophical discussions, mythological discussions. Like, I don't think any of that will be a waste. I enjoy that like you, regardless. So, it's fine with me.
Should I bust that bubble with the Movie Blogs interview with Ricky? Is his last name Ricky He?
Ricky He, yeah.
Where he was talking about John Griffin, and John Griffin was like, oh, how did he get inspired by Man in Yellow? And he's like, oh, the short story is he just saw a guy on the road, by the side of the road in LA in a yellow suit, and he was dancing. And then he saw the same guy like a year later, and the guy was in a grimy suit. and he was upset and sad.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Lovecraft people.
Yeah, and I'm not loving that. I'm
And
not
then the
loving.
whole thing with Red Cthulhu, all it was Smiley's cape. So his smile, what I'm gonna call Smiley's cape of rebirth.
Now that I'm okay with. I don't mind that. I never expected or wanted or needed a Lovecraftian, Cthulhu, but
Yeah.
I know some people did.
I always want one. I always, it's like, a wish is a dream your heart makes, or however that goes. I think I keep getting that phrase wrong.
A dream is a wish your heart makes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought about that with True Detective too, but then, it seemed like it was going to go that direction. You were going to see Carcosa and all that, and you never did.
Yeah.
Sorry, spoilers on a really old show. I'm sorry. You can talk about Dark if you want.
It's okay. I'll be really interested to talk to see what you think about Dark when you do watch it, and
yeah, I'll get it going. I mean, the seasons aren't that long, right? Like 10 episodes.
I think it's even less. I think it's
6 episodes.
Yeah, and there are only 3 seasons. It's very short, and then we can talk about the parallels to From, because I'm seeing some now, but I don't think it's going to be ripping off Dark. Except for the haircut on Julie and the cut on her face. They definitely ripped that off on future Julie. They ripped it off 100%. They ripped it off, and there's no way.
We need to give this girl a really bad bob, is what you're saying.
Basically, except they actually had a good wig on this character.
Oh, okay.
It was actually realistic. So yeah, I'm like, come on now. Like, there's no way that was a coincidence. Anybody that's seen Dark, you'll know what I'm talking about. Marta. That's all I gotta say. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but you'll know what I'm talking about. Anyway, but what was I gonna say? I'm fine with it, like with the answers being simpler than we might think. It's okay.
Or maybe character driven, more about the characters and less about the big theories.
Yeah. And actually, we already have some real deep complexity to this story with reincarnation being confirmed. And I'm psyched about that. So it's not overly simplistic no matter what. And then we've got time travel, so it's definitely not going to be overly simplistic, I don't think. So I'm happy with that for sure. Hey, Hollywood Pineapple. Happy Black Friday, Amazon raising prices instead of lowering them on certain items. Wow.
Yay!
Sometimes I think it's these stores, they just assume that we won't realize what's a good deal and what's not just because it's Black Friday. We'll think certain things are a deal and just buy them anyways. So yeah. Screw Amazon. Amazon sucks. I wish I didn't have to rely on it for certain things. I hate that company. I can't stand the way they do business and the way they treat their employees. It's like Big Brother. They got to wear tracking bracelets that keep track of their movements, everything that they do while they're at work, how long they take a break for. It's really messed up.
It's like teaching.
Yeah. It sucks the way that they do things, and I don't like that company. But it's like when you're poor, which I am, you have to rely on wherever is the cheapest. Like if I had my way, if I had money, you wouldn't catch me ever buying anything from Amazon or Walmart, because Walmart is an evil company. But I buy things wherever they're cheapest because I can't afford to be picky like that. When you're rich, you can have more principles about where you shop.
Exactly. I've had arguments with people who are fast fashion too, because I'm like, well, if you only have $10, that's what you do.
Right? Exactly. Sometimes you have no choice. You got to just get whatever's cheapest. Yeah, Eeyore. Yeah, I can be an Eeyore sometimes.
Oh, is that about the booze?
Yeah.
Eggnog?
I think so. Yeah. Hey, Trap Buddha. Nice to see you. Welcome. Hey, Infinite Umbra. Nice to see you. I'm going to try to catch up. I'm already behind you guys. Hey, Bradley Worth. Welcome to you. Hey, CT5V. Work ready for the mind therapy and theories. Nice. Great to see you as always. Justice for Jim. Yeah. Hashtag justice for Jim. Ugh, it's so unfair. Give Jim his throat back. Yeah, he has no throat. The whole thing got ripped open. Wow. You know, that was crazy. It was not realistic either. I mean, it was like there was too much CGI. There was like a waterfall of blood coming out of his neck. It was kind of over the top. The same thing they did to Ginger the cow. That was also very fake looking, but
like Evil Dead type gore.
Yeah, I think they just
Ash versus the Evil Dead. That's one I'd like you to see, but that would be way down on your list. Ash versus Evil Dead.
What is this, Evil Dead?
Yeah, you never seen Evil Dead?
No.
Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna have to get you to watch that, and Army of Darkness, and then we'll eventually get you to Ash versus Evil Dead.
Oh yeah. Okay. On my very long
But
list.
I would start with Army of Darkness, because Army of Darkness is kind of like a splatter gore comedy. It's comedic. It's funny.
Okay.
And Ash versus Evil Dead is also funny. And I like the funnier ones versus the Evil Dead that's like straight out horror.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. One of many
I believe
things
you haven't seen any of those. Bruce Campbell's a god.
Yeah. I haven't
He's on
seen
Hysteria
many.
too. I can't even get you to Hysteria without having to make you watch all the other ones first.
What's it called?
Hysteria. It's on Peacock. It has Bruce Campbell in it.
Hysteria? Oh.
Hysteria.
Oh. How do you spell that? I have to put that on my list.
Write it out on a piece of paper. Hysteria! Exclamation point.
Okay. Hysteria. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I was hearing you wrong. I thought you were saying a different word.
Oh, Hysteria.
Yeah. Yes, Grandpa Boyd. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm surprised. I would be surprised if Smiley tries to, troll him with that.
I know, right? Yep. I hope so. Hey Cal, welcome. Nice to see you. Yeah, he dead. But I can see him being brought back.
He could annoy Jade as a ghost.
I think he'll be back as Ghost Jim. I'd bet money on it. He'll be haunting Tabitha for sure. Totally see that. And still, not listening to her even in death. Just haunting her, invalidating her feelings.
Invalidating her.
Yeah. Even in death, he'll be the same old Jim.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Christy's face when they bring Fatima, Elgin, and Jim for her to fix.
Oh no.
Oh jeez. Yeah. Oh man, Christy's got her work cut out for her with Elgin. God, that's brutal.
How are they gonna explain all that? There's a lot to explain.
She's got. I don't know.
They didn't even tell anybody that Fatima killed Tilly, so that's still, maybe that'll be explained, maybe not. Maybe it's too much.
Yeah. She's gonna have to fix his bone, his protruding from his hand. He's gonna have to fix that. Like somehow sew up his eye socket, and I don't know.
Give him an eye patch.
Yeah, he'll have to take Clara's eye patch.
Yep. Probably only have the one.
Yeah. Hey, the Taito Guardian. I never thought Jim was that bad. He had annoying moments, but honestly, his reactions to everything that was happening was pretty justifiable. Yeah, I didn't think he was that bad either. I never hated him or anything. There were things about him I disliked.
He was fun to make fun of.
Yeah, and hating on him kind of became a meme also.
That's kind of fun.
It became a fun meme.
Until he died, and then that wasn't fun anymore.
No, then it wasn't fun anymore. I'm not dancing on Jim's grave. I'm not at all. I know some people probably are, but I'm not. Jim for the box 2024, my lawn side worked. Hey, choose a channel name. Nice.
You're gonna put him in the box after.
It's crazy. It's like we manifested it though, because we were talking about him getting killed off, and we were like, oh, we've got to manifest this. We gotta, have Jim appreciation streams so they know how much we love the guy, and they'll get rid of him. And they actually got rid of him. I never would have predicted it when the season started, ever. That he would not have been high on my list, but by the end, by episode 9, he was my number 1 pick in terms of likely people to go. And
well, there are a lot of people that thought the Matthews family was untouchable.
I know.
They were like the leads. It seemed like they were the main. You followed them coming into town.
Exactly.
And their story. Now they're kind of one short.
I know. And he's a major actor, Ian Bailey. He's one of the biggest names.
He's a one-pager. That's what I call him. Because him and Catalina and Harold all have their one-page credit, and then other people have all their names together.
Oh, I never noticed that.
They're one-pagers, yeah.
Never paid attention to the credits before. But yeah, so I'm not surprised though, like looking back, because they can't really let an entire family stay intact like this till the end on this show. Like they just can't. They killed off both of Kenny's parents. Lloyd lost his wife. Like we can't have an intact family on the show in a horror series like this. So it makes sense looking back that they did it. But it is shocking. It is shocking considering he is part of that core family that we followed coming into town. And
and it took place in the last 5 seconds, and I thought, maybe I was right. Maybe everyone will die.
Yeah, I was still thinking, no, he's gonna go right up to the end. I was just waiting for it.
And then I totally forgot about the man in yellow. I was like, oh yeah, oh okay, oh he's dead.
Yeah, and I was glad that I not only put it in a video that I predicted he was gonna die, but I put it in a tweet that got the most views of any tweet I've ever put out in my entire. Actually, though, it was like not just tweets; it was the most people who have ever actually heard or read something that I said ever. It was like 31,000 views on that tweet where I said Jim's gonna die. So I think that he was the most popular pick of everybody to go. That's why people viewed it so many times. But it wasn't like I wanted it to happen. I just saw the writing on the wall. Hey Dieter, only as a ghost or maybe a few scenes when Julie could be story walking. Yeah, I think that'll. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he could come back when Julie's story walking. She could go back and like revisit certain things with her father there. That's true. There was a meme on Reddit that said, "R.I.P. Jim, you died doing what you love, not listening." So fitting, right? So fitting.
Just
not
listening to your kids.
Yep, not listening to your kid. Being violent. I mean, he shoved Julie like really hard.
He was shaking Tabby a little bit too. That was uncomfortable.
Yeah, he grabbed her a little too forcefully. I didn't like that. And the way he shoved Julie, she's little and she just went flying. Jeez. I can see Julie finding a way to change the story to bring him back. I don't know. See, here's why I think it's not going to be possible. I think that they showed us the kind of time travel model that they were using, which is a closed loop bootstrap paradox. So, with Julie and the rope. Now, you could say that she went back in time. You could say in a way that she went back and she saved Boyd, technically, because she threw the rope that enabled him to get out of the well. However, that doesn't mean she actually changed anything. The way that they showed us that, they showed us him getting the rope thrown to him. They showed us her being there and throwing the rope later. So she was always meant to do that. She was always meant to do that. That was just closing the loop. There's no beginning and no end. She always threw the rope. She threw the rope because she always threw it. And she saved him. And then he went on to save her later from the cicada coma. Now, if he hadn't done that, she wouldn't have been able to go on and throw him the rope that saved him. So they saved each other in an endless circle. And there's no beginning and no end. Now, why is this different? Because we saw Jim die. We didn't see Boyd. We didn't see a version of time when Boyd was left to die in some regard. So with a closed loop bootstrap paradox, something happens because it's always meant to happen, period. Nothing ever changes. In this case, you would be changing something. There was no version of anything that we saw where Jim survived. She was there, he died. Now, I know it's hard to wrap your head around. I don't know how well I'm articulating it, but she saw him die. That means he was meant to die, and she can't go back and change it, in my opinion. That she's going to try. I'm sure she'll try again, but he was just supposed to die then, because she got there, it didn't work. Like, it was not meant to happen that way. So what's going to happen is, I think she'll go back and while she's trying to save her father, she'll learn things that will end up being helpful, so it won't be a complete waste of screen time. Because I don't want to see her going back. I don't want this to become the Julie show, the time traveling Julie show. Like, I really don't.
To go collect all those artifacts that Taryn was talking about.
Yeah, maybe she could. But we need to stay with.
I would love to see that show. By the way, a spinoff.
Oh yeah,
new one.
Me too. Me too. Like, that would be a great show. But yeah, I don't think that she's going to be doing like that nonstop. But I do think that she's going to try, and while she's trying, she'll find out things like we were talking about on the last stream with Cyborg Queen Media. She'll gain information while she's trying to do this. So now, if they actually deviate from the model of time travel they already showed us, closed loop bootstrap paradox, then it's going to be really messy and inconsistent, because you kind of have to pick one or the other. Like, movies and shows have done both. I've done either. I've never seen both done in the same show. The grandfather paradox or the closed loop. It's got to be, you got to pick. Like, you can't have it both ways. And if she can go back and just save him, then she can go back and do all kinds of things. It would screw up the show. Like, you could just undo everything. Like, she was telling Ethan she wants to save Tien Shen. She wants to go back and save Thomas. You can't just go back and undo everybody's deaths. It cheapens the emotional weight of what happened. So I don't see that happening, personally.
Unless there was just a whole bunch of other bad crap that happened because she saved Kenny's mom, and then all this other bad crap happened, so she had to go back in time and fix it.
Yeah,
that
maybe.
would be really messy.
That would be really, really messy. Yeah, she does too much of this stuff. Like, if she actually goes back and is able to change something, it could screw things up, because you change one thing in that version of time travel. It's, what is it, the butterfly effect or something?
Yeah.
Change one thing, you never know what you could alter. The Simpsons did a really good Treehouse of Horror, a classic one, where Homer Simpson goes back in time, and like, he's like back in the dinosaur age. I think he has like a time traveling toaster or something.
Oh yeah, that seems right.
He goes back to the dinosaur age, and like, he steps on a bug, and when he comes back, like, everything is different just because he stepped on a bug. Like, all kinds of crazy shit starts happening. So he keeps going back again and again and again. He comes back in one, and then he finally is like, he finally finds like a really good one, and I think he goes back and undoes it, and he didn't realize it was raining donuts. Like, he missed out on his actual dream reality because he left too soon and it was raining donuts. Like, so I don't think we're gonna see some crazy thing like, she goes back and changes something, and then we see a completely different timeline. It would totally overcomplicate the show. It's complicated enough as it is, really. Golden Child here said, couldn't Julie time walk again to where Jim dies and just try to save him again? If so, that would technically bring him back. It's possible. If it's possible, but they'd be doing a really messy kind of time travel if they do that. He was just ignoring Julie's warning. Yeah, not listening to his children. 100% infinite number. She's gonna try all sorts of ways to try to save him. I can see that. Absolutely. She's gonna try. I can see her changing the story and saving him, and things getting worse, and she has to undo it. I can see that too. I really don't think Julie can change anything. It would open up the show to a lot of plot holes. Time travel doesn't work well unless it's the main focus, 100%, which it isn't here. This is not a time travel based show. It's just not. So if you introduce it and it's not the main focus, it could screw it up pretty bad. It could make a lot of plot holes. I haven't finished Lost yet, but I have been told that time travel gets introduced and it gets pretty messy. It almost screws things up. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, if you guys could hit the like, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you in advance. Thank you so much for that. Do you think Julie was the one to knock on the door in Cannibal Village? Could be. Could be. I don't know.
We saw some of the cabins in the finale.
Me too. That's something that I really was expecting and wanting from it.
I had this whole vision in my head when I was walking around tonight in the snow.
Oh yeah.
When one of the things I didn't like about the finale was that Fatima just did exposition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about the monsters and how they came to be monsters. But they could have easily started having her have little tiny bits of vision earlier in the season. Like this, a flash of something. I mean, I'm not asking for much, just a little flash here, maybe a child on a slab, maybe somebody talking to somebody about, immortality.
Okay.
And then by the time they got to the last episode, they could have showed it and kind of put it all together.
Mm-hmm.
Like visually, not having somebody just say it, because this kind of comes out, this kind of comes out of nowhere, comes out of left field.
Yeah. The immortality.
And if they would have done a little bit more about it, like visually, just showed like, and she wouldn't even know how it fit together. It would just be somebody talking about immortality and then somebody on a slab or somebody talking about their children. And then bam, it comes together when the kimono lady takes the pod from her.
Right. They should have shown us that. They
Yeah.
should have shown us something from that. I don't know why they just threw in some exposition there. That's not the best way to write at all.
Yeah.
Like anybody will tell you if you know about screenwriting that exposition is not the best way to do things. It's show, not tell. That would have been much better if she had a vision that we could actually see of somebody promising immortality.
Yeah, or anything she maybe gotten off of Smiley because Smiley was in the pod, maybe the influence from that.
Yeah. It had to be that. It had to be that she said, I saw them. I saw what they are. They sacrificed their children because it promised them immortality. And it was a very little short piece of exposition, but a bombshell information. And they could have easily just given us a little flash showing us in her head what it is she saw. Because I think she must have seen a vision in her head. Had to be. So yeah, I don't know why they did that. That was kind of disappointing. That like we already know it wouldn't have given too much away. I mean, okay, maybe they don't want to show us who promised them immortality. She just said it, but they could have at least given something. Like maybe say it promised them immortality. That can be exposition, but at least show us a little of the sacrifice and these original people.
Yeah, like say if it was figuratively the man in yellow, maybe just show the man in yellow a little bit, but not not fully. Just something like that. Any entity.
Yeah.
Just a little tiny bit of it. A taste.
Yeah. Just a little taste would have been good.
Taste.
They could have, what they could have done too. They could have taken all the monsters, all the people who play the monsters, put them in regular, like old-fashioned Puritan clothes.
Yeah.
And that would have been really interesting. Yeah, like imagine seeing a Puritan Smiley.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been all cut up too, so you only saw a glimpse of this and a glimpse of that. Nothing like complete 100%.
Yeah, like they could have done that. I would have found that really interesting, but yeah, they decided to go with the exposition route, which was kind of weird. It was just like, okay, how did you see this? You did. I know the Komodo lady didn't like spill all.
I wonder why she took out the pod. Oh yeah, by the way, these monsters here, and I'm not part of it. I'm middle management. Okay, these monsters here, they're lower management. They could have been like, oh, this is the monster. 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 This is the monster
Right.
She made like a pact for immortality. Why?
Yeah.
I can tell you later, but I gotta deliver this pod.
Yeah, I don't think she did that. There's no way.
It's all
Like,
off camera.
yeah, I
She's quite a chatty Cathy once you get her, off camera.
yeah, she is. I otherwise she's just like, help me please. That's all pretty much all we ever got out
Or
of her. Yeah, she's got very little to say. And her last line was, "It's coming," I think.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, it could be Julie, but why creeping people out? Yeah, why would she be knocking at the cabins? I don't know. What reason?
Because she always has been knocking at the cabins.
Yeah, she did it because she was always doing it, because she always was meant to do it. Maybe people can't hear her talking when she's story walking. She spoke to Martin, but Boyd didn't hear the conversation between Martin and Julie. He was way down in the well, though.
He had that vision of Ellis, though.
Right. And Jim heard her in the ending we just saw too. So
yeah. I also like to tell people in chat, take a look at Ellis's outfit and tell me if it doesn't match the skeleton that was in the root cellar.
Right.
Striped shirt and jeans. I mean, we'd have to grow out a little bit of a beard, but maybe Ellis as skeleton.
That's true. Yeah, it could be. I don't know how the past version of Ellis would have ended up in there.
I don't know. I'm not going to fill in that part. You can fill it in. People in chat fill it in your own stories.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to.
Here's A, here's B. Figure it out.
I'll have to. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I've got to take another look at that now. I'm curious. Maybe Julie tries to enter the cabin while story walking, but can't enter because of the totems or talismans. Yeah, maybe. No idea how it works, but story walking might explain the tent thing too. Not sure, but it seems like an option. Yeah, I heard somebody was like, maybe Julie dragged the tent, but I don't think she's strong.
I heard that like Julie and Mari drug the tent, which is a really interesting theory.
Yeah, I still don't think Boyd is a big guy. You had him and Sarah in there. Even if you had Julie and Marielle together, that tent was dragged really forcefully. They were rolling all over the place. I don't think they'd be strong enough, even just the two of them. So, it's interesting, though. Interesting theory. Hey, Deku. Nice to see you. Welcome. I saw someone a long time ago that theorized that Ankoohey meant remember back in the beginning of this season, and kind of suspected that's what it meant. Okay. Interesting.
I'd like to see that if you had a link.
Yeah. I like the theory that the tent got dragged by the trees. Yeah, it could be. Someone supposedly asked ChatGPT, what is the Uchi word for remember? And it told them the Uchi word for remember is Ankoohey. It was a Reddit post. Not sure if it's accurate. Huh.
What's Uchi?
I don't know. Never heard of that. Uchi. Yeah, that's Uchi. Let me see. Now I'm Googling it because I'm curious.
Yeah. Well, I just want to be informed because I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I did come up with a Reddit post. It's a Native American. Uchi is a Native American tribe based in Oklahoma. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not getting anything, but I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. I remember that, like, when I was looking at a map of where the Matthews family was, it was really close to a Navajo reservation, so I thought that maybe Navajo language had something to do with it. Because if they were driving towards, were they going to Yellowstone? It was like right across this reservation if they went straight. So
yeah.
That was more when I was like thinking that they had a really solid answer. Like was based in Native American mythology.
Yeah, it would make sense for it. It's the place is really based in America, the show, so it would make sense if it's connected somehow to Native American, Native American history. Now that you think about it, Ankoohey sounds like remember vaguely. Uh, it made sense for how the kids kept saying it to Tabitha, replace it with remember, remember. Yeah, they were like, remember, wait, hello.
It was gratingly annoying. Remember, remember, screaming, remember, remember.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, though, why were they saying it on the stone? I mean, I guess it was just because it was Jade's vision. Because no, but here's the thing. Though, wait a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait a minute. The more I think about this, the more it really doesn't make sense. So not only did they say it to Jade, they said it not really to Jade, but in Jade's vision, but they also said it when Julie was down in the cave and she was hearing.
They were screaming it.
I think that was the sacrifice of the kids that she was hearing because they were screaming. Why were they screaming Ankoohey when they were being killed? There'd be nobody to tell remember to when they were being killed. That's kind of a weird thing to yell while you're being murdered.
See, that's why shaman or trees makes more sense. Because if it was shaman, they would be calling for somebody to help them. If it was trees, they would be making their magic hope tree.
Yeah.
And either way, those make they make a hell of a lot more sense than remember.
Yeah. The more I think about this, the more it irks me. I'm telling you, like, Ankoohey, this is a gibberish word. Why were they yelling it when they were being sacrificed? Like, that makes no sense at all. I'm kind of annoyed with the show now, the more I think about it.
Well, we'll just have to think of that the Native American word than the Uchi word.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, guess what? I mean, yeah, I didn't have a chance to eat anything, so I've been eating while streaming here. Actually, it's my mom got takeout chicken pad thai, so yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good. I used to be too picky to try anything like that. I never would have eaten Thai food a few years ago, but it's really good.
It's good,
Hey,
yes.
yeah. Hey, Bobby G. I feel like the dialogue in this show is critical to establishing the plot, but the actual props and theater of the show, I think, is just for that. In season 1, Julie basically explains how it ends. How it ends. I mean, she says there's that whole thing with Norman. She says, I think that she's right about this too, and I think Jim is Norman in the story because Ethan says, "Mom, Julie killed Norman. The monsters killed him," according to Julie, and she's like, "Sorry, when you're dead, you're dead." Because he's like, bring him back." To Julie, he says, "Bring him back," and Julie says, "When you're dead, you're dead. Sorry, kid. Life's tough," or something like that.
And then then Tabby goes on the whole thing about taking it to the Lake of Tears and everything. So she's trying to do her part of resetting it.
Right. Tabitha says that, the fairies came from the Lake of Tears and Norman's okay now. She also says monsters aren't real, though. And so I would say Tabitha's wrong and Julie was right there, but Julie is going to be trying to save her father again and again and again, aka Norman, just like Ethan was begging her to do, bring him back. And ironically, even though she's the one who said, when you're dead, she's going to be trying to bring him back and she's going to be trying to save him. But I don't think it's going to work. I think she was correct. And I don't think they're going to stop the sacrifice of the kids either. That would be changing too much history. That whole line of Tabitha's and Jade's and all their offspring through all the many years, they would just be erased. That's really messy if you go and do that. Hey, John Sanders. Julie, you frumming around, getting y'all's frumming on. Yes, I like frumming as a verb. It is worthy of being a verb. Oh, we're guessing what I'm eating now. Yeah, not pad thai. But the fact that Ankoohey means remember, it does technically mean it's an unknown language that in English means remember. I guess. I guess. Cats like to eat rose petals. Yeah, there are roses in this flower arrangement, so that's probably why. AAMM. Spaghetti. Nope, wrong. I bet nobody guessed it. Let's see. Man in Yellow just made me think of Tuck Everlasting. But yeah, that story is about immortality too. Yeah, it was pretty a heavy subject for a kid's book, to be honest. I read that when I was a kid in school. It was kind of heavy, actually. We even went on a field trip to see a play of Tuck Everlasting, which was fun. Did your cat eventually eat your flowers from the other day? Nope. I just finished listening to that stream today. Yeah, it was a long one. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. That's so cool when I hear people listen to my replays. They're so long. Wow, that's really neat. It means a lot that anybody would want to listen to that. So, yep, my flowers are still intact. Thankfully, she didn't get any of them. I have cats, and roses haven't noticed them doing that. Yeah, some cats just take more interest in flowers than others, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Norma, Alicia. Could be Cthulhu because there was a sea monster in the cave paintings. It's possible. Can't rule anything out. Can't rule anything out. Maybe it's
Yeah.
like catnip. Some cats go nuts and others don't. Yeah, Dieter, exactly what I was just saying. The man in yellow gives off a pedophile vibe. Ooh.
Yikes.
God, yikes. I hope not.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't go there.
Yeah,
Oh,
please. Please no. We already have child sacrifice. That's bad enough.
That's bad enough.
Yeah. Our cats bite some flower leaves but don't eat them. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize I couldn't remember Dark
Oh
has
boy.
episode season. So you got 30 episodes to watch.
Yeah, hour apiece.
They're pretty lengthy. Yeah, I think they're close to an hour in length, some of them. Yeah.
You're gonna probably have to give me at least a couple weeks on that.
Yeah. As long as you take your time, but I will be interested to see what you have to say, what you think about it, how we can compare it to From. How did we end up talking about cats and show up From? I don't know. I don't mind though.
Hopefully there'll be a cat next season, like the dog, like Gus. Will this be a cat?
Yeah, that would be cool. No cats so far. Dark is one of the best shows I've ever watched, start to finish. Me too, David. Me too, and welcome.
I mean, I always thought there was going to be owls, if anything, because of Elgin.
Yeah, you would think, right? But
Yeah.
we haven't actually seen any birds flying around inside Fromville at all. Just that one crow that crashed through the window. That's it. We only see the birds at the tree normally, at the fallen tree, or hear them. Dark sucks. No, it doesn't. You gotta like. It starts slow. Okay, I played like the first episode, and even the second one was a bit slow, and then it picks up like crazy. It picks up fast. So I had to make myself give it another chance because I dropped it after the first episode for a while, and I was so glad I picked it back up. So glad. It's worth it. Trust me. Yeah, see, you only watched one episode. That's why, Mackie. I didn't like it either when I watched the first episode, to be honest. But then once you've seen the whole thing, you can go back and actually like the first one because you know what it's building towards. And you can't trust me. You can't judge the whole series on that episode 100%. Like it takes off like a rocket fast. It's got major revelations within the first few episodes. And you're like, how is this possible? They're revealing this now, but then they have even bigger revelations throughout the whole series. Just when you think your mind is blown, it's even more mind blowing, even more explosive. Like it's like so many layers to the mystery. There's so many layers to it. Just when you think you have it pegged, it expands even more. Yeah, it's slow early on, but it picks up. It picks up big time. Let's see. The items were literally lower yesterday. Yeah. Move to Fromville. Everything is free. I'm jealous of the free housing in Fromville, right? Oh my God. Yeah.
But it comes at a cost.
Oh yeah. It comes at a big cost.
Yeah.
But,
well, now you have monsters that can survive during the day. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, they have free housing, free electricity, free food. It's not too bad if you just stay in line and make sure you're home after dark, I guess.
Unless it's man in yellow, might kill you during the day.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows now? The rules might have changed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe I'll make that wish list thing, Dieter. I don't know. We'll see. I probably will look into it. I have a love-hate with Amazon. They keep sending me surveys and giving me gift cards. They gave a $10 gift card recently. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, some of the parents around Christmas time give me like a $50 Amazon card
Yeah.
or $50 Target card.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
grateful for that, I guess.
Yeah. You can there's a lot. You can buy almost anything on there.
Yeah.
Ginger's death was horrendous CGI. I agree. And I didn't like it. I felt bad for the cow. From needs to stick to practical effects whenever possible. It doesn't have the budget for good CGI. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's why they're putting that membrane wrap over Jamie.
It has like it has some CGI that's
Blended.
yeah, like I think the monster CGI is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they transform, I think that's fantastic. Yeah, I haven't seen any of those Evil Dead ones. I'm gonna have to check that out. Hey there, YHM77. Jim will be fine. Nothing, some Dermabond and Tylenol, some
Exactly.
rest
You get a Tylenol.
kit.
Piss you so up. It's fine.
Oh, Gina, you're so sweet. You are the sweetest. Hey, just me. Nice to see you. Let's see. Hey, Garrett family. What's up? Hey, DA made this. Rest in peace, Jim. Absolutely. Yes. Thanksgiving dinner with Smiley and Boyd will definitely be interesting. I also want to know, how does that Black Friday rush work in Fromville? Is it like storming Tian Chen's house? Yeah, maybe.
You have to
Dinner,
go to that special room upstairs at Colony House.
yeah. Dinner with Smiley and Boyd. Yeah. We're gonna have a lot of awkward family dinners now. Tabitha's gonna have to invite her OG husband, not OG, but her other husband Henry over.
Yeah.
He'll have to have holiday meals, with oh, and Jade. So it's gonna be Jade and Henry, and it would have been Jim. Imagine that. My three husbands. Just a sitcom
You
made
have
it.
to have and the kids, and you got the Victor in there, and
Victor.
Ethan and Julie, and maybe Sarah. She's Eloise would be in there.
Oh, that would just be the perfect dose of awkwardness. No big deal. It's water under the bridge. You only tried to murder your half brother. No problem. Yeah, Jim was annoying, but I think we all sympathized, especially killing him right after he found out about Jade and Tabby. Yeah, that sucked. That really sucked. I think we secretly glad our faves didn't die. Not that we wanted that for Jim, but sigh of relief. Some faves will make it to season 4. Yeah, I'm glad that they didn't kill off Donna. I find her, even though she doesn't have much of a plot, I really like the actress. I think she
Well,
does.
Fatima fans probably like that Jim was thrown in front of her.
Yes, yeah.
She had all this nice little whimsy. Everybody reminiscing about her when you thought she was going to die.
I know. It almost became too obvious in the end, so maybe they tricked us with that. So yeah, I'm relieved my favorites didn't die, but they could have taken out somebody other than Jim. I'm surprised that they said a few beloved characters would die. Well, 4 people died, and I only really consider one of them beloved, and that was Tian Shen.
You didn't love Nikki?
Oh, 5 characters died.
And Dale and Tilly.
Yeah, I mean, like
So
Tilly.
beloved.
Tilly was nice. Tilly was a nice lady. I loved Dale because he was hilarious. He was an asshole, but he was a hilarious asshole. I loved him. I liked Tilly, and it's just that they're not the most beloved characters, like the showrunners said. So they kind of cheated.
Trolling.
They were trolling us.
Trolling.
Rewatching the show.
They Ankooheyed you, Julie.
They Ankooheyed, yes. They Ankooheyed me. I was expecting another beloved, and instead we got Jim's death. Okay, but That's all right. I'm not complaining. I'm not one of those people who wants the beloveds to die. I don't.
Yeah,
I'd
me
be fine.
neither.
I'd be fine if they just killed red shirts. Fine with me. But Bobby, Bobby said, rewatching the show, you see how powerful Jim's presence really is. He seems to knock people directly out of their visions, like he did Jade in the Civil War vet. That's true. That's true. You know, like, and in the finale, now that you mention it, when he showed up, Randall's cicada noise in his head stopped immediately. So that's interesting. Why is that? He's just like he makes people's visions just come to a halt. He got Jade out of his for sure.
Mhm.
So
You may never know.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. True Detective is a story and cinematic masterpiece. I feel like it has more in common with True Detective and Yes Dark as well. In True Detective, it's more Man in Yellow and only later Carcosa and From is vice versa.
Mhm.
Huh.
I agree with that.
Okay. True Detective. What genre is True Detective anyway? What kind of genre is
Well,
that?
detective first. They're detectives. It's like pulp, like True Detective novel, like novels from the 30s, like True Detective would be kind of pulpy, but
Yeah.
it's kind of like a murder mystery.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna say murder mystery with sci-fi elements, but not
Okay.
really, but kind of.
Okay. Sounds interesting. And yeah, Bobby, that's exactly what I just said too. Stopping the buzzing with Randall when he walked in. I'm gonna be real with y'all. If they ever kill Victor, I'm gonna bounce. He's literally my favorite everything.
Mm.
Me too. He's not my favorite character, but I love Victor. Love him. So I think though that he's at risk next season because he's remembering too much stuff. And I don't think he's gonna be protected anymore. And he might get complacent. I think he's been protected all these years, and now that he's actively trying to remember, the big bad isn't going to want to protect him anymore because he's not going to be their puppet anymore, telling people to stop asking questions. So I don't know. I'm concerned for him next season. He wasn't supposed to make it out of season one.
Mhm.
If they want to hit people with an emotional death, they'd get rid of him. That I really hope not, though. I hope not. Can't she just go to the day before and tell him to stay in town? Maybe, but
Doesn't Jim doesn't really listen.
he doesn't listen. He's not
Doesn't
gonna listen.
listen.
No, he's not gonna listen. Um, hey, Glue Guns and Roses. Nice to see you. I was also worried because they said beloved characters die this season, so I was worried Jim was safe, right? I thought so too. You know, I thought so too. I thought a few episodes ago, I was still thinking, yeah, Jim's safe, you
Yeah.
know, but yeah, they got us. Hey, Immortal Cuts. Nice to see you. Let's see. Beloved characters that died. Tien
Ginger
Shen,
the cow.
the cow.
Forgot Ginger the cow.
God, I can't
Oh,
forget
the
her.
crow. I
And the
forgot the
hot
crow.
EMT.
Oh my god, how could I forget him?
How can we forget hot EMT? What is wrong with us? Oh my
Yeah.
God. And of course, the other handsome EMT. No hate on
Mhm.
the other one.
I'm
Uh,
sure Costa had relationships, at least one of them.
oh God, yeah, I bet you.
Friends.
Oh yeah.
She said they were friends with them in the interview. I probably maybe more friends with the hot EMT. I'm thinking.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I thought multiple beloved cast members would die in season 3. Exactly what we were just talking about. Yeah, you read my mind before I even got to this.
Well, I am
Uh,
an animal lover, so the cow and crow, yes, very beloved.
yeah, I hated that. I didn't like seeing either of those things. Yeah, I was just saying this. The only beloved one that died was Tian Chen.
Hmm.
Yeah. I hope they use Julie to show specific parts of the town's history. I want to see some of these events rather than just be told of them. That would be perfect. That's what I'm hoping for. Because if we're just told about past events, that's again exposition. That's not
Hmm.
effective screenwriting. We need to be seeing these things, not just being told
Hmm.
about them. And I would love to see what some of the past cycles looked like, just to get a
Hmm.
glimpse. Nothing, not too much. We want to stay with our characters that we know for the most part. I just
Hmm.
would like a glimpse of different timelines. Imagine what they
That's why
could
I
do
say
with
they can make it mysterious if they wish, or surreal. I'm fine with that.
right. Yeah, imagine what they could do with this now. This
Hmm.
this opens up great possibilities for storytelling in terms of just showing us things that happened in past cycles. We could see like wagons rolling into town, covered wagons. We could see
Canoes,
boats. Yeah, boats coming in. I would love that. Just not too much. Not too much. Enough to give us some insight. I would say
it would be interesting to see horses, to see how horses react to the tree, like in the middle of a trail, like if they would have a reaction.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
people ride horses, or like you said, like wagons.
Right. You
If the
know,
horses would go, they would turn around, or they would stay there, or they would react to the birds. It'd be kind of nice to see that.
yeah, I bet the horses would probably go berserk. I guess it depends on the writer's view of beloved. Yeah, exactly.
Or they're trolling us. They Ankooheyed us.
Yeah, they Ankooheyed us. I'm gonna continue using that as a verb. It's perfect. It was the shaking Tabitha that was a no for me. Shoving Julie made sense with adrenaline and fear. Glue Guns and Roses, yeah. And you know, he shoved her, trying to make her get away, go to safety. You know, so I can forgive him for that. Yeah, and I wasn't crazy about the shaking Tabitha. Definitely.
Yeah, and those Matthews in general. She just met her daughter for like. How long has her daughter been waiting? And then she just walks away and says, I can't.
I know, right?
Then her daughter's like, Ankoohey.
I know. I know. And her daughter said it so sweetly with a little smile, and she's been waiting all that time, and Tabitha just leaves. But did you notice as Tabitha was walking by and saying, I can't, she reached out and touched Jade's arm while she was passing him. I saw that. He's caught that. He's
gonna be the new stepdaddy.
Yep. She already feels that connection with him. She didn't touch Jim. She touched Jade's arm as she walked by. So
well, plus Jade had that like connection with Julie. He was saying like he felt so sad that she should be going to prom and not living in Fromville. And I think he already has a connection to those kids.
Yeah.
Her and Ethan.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's right. You know, he already cares about them from living.
Because I remember people saying that Jade would make a better dad than Jim would, like a while back.
Right. And he was
doing the stuff that Jim wasn't doing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, even though he's not great at talking to kids, he can't seem to censor his swearing and stuff in front of Ethan. But he actually he was really good with him when Ethan came and helped him sort through the numbers from the bottles. It was really good. So yeah, I could see that. I don't think the kids would take too fondly to him kind of moving in and taking over too fast. But they're gonna have that connection now. Yeah, she always throws the rope. Yep, DA made this absolutely. I liked Tilly, but no tears were lost from me. Same, you know, like I liked her, but it wasn't like I got wrenching loss or anything like that.
I kind of wanted a little bit more from her. I thought that she might just die naturally.
Yeah. She was an interesting character. I was sorry to see her go because for one thing, the Fanny Pack Granny meme thing was just so much fun. It was so much fun. I enjoyed that.
I mean, is it enough to just want one tarot reading from the woman? Just one card, even?
No. Yeah, we didn't never get that. It was just a tease. I can see her breaking the story, and maybe it causes problems, and they have to undo it. Hollywood Pineapple, yeah. If she does make changes successfully, I could see that. Choose a channel name says Boyd could have climbed out of there eventually if he positioned his back against one side of the wall and his feet against the other side of the wall. Maybe.
I thought he tried doing that and he couldn't get very far up.
I think he did try.
Like he fell back down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he tried. Yeah. I guess I don't understand time travel types. She did change the fate of Boyd, is how I saw it. I definitely don't understand the difference of time theory, so I'm probably looking at it wrong. I know it seems like she changed the fate of Boyd, but it was like an endless loop. She saved him and he saved her later, and neither could have happened without the other. So, you know, she went back and saved him, but she wouldn't have been able to do that if he hadn't survived to save her later. It's like that's where the endless loop comes in, and there's
How
no
did he save her later? Refresh my memory. My Ankoohey.
he smashed the music box and got her
Oh,
out of
okay.
her
Yeah. All right.
cicada coma.
Okay.
And he couldn't have done that if she hadn't survived to the cicada coma and then gone back in time and threw him the rope. So it's
So
an endless
is
loop.
story walking kind of walking on the dream plane then? Because I felt that was kind of like a dream plane.
I think so. I think it's. I don't know. I took it to mean that it was like a dream plane. It was astral projection, but it was also time travel mixed. So
I just didn't know story walking, as they call it, would be a little slightly different than time travel in the writer's eye.
Yeah. And I'm just going with what they showed us on camera. Like we didn't see any version of time when Boyd wasn't saved. That's the thing. So I take it to mean that she was always meant to do it. She did it because she was always meant to do it. Somebody threw him the rope, and it was her.
And they made Julie look different, like physically different haircut. What I would say is more modern clothes of 2024 Gen Z, kind of like mom jeans with the high waist, the long legs, and the little crop sweatshirt.
Right. Yeah.
So it makes it seem like she's either older and maybe she escaped from and came back.
It looks like it. And we saw Jim die. That's the problem. That's the problem. We never saw any version of timeline when Boyd wasn't saved from the well.
Yeah.
So that's why I think this might be a different, like it might be the closed loop type of time travel that we saw, because that was what we saw with Boyd and Julie. They say
this happens different on a dream plane. Like, this can only happen this way because it's a dream area around the ruins.
Yeah, it's possible that we saw that type of time travel model because it was a dream plane. So
but if she's in reality, like with Jim, she can't have it happen. She can't make anything happen. But maybe in the dream realm, she can make something happen.
Right. Yeah, that you could look at it that way. Yeah, you could look at it that way too. But either way, I think she did it because she was always meant to do it, and didn't actually technically change anything because it already happened. It already happened that way. Somebody threw him the rope. She was just closing the other end of the loop, essentially. It's a lot. If you watch Dark, it helps with that. I didn't understand. I didn't know all the different time travel tropes and like the way that it could work until I watched that show. I didn't know anything about
I've seen the movie Primer several times, so it has the same kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
Where they have to close the loops. They open up a time loop for a certain amount of hours, but they have to go back and close each time.
Right. That's interesting. What's it called?
Primer. I mentioned it before. Primer. It's an indie film. It only costs $35,000 to make.
Wow, that's cheap. $35,000. Wow. Yeah, I like time travel. I want to watch more time travel films and stuff. It's interesting. If you got desperate enough, it was calm and focused. Let's see. She can't change the story. She makes the story happen. Yeah, I think so too, Garrett family. 2026 season 4 debut. Feel like I'm doing an 18-month prison stint. I feel you. Yeah. That sucks. I don't think they're using a Marvel-esque time travel model like what Tony did with infinite timelines or realms. It's more like Flash, where certain events are fixed and there's no changing it. I think so too. Tilly annoyed me. I didn't hate Jim until season 3. I was happy about Tilly and Jim. I didn't like the Elgin torture. I didn't like that either. I didn't like that. I wish they hadn't done it. I don't like torture stuff at all. I don't like torture. I don't like cannibalism. I don't like zombies. There's certain things I just don't care for.
At least the eyeball thing was done off camera, so
True.
Thank God for that, I guess.
Thank God for that. Ugh. Why can't she make her dad not die happen? Changing Thomas's death doesn't make sense because it's in a different world or dimension. Yeah, that definitely would make sense. Changing his death.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just think she probably can't make it happen because we saw him die. So it seems like that wasn't meant to happen. That's the way I look at it. She wasn't meant to save him because we just saw she failed. She threw the rope in present time, and that only took one try. The whole rope thing. She didn't have to go like multiple tries where it didn't work the first time. Who's to say Boy didn't jump forward in the ruins? Now she did clearly try to go back to try to save Jim though. It's possible. Yeah, it could have been in the future, for
Mhm.
sure. When Boyd was in the future, there very well could have been a version where Boyd dies or gets himself out without us seeing. People have theorized that's the whole Thomas thing. That's in a timeline he is
Mhm.
alive. Yeah, that's possible. It
That
could
would
be
be
a timeline.
the Fringe theory, but you saw the show Fringe?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that Fringe theory where the guy gets his kid in another dimension or another alternate universe.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
Um,
Thomas could be alive in an alternate universe
that's
somewhere.
true. That's true. I feel like that would just
There are Fringe people involved with the show, so there you go.
right, but like they introduced the alternate universe by season 2
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Fringe. If they start introducing alternate universes now and time travel, that's gotta be a big mess,
And
I
then they
think.
do the color theory where they make one universe like blue and the other universe green
Yeah.
or yellow.
That's too much. Yeah, it's too much. Earth Abides and Last of Us season 2 should hold me over for a bit. I heard something about Earth Abides. That's going to be another
Oh my
MGM.
god, you gave into that.
I heard about it. I don't know anything about it, but I know it's
No,
going to be.
they trolled us so bad with the 73-minute thing. I couldn't touch Earth Abides because I was just like I felt dirty.
Oh, was that what they were showing us?
Yes. It made me feel dirty, so I couldn't watch it.
Yeah, that pissed me off so much. I don't want to watch it just because of that. But
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
um, yeah, but I don't even know what it's about. I'd have to look into it, see if it's something I'd even be interested in. But
Apparently, it's
also,
not from people would enjoy it.
yeah, and changing Thomas's death does nothing. That's true. You know, it wouldn't affect anything related to From. Hey, this guy explores. Nice to see you. I don't think it would be an easy thing, but she can learn over time. But I see her doing it and making things worse, and she has to let him die in the end. I could see that. I
Or
could
his
see.
death just starts a bunch of dominoes, or just even more horrific.
Yeah, yeah,
Like it
absolutely.
kills everybody in town, and then we're like, "Well, that was a bad choice."
Yeah, yeah. That, that would be crazy. And then she has to like go back and fix all the mess that she made.
Yeah.
That would suck. That would suck. LP Punk said, I think she can change things, but she has to stay hidden from main characters. Like knocking on the cabins could have been her, for instance. That's possible. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Biggerford Entertainment. Nice to see you. Um, it is interesting that the town pulled her in once she and Jim were going to get divorced. You never know. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I don't want them messing with Thomas's death.
Mhm.
Thomas's infant death was very realistic for a fictional show, and I don't want them messing with it. I wish they didn't include Thomas, to be honest. Me too. Um, yeah, I think honestly, I'd rather not even be part of. They keep bringing it up too. Like I wish that wasn't part of the whole show at all. I don't know why it's relevant to what's going on now anymore. For real. Yeah. Anyway, those were really loud knocks in the village. I doubt a human made them. They were loud. It could have been human though. Hey, Woodrow Nichols. Nice to
I
see
have to
you.
rewatch it with the volume up.
Yeah. Um, hey, that giant
Oh,
spider centipede was knocking on the door. Oh shit.
the
Oh,
flying spider bear.
yeah. Oh my god. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, that's a show I don't want to see. Nope. 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 Episode 10 felt lazy and abrupt. Wait, really? Oh, I loved episode 10. I'm not excited about season 4. I guess that's good since it won't be for a long time. Oh, sorry you feel that way. I loved it. I thought it was a 10 was a 10 out of 10 for me. But hey, you know, it's a personal taste kind of thing. That's all. It's not for everybody. That wasn't a huge exposition. Yeah, I mean it was small, but it was a very important thing to reveal via exposition. That's the thing. I know it was just one sentence, but it was such a major development. So I just kind of think it would have been nice to see a little flashback. Just for that massive bombshell. It would have been more
Even when she was just in the root cellar with the kimono lady.
right.
You know, she wouldn't have had to tell Alice or anybody. She could just be having these weird flashes.
Yeah, like it would have been a little more impactful if she had just, seen a little something. But Fletcher said in Discord, "What if the boy in white is story walking?" I don't know. That's an interesting thought. He seems like he's not like a real being, but hey, you never know. Maybe that could explain why he's always the same age. he's just traveling through time, and that's why it seems like he never ages. That's an interesting idea.
Wasn't it Totally Teflon, or maybe it was somebody else? They were surmising that, like, somebody in this chat was surmising that there would be like Julie was a story walker, and then there'd be somebody on the other side, like the boy in white or a monster, and they'd be writing the same book, but the monsters were coming from the end of the book, kind of like the Never-Ending Story.
Okay.
They're kind of like writing the book together, and they're like the one was trying to get rid of the other one by just rewriting the story.
Huh. Okay.
Or coming from the back of the story to the beginning of the story.
Is that so? I've never seen it's another thing I've never seen.
Oh boy, Julie.
I've never seen the Never-Ending Story.
You need to watch the Never-Ending Stories then.
Okay, so
the story kind of explains itself. It's about a guy. It's about a child that gets a book where they go into the story and they can write the story.
Okay, interesting. Okay, well,
so there was this kind of like that, but they're like two forces writing the same book, or it was forces coming from the end chapter of the book coming to the beginning of the book.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems it's very complex. But there'd be a bunch of story walkers all over the place.
Now that's another thing I need to watch. Yeah. Got a lot of stuff to catch up on. So like
just to get movie. Highly recommend it.
It sounds like it could be relevant to the show, like similar concept then. So okay.
Yeah, maybe the kid is kind of like a story walker in the movie.
Yeah.
But he can create the story. He doesn't go back and change the story. He just creates the story.
Right. Interesting. Adorned by Charisse said they wasted a bunch of time chasing after Jasper to talk to Victor. Yeah. Yeah.
But we need more Jasper.
They really did waste a bunch of time on that.
Maybe Jade will learn ventriloquism in season 4.
Maybe he'll learn what?
Ventriloquism.
Ventriloquism, yeah. I love Jasper. Yeah, I don't care how they use him. Just use Jasper somehow.
Well, I mean, in order to get closer to Christopher, like Tabby did with Miranda, he like just starts speaking ventriloquist.
Yeah,
gets closer with Jasper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe.
I actually miss Jasper.
Me too. I loved that. I was mad that they didn't have him just say one creepy line. That's all I wanted. Just one little creepy line. I would have been happy, but didn't get it. Probably never will. Or maybe Morris, the giant black spider. Oh, no thanks. No thanks. Morris. Why is it Morris?
I mean, the Who has a song called Boris the Spider, but not Morris the Spider.
Right.
Relatives, maybe. Cousins?
Yeah, maybe. Jay Waterman said in Discord, maybe the boy in white is story walking. Yeah. Was it Jay Waterman or was it Fletcher? I don't know. But
maybe both.
I swear he's what does that mean?
Ankoohey, the Red Cthulhu.
The big red Cthulhu in the cave painting. I don't know. Only he could push Tabitha, but that's all. Yeah, Boy and White did push Tabitha, so if he's story walking, then you can change things. So I don't know. I don't want to flash back from Fatima. We saw Smiley had a control over her body during her pregnancy. It made sense. One sentence of clarification from Fatima wasn't bad to me. Yeah, it's just though the fact that she said, "I saw this," it's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
saw it,
I mean, it's a pretty big reveal. It would have been nice to have a little something.
just a little vision, just something.
Just a taste.
Yeah, that's just a little bit.
Just a little sweet taste of it.
Yeah, it would have been more dramatic that way. I wonder, does he also have her memories and has seen her life as well? And will that change his personality? Yeah. Wait a minute. Who?
Smiley.
Oh.
But plus, both Fatima and Smiley have drank Elgin's blood, and I wonder how that's gonna. All the characters are gonna what outcome that's gonna be in season 4.
Yeah.
With the whole "my blood is your blood" and Elgin giving his blood and all that, I don't know if he'll have a connection. Like he'll be able to be mentally connected to them, or Smiley be connected to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Smiley connected to Pop.
Yeah.
Etc.
Right? Yeah, that would be interesting.
I wish he could knock on the window when Void's there. He's like, "Poppy!"
Yeah. Yeah.
Waves.
Oh yeah, that's right, Dieter.
Oh,
you just reminded me. Yeah, I am going to be doing a giveaway. It's I wanted to do it sooner than this, but I just I figured, well, I'd wait because like we were doing the joint stream with Cyborg Green Media on Wednesday, and just wanted to focus on that. But yeah, I do have stuff to give away tonight. So, and you don't have to even do anything. It's going to be random. So it'll just be 5 people at random in the chat. And I have stuff to give away. It is a talisman keychain, and a coaster. And they were all designed by the very, very talented Nick L. from this fandom. He's amazing. He 3D printed the talismans, did a beautiful job. So yeah, as soon as I can let me find the image of that, and I'll show you exactly what it is. But yeah, he did an awesome job with that, and I don't know how he does it. Like, I don't know how 3D printing even works. It's really amazing the stuff that people can make with it, though. Like, but I don't know how it works. Like, how do you make
prints layers upon
anything
layers
out of it?
You have a plan, and it just makes layers on top of layers until you get the shape you want.
It's just crazy to me. I can't wrap my head around how that works. It's cool. Like the stuff that you can actually do with it, the many uses for it. It's really amazing. Modern technology, it blows my mind. But somewhere in here is the picture. I just have to find it. So I think it's down at the bottom.
That picture.
Yeah, instead I found a picture of Boyd flipping everyone off. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, so talismans and talisman keychains and coasters. So yeah, that's amazing work from Nick L that he did, and so I'm gonna do that in a little bit. But I'm gonna keep going through the chat first. Hey, Giles Corey. Doing okay. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's doing well tonight.
Good. I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, doing good. That's good.
Feeling all right.
Hey, the Great Ocean Disaster Aquariums. Komodo Lady is one of the last UPS workers that actually delivers packages on time. Right? She delivered that package. I have a theory that Tilly was murdered, not by Fatima, but by the evil entity, and it used Smiley within Fatima to do it. Because for some reason, someone really didn't like her tarot readings. Yeah, it seems like I don't know, Tilly was getting too nosy and she was poking around too much in that whole situation with Fatima. So maybe the entity needed to take her out. It needed Fatima to be in the right place at the right time. With Tilly, if you think about it, with Tilly up in her business all the time, like how would this have
Well,
worked?
and Tilly's also close with Elgin, so she would probably follow Elgin.
Right. She was following Elgin around all the time and she was in the way. So she needed to be taken out. And also, by taking her out, it enabled them to isolate Fatima because she had to go on the run. That put her in a perfect position to be tricked by Elgin. Why else would she go off with Elgin? And she wouldn't. So this is what set everything into motion. That's why they had to take Tilly out, isolate her, put her in a desperate circumstance where she would agree to go hide somewhere with Elgin. And because I really do think that Smiley needed to be born in that root cellar, nowhere else. It had to be there. That place was specifically for that. And it's underground. The monsters, they only come out at night. So like that needed to be done underground. I think that's the only way it would have worked. So maybe the monsters really can't survive in the daylight at night. I don't know, but that doesn't
Except
really
for the Man in Yellow. Man in Yellow kind of changes the game.
You know what though? That doesn't make sense because the revelations from Revelations. The Revelations change everything now because we know now that the monsters are immortal. That means they should be able to survive in daylight. Nothing can kill them. They're immortal. They're cursed to be monsters.
Or they have that joke that like I heard Ricky he do it on the movie blogs, but I've also heard it other places that if Kenny went into the caves and burned up all the monsters, then all the women in Fromville would get pregnant.
Yeah.
Because there's no way of killing them.
Right. And they all just get pregnant at once. How would that work? I don't know how that would even how would that possibly work? Because they only have one little.
I've never seen a show where every female cast, excuse me, every actress is pregnant in the show, like all of them.
I know, right? Oh my god,
so many pregnant women,
right? Jesus. Glue Guns and Roses said, I can't see how Fatima goes back to her bubbly, cheerful self after the last 3 episodes. She was held hostage, lost all bodily autonomy, and gave birth to a demon baby. Yeah, she was already not herself and traumatized after the Colony House massacre. So I don't think she'll ever be quite the same again.
Or she may explain to people that she killed Tilly out of guilt.
Yeah, what are they going to do? What is she going to tell people?
A lot to explain to people. It's a lot to explain to Christy when they're just bringing everybody back into town.
Right? I don't know how are they going to explain this now? They still have to explain Tilly's death, and I don't think Fatima will be willing to even keep the secret herself. Like that, she's gonna feel too guilty, and knowing her, she'll want to tell people. So,
But I think if Christy took care of her, she would know that she gave birth to something because she had water and it broke.
Yeah.
So she would know that happened. So, they'd have some explaining to do.
Definitely, right?
Or where the baby is.
Yeah. Yeah, where's the baby? Like, yeah, that's going to be kind of messy. Woodrow said, I wonder what Smiley's internal organs look like. What they look like now. I always wondered if they always are dried up or if it was the cicada nymphs in his body that did that. I don't know, when Boyd gave him the cicada nymphs or the worms. Here, Fatima experienced your body, my choice. Yeah, pretty much. Julie might keep trying to change things and start mutating like Doctor Strange and turns into a giant centipede monster.
No.
Yikes.
Well, that's very Kafka-esque.
It is. Clue Guns and Roses. Tony Teflon threw that theory out there. Dragging heavy furniture on slick fabric is actually easy. I move our 700-pound bed with towels. I don't think Julie dragged the tent, though. I don't think she did either. I don't know why she would. Personally, I don't think it was her. Uh, Worse than an asshole making a tweet, the town impregnated her to grow their demon spawn, right? That sucks. If not hearing Elgin say in the root cellar, then Sarah must have read his mind. Um, yeah,
I think it happened off camera.
yeah. Or did the voices tell Sarah
Yeah,
where
that is kind of touchy because there have been theories out there that Sarah heard the voices say, take out his eye and we'll tell you where Fatima is, something like that in her head. It's all conjecture, but I could see it happening.
Yeah, and I was thinking about it that the voices in her head were laughing and saying that they're not going to get to Fatima in time.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they did the voices said that, even though I personally don't think Fatima was actually in danger. I don't think they were going to do anything to her once she birthed that thing. That was it. They found her, she was fine, but it was like, I think that was another way for the voices to try to drive Boyd to do something to break him. Ghost Khatri said that you said you weren't going to let this place break you. If you do this, this place has won. You got to decide who you are, because and he was basically, Boyd was once again put into a position where he had to do something out of character and desperate. And who knows what more he could have done. I think those voices laughing in Sarah's head and giving that message to Boyd were baiting him into doing something to Elgin that breaks him, in terms of, what does breaking him mean? Ghost Khatri also said earlier this season that they said they wanted to break you, which means they want to change you. And, well, what's been happening all season? They're doing things, forcing him into desperate positions that cause people to lose faith in him, which effectively is breaking him. It's hurting the town because he can't effectively lead them if they don't trust him and believe in him. So I think that's what the goal is. That's why they were starving everybody, to force him into a desperate situation where he did something he shouldn't have done and let Tien Shen risk her life out there with that cow. And then she died. That's when people started to lose faith in him. Then you had the ambulance thing. You can't save them all.
Yeah.
He had to leave Randall behind. So, and then now this. Like, they're going to look at him differently because he was willing to torture Elgin. And yeah, he didn't go as far as he could have gone. So that's good. But I feel like the voices in her head were baiting him to do something like that. Like, that was the goal. I don't think Fatima was actually going to be hurt at all.
So I think with Sarah, it could have gone two ways. It could have gone the voices in her head telling her if she did something like pop out his eye, or the whole man in yellow knowledge comes at a cost, and she, as soon as his eye was gone, kind of like Odin, he gained the knowledge that the monsters weren't telling him the truth, and therefore he could tell her that Fatima was in the root cellar.
Yeah, I think that might be. So the voices may have just said it, because honestly, if you think about it, like, when exactly would Elgin have told her when she's popping his eye out? He was writhing in pain. He couldn't even talk. So what did he do?
Some people do hear it, and I went back and turned it up, and I can't hear a root cellar. Like, some people say he says it.
Okay, I'll have to go back and listen, because I
pumped it up pretty loud, and I couldn't hear it on my television. So maybe somebody else can hear it and tell me when it happens.
Yeah, because, like, when exactly would he say it? While she's popping his eyeball out of its socket?
I guess. Somewhere in there.
He couldn't talk after, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I thought Julie heard Ankoohey when Jade was in the cave. What she heard was, it was different. It wasn't what Jade heard. It was screaming Ankoohey. Screaming. So it was different. I think she heard, like, the actual sacrifice happening. Hey, all city big heck. Yeah, I think they were being sacrificed at that moment. Yeah, Thai food is good. Oh, what are you doing? Now my cat is licking my bowl, and she shouldn't be eating that. Okay. Guys, it was literally just a misdirect, and an annoying one for sure. Yeah. The yelling scene, I interpreted it as their voices raised as Ethan's voice came into play, waking her up. Um, waking her up. Was it? Wait. I mean, I heard screaming, if that's what you're talking about. I heard like kids were screaming.
Yeah, that's pretty loud. I had to turn down my volume on my TV because it was so loud.
Yeah, it was pretty loud. We just don't have enough information about the actual sacrifice to really extrapolate more meanings from Ankoohey. It might have multiple meanings. That's true.
Yeah, Groot. Yeah.
Or only Jade hears the Ankoohey because he needs to remember what happened at the sacrifice, but it was too soon. Yeah.
They should have analyzed that song a little bit more.
Yeah.
Before they played it.
I think Jim is dead for good and dead.
That's what you hope, but you know, he is a one-pager guy. He is an actor with one-page credits, so he might be coming back. And some flashbacks or ghost or whatever else they do. Voice on the phone.
Yeah. I think he'll be something. He'll be there as Ghost Jim. Tabitha said something really interesting in season 1, episode 1, when comforting Ethan. Julie says Norman dies because the fairies can't make it to the Lake of Tears in time. Yeah, that's right. Lake of Tears equals sacrifice cave. Yeah, you could interpret it that way also. You could interpret it that way. You could say Jim is like Norman. So, yeah, that's a good point.
So is Tabby like a fairy then?
Maybe, yeah.
Or Miranda. The chosen one.
Yeah. Nikisha says no bigger for entertainment or PM tonight. I like this was kind of last minute. I wasn't sure if I was even going to be able to manage to do the stream tonight. So I asked people kind of late, so I didn't hear back from him. So I don't know what he's doing, but I'm not sure.
It's Thanksgiving weekend, so it's a little bit of a crapshoot.
Right. And PM, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she's
maybe
around, but yeah.
Maybe she'll show up.
Yeah, I'll probably just post a link if anybody wants to pop on and talk too. Let's see. Why would these dead white kids know the language of Yuchi?
Well, it made a little more sense with the Inuit, because the Inuit would be probably there in like 1506 or whenever they dropped in. You know, one of those years.
Yeah.
And I feel like the years still have reverence. I've been watching some people that said, well, all the numbers, the sequences of 4 numbers are music, and that's it. But I do feel like the years in Tevis's vision are still years.
I think so too. Yeah.
I mean, there was an overlap at 1864, but that could be a coincidence between the two. I think that the years do still matter.
Oh yeah.
Because people theorize that they would have like the monsters would have had to sacrifice their kids in 1950 because they're wearing 1950s clothes. But I'm like, but then why are they seeing the cabins? Then why is Jade seeing a guy drinking out of a child's skull? You know, all those little things. Why are those things even happening then?
Well, I mean, I figured that was just past timelines, you know.
Well, that's what I mean from the years that Tabby saw, the cycles that she saw in the years in the lighthouse vision.
Yeah, that's what I think that is. I think that's
therefore they mean something. They're not just more musical stuff.
I think so too. Definitely. I think those are years in that premonition dream. Absolutely. I don't understand why the children didn't just say remember, given their parents speak English. Right? You know.
Because it's a mystery box show.
Because it's a mystery box show, yes. And I just looked over I'm behind the chat, but I just checked my YouTube tab, and so I can kind of see, like, I can kind of see what's going on until I catch up. But hey Zax, welcome, nice to see you. It's great to see you pop in, Zax, and KP. I see KP is in there. I'll try to catch up here.
Doing anything entertaining tonight, KP?
Yeah, having another strip club date with the wife, KP. There's a nice holiday tradition. Maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I hope the strip club has a buffet, is all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. I hope, but then Tabitha comes back to Ethan to comfort him and changes the story by saying there are no monsters, and if there are no monsters, then Norman doesn't die.
Mm.
That's the thing. She says there are no monsters, so it's like in this story we know there are. So that's why I think
But then
Tabitha's
maybe something happens to them.
maybe, yeah. She said there's no such thing. Oh,
Ah.
she said there's no such thing as monsters.
Yeah.
Maybe that's foreshadowing the ending of the series where the monsters are
Mm.
gone,
Yeah,
obliterated.
maybe we're solving from here.
Hey, we might be piecing this thing together. Yeah, this is how we can really figure this thing out. It takes a village with this show. It takes a village
It takes a Fromville.
to understand. Yeah. I think that's the quest. Ethan equals Norman. Tabitha must save Ethan in order to beat the game. She does that through time travel and preventing the original sacrifice. Um, okay. Okay, yeah, that could be. Tabitha is the most wanted. 3 husbands, well, 2 now. Rest in peace. Hey, Yolanda. Hey, Gatewood. Thank you for being here. Yikes. Yeah, 3 husbands.
Maybe we'll find out she had more.
She got a whole harem of husbands. It's messy. Hey, David D. I don't think it was Sea Monster. The red squid thing was Monster coming back to life.
Mm.
Could be.
Well,
Or
because even the shape of it up in this picture looks like Smiley with his like little cape behind him before he drops it.
uh-huh. Yeah, it does kind of look like it. Some people criticize that. It looked like he was throwing off a blanket, but I don't know.
Well, it was intentional that he was holding it that way, I'm pretty sure.
I thought it looked good. I don't know.
Mm.
I thought it looked fine, but
Well, he was holding it that way for a reason because it looks like the cave painting.
yeah. Yeah. Um let's see. I think the crows are a form of evil in town. I think so too. I think they represent the evil entity kind of symbolically. Yeah, I think so. I suspect the good entities in town have to give information to the townies in code because of certain rules that bad entity has in place. It would make sense why Ankoohey and the bottle tree. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, certain like and also yeah, like that explains also why the boy in white is so vague. And I think I mean, he tried with Christopher apparently to give him more information and it didn't work out well. I think he just couldn't handle it and he snapped. So the boy in white now has to be all cryptic and mysterious. I think you're right if you pay attention to the audio cues. Every time something creepy or bad happens, you hear crows. Yeah, that's right. Jim is the genius we thought Jade was. Yeah. Jim was smarter than Jade in that moment when he figured out the music notes. He cracked the code. Who would have thought? Jim, of all people? Wow. It was you wouldn't believe me if I told you. It pissed me off because I said it along with him. I'll give it another try, though. I'll be done before Scarlet. Oh,
It's dark.
you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
No,
Huh.
it's dark. I think
I'm
they're
trying to
talking about here.
remember where that line came in, though. You
I
wouldn't
don't know.
believe. You
I'm
wouldn't
gonna be
believe.
back in a second, so you can think about it. I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember it's been a while since I watched Dark, so I don't remember that line. But yeah, give it a try. Give it another try. Believe me, it's worth it. Um. Yeah, but what type of food? And you may or may not have crazy noises in your head. I don't know if free housing is worth it. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's definitely not worth it. Guns N' Roses. Um. Let's see. It's good that the tall. Someone pointed out that one of the bodies in the street when young Victor came out of the root cellar, the one cut in half, is a monster. Is it really? Huh. I'm gonna have to look at that again. Interesting, Woodrow. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. And yeah, guys, if you could hit the like button, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you could do that, I would appreciate it. I'm gonna try to catch up with the chat as quickly as I can. then I'll give some of this stuff away. We can keep talking about the episode. Anyone else think the entire point of this town is to create the emotion of fear and despair for power? These monsters seem to be about fear rather than raw death. Boyd and a few others would be dead. Oh, absolutely. It's not just about killing everybody. Absolutely. I think that if they wanted to kill everybody, they could just take them all out. Talismans or no talismans, I don't think they want to kill everybody. It's terrorizing them. It's like terrorism. You're killing off certain people, but then you're terrorizing the living as a result and feeding off their fear and despair. Absolutely. When they were living in holes and had no talismans, how come the monsters couldn't find them all at once? The big bad can see everything. It saw that Tabitha was digging a hole in the basement. It heard Boyd yelling out in the middle of the woods. So don't tell me that it couldn't have found everybody if it can see and hear everything, if it's omniscient, the big bad. So I think it's all about milking the fear and despair. It's not just about killing everybody. That's why it didn't want to starve everybody to death. It created a climate of despair and desperation with that food shortage, the food running out, just to put Boyd into a desperate position. So where he did something that led to Tian Shen's death. He didn't make sure she got inside to safety. And then what happened? Boom. The next episode, they had food again. They had crops that magically popped up out of nowhere. Shouldn't have been there. Beautiful, perfectly clean crops that should have been planted by somebody, but no one was around. That just happens to pop up the next day after Boyd's desperation for saving their food supply got Tian Shen killed. I know she volunteered to be out there, but he could have, said, forget it, let's leave the cow and go in. But that was the whole point. It wasn't about starving everybody. This place doesn't want to starve everybody or kill everybody. Not yet. First, it wants to break everybody slowly, terrorize them, pick them off bit by bit. And then eventually it leads to a total massacre in the end. That's
So it was interesting how much they were pointing out the starvation thing in the trailer. Like the
right.
season trailer. That you thought was going to be a big deal and everybody's going to cannibalize each other.
Yeah, and it lasted one episode.
Yep.
And it was over.
We're so hungry. We're so hungry. We haven't found... Oh, there's some vegetables.
Yeah. Oh, gee, that's convenient. Yeah. It was, but I wouldn't call it a nothing burger because it was all about creating an environment of desperation so that Boyd would be forced into an impossible decision that it kept continue to push him toward his breaking point. That was the whole point. So mission accomplished. Yeah, we found out the monsters can run. Yeah, like they just choose not to. It's a game. I think someone is wrong because the bodies in the street are all super bloody. The monsters' insides are all dried out, and not like the street scenes with Victor. That's true. Look at the body's face. It's that of a monster. I will definitely take a look, Woodrow.
Which body?
It's one of the bodies in the street. So I'm going to have to go back and take a look at that.
Okay.
I have the pictures from... They did another flashback to that scene, I think, when Victor was picking up those relics from the bodies this season.
Yeah,
so I'll take a look. I'll pull that up. Nikki didn't count. Yeah, she didn't exist until season 3.
Aww.
Nikki didn't count. Poor Nikki.
Next thing you're going to tell me is the hot EMT doesn't count.
Right? Guess he doesn't count either. Dale was great, but not beloved. True. I thought Christy was going to die. I'm glad she survived. Me too. They gave her next to nothing this season to do. All she did was caught in the bear trap. That's all.
All she did was say the fatal line, "You were not alone," and then something bad happened to her.
Yeah, that's it. That's all she got. And she didn't even lose her foot or her leg or anything. They could have milked that for
got an infection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then she got nothing to do for the rest of the season.
Got no worms. Got nothing from it.
Nothing. Yeah, and Marielle got nothing completely. Like she was just there, as set dressing, really, just to patch people up. That's all. Tian Shen, Tilly, and Jim were all main/secondary characters. Some people actually do love Jim. Yeah, we've met some Jim lovers that came out of the woodwork recently. I know.
Jim lovers.
Jim lovers. Yeah.
Jim lovers.
Jim lovers. there could be a day massacre where the monsters come out in the day, one got cut in half. It's possible. Hey, you never
It'd be
know.
yellow man in yellow action.
Yeah. Hey, Screen Sleuths. Welcome. Nice to see you. Jim's mother being a piano teacher seems relevant with him figuring the numbers out. Very true. I agree. I think this season had some pacing issues. The first and last episodes were the best. I agree. But there was a lot of boring, needless stalling and milking about on plots that led to nowhere. Yeah, I mean there were slower. There was one episode that was really slow. I think it was 7. I think it was episode 7 where I was frustrated with it. That was my least favorite episode of the season. That's one where like for example, Tabitha took Ethan out to the ruins and the cabin rather. Cabin area, and they were just standing around talking by the rocks, telling Jim about her dream. Like, not enough happened in that episode. That was the episode where the only thing that happened was Tilly got stabbed at the end. That was it, though. The rest of the episode.
But From does that in other seasons. Like in season 2, they had all that stuff about dipping the bile in bullets and using that, and that didn't come to anything.
Yeah.
Whenever I thought I was going to do something.
Yeah. Yeah, that was frustrating actually. It felt like they didn't have enough story to stretch across the whole season. Well, at times I can see that. I could see it, but I like the character drama too.
Yeah, I like the character development.
I like the mystery, the mystery layers, the building of the lore. I know what you're talking about, and it just looks like a zoomed in background dummy, but more importantly, there is blood and guts everywhere. Okay. Let's see. So it doesn't have the face of a monster with the gaping teeth. I guarantee you we see more Jim next season. He almost died from that tree in the RV crash. That seemed way too deliberate. He was supposed to die, but this version of Jim was protected. He had to be. Yeah.
What if he haunts the RV?
Yeah, maybe. He haunts the RV.
Yeah. If somebody comes near the RV, then he's just there.
Yeah. Yeah, he should have that tree came really close to killing him. That could have impaled him.
Yeah.
Crash. Let's see. Season 3 was odd. Season 1 was the best. Parts of 2 and 3 were good, but overall I'm less excited about the show. I thought season 3 was way better than season 2, personally.
I think they're all good. I like all the seasons.
I like them all. I like them all too, but I do prefer season 3 over season 2, personally. I like it better. I said a couple of weeks ago, it says Immortal Cuts, the only people that die are the ones that never saw anything. Jim, Donna, Ellis, Kenny, Christy. I thought that theory was debunked when Randall was captured. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like the ones who don't see visions have their own really unique thing going on like that. They seem like they're more at risk, definitely.
Yeah.
So Donna is definitely at risk. Yeah. I know it poses a problem, but if it is a monster, there's much to learn. Yeah, I got to take a look at those pictures. I'm also so curious now as to why Toby, Jane's friend from the beginning, was so sick. That was so bizarre. Nobody had seen them driving before. Then they show up all erratic. Shenanigans. Yeah. Yeah, the whole Toby thing was bizarre in general. And that's always going to bug me. I don't know why any of that happened. I think that car accident was orchestrated. I think the big bad made the crash happen to stop the RV from continuing to drive back in the opposite direction. Because you could see stuff like across that railroad crossing, it was flickering back into existence. You had the power lines disappeared, and then they turned around and drove the other way, and the railroad box showed up again. Like, who knows? Maybe if they kept driving in circles, the other direction, the opposite direction, maybe they could have gotten back out. But that crash had to happen to stop them. The crash was completely random. That other car, Toby's car, just came flying across the road. And Jim's RV was going faster than he said it was. He said he was going 20 miles an hour. It was flying. So that whole thing was bizarre. And then Toby getting killed because the voices told Sarah to do it. I want an answer to that, but I don't know if we're ever going to get it. Remember, Jim couldn't see the children. That's right. Yeah, he couldn't. I don't think they anticipated the Jim hate meme. I don't think they did. Yeah. I'm curious as to what we learn about the monsters dying in the 70s because we already know they come back to life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure this has happened before. Like some monster has been killed before and come back to life. It seemed
Yeah,
like
how do they come back if there's nobody to gestate them?
yeah, I don't.
If there's a different way.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the monsters were probably left intact after that massacre. They had to be. Julie had no control over her story walking. Yeah, okay. I suspect they're trying to stretch the show to make it last longer, which makes the story suffer. They're taking things too slow. They need to tell the story they want to tell. They gave us a lot of answers, though, this season. We got a lot.
I think they are telling the story they want to tell.
Yeah, and they gave us a lot of answers. In fact, I'm surprised they gave us as much as they did in the end.
I mean, even if they're irritating us, it's probably the story they want to tell.
Yeah. People still complaining about Jim attacking Victor. Bro, they just got to town. Now a creepy dude. To be honest, Victor is unusual. Talking to their 5-year-old. Well, I think he was like 9. Against your wishes, any father would perceive a threat. Yeah, so come over and tell him to get the fuck away from my kid. You don't have to physically grab the guy who's older than you and shove him out of the diner. Like,
or maybe Donna or somebody, when they're tied up, could explain the situation to them.
Right, exactly. Explain.
Like Victor's pretty innocent. He's pretty much a man-child. He's not going to do anything to your kids.
It's probably a good idea to warn people when they first come to town. Like Victor is not a creeper. He's just a man-child who was traumatized.
But nobody talks there, so,
Yeah. Or why are they dressed that way when they become monsters in the days they became monsters in the days of the Puritans? Yeah.
They want to update themselves. I wonder what Smiley will choose.
Yeah, I know, right?
Will he go back to rocking the cardigan, or will he be, in 80s gear? Some day glow, perhaps?
Yeah, to give him some new clothes. They burned up his clothes he had on before, so
yeah.
I have to get some new clothes. So you think Jim's mom plays more of a part in the story, or what do you mean? Jim's mom.
Oh, the piano teacher.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Crossing my fingers.
I don't know if Jim's family's in a part of this.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably
they're
not.
They're going to be from it or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Crossing my fingers for a prequel. I would love to see that. I would love to see
Smiley as a colonist.
Horses would just jump the tree. Yeah. I'd like to see that. Yeah, Smiley
I'd like to see Jamie McGuire dressed up in colonial gear.
Me too. I think the only way to affect the story in time travel is done through bottle trees and entering it. That's the key, figuring out how to use the trees to go back to the start and stopping it. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible, maybe through the bottle trees. My mom is better now. Thanks for asking, Dieter. She's over her pneumonia. She got over it, thankfully. Victor and Ethan are besties because their moms are reincarnations. Yeah, right. They're perfect besties, and essentially it's like they have the same mom. I mean, now I don't know how this is supposed to work with genetics because of reincarnation doesn't really fit with genetics, but yeah, so they're not genetically brothers, but kind of like soul brothers. Their moms share a soul. I assumed they changed into the clothes they collected over time. Yeah, absolutely. But why they haven't changed since the 50s, I have no clue. Yeah, I don't know either.
See, my only theory that I even have for this is Victor was by himself, and maybe he watched a lot of reruns on TV, like the I Love Lucy's and stuff, and they tried to dress like that so they could mess with him.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah,
that's the only thing I can think of.
That makes sense, definitely. Who touched Jade's arm? Tabitha did. As she was walking by, she touched his arm. I'm so far behind you guys. I'm gonna start blowing through these quicker. Fromville pulls in bad parents and drug addicts. Yeah, they do. It's true. I said to my friend at the beginning of the season that Tabby and Jade might be up. Yeah, I could see that. Victor also wasn't doing anything threatening. He completely overreacted. I agree. I really think the monsters are hundreds of years old. Is that what you think? Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Wonder if we're ever going to see boats entering Fromville. I think that's a thing of the past. Absolutely. I'd love to see a flashback.
I'd like to see some people have theorized that Boyd's boat will show up, and that'd be interesting.
That would be interesting. Yeah.
Like, because he has the key for it. So if a boat showed up that he had the key for, that'd be really weird.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't know how that would work, but it'd be cool.
I don't know. Fill in the gaps. A to B.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing out ideas. Everybody else has to figure out how that happened.
Right.
Oh.
Jade would be a good mom to the kids, but we love Jade. No hate. A good mom.
A good mom, yeah.
Okay. She did die naturally. Her heart stopped beating. Yeah, kinda. The garden tool stuck in her heart would do it.
Mm.
If Tabitha ends up with Jade, that would be gross. I don't know about gross. I want Boyd to find a pony and a boat.
I think it's going to happen, Dieter. I think that's going to be the end of the series.
I think that would be fitting. Yeah, I would love it if Walt from Lost comes on the boat. That's like a meme.
I feel like Boyd's going to be riding a pony on a boat and then going through those arches because there'll be water there because there'll be a flood, and that's how it'll end.
That'll be the end. They ride
That'll
up
be the end.
sail
There's
up.
going to be a flood apparently because there's drawings of a flood.
Mm-hmm. Frummers frumming around the whole frumming night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why a pony?
Pray not to get Ankooheyed.
Yes. Why a pony? Because if I had a boat, it talks about riding a pony on a boat. Don't ask me why.
It's a I love it song.
Yeah, don't ask me why, because it doesn't make any sense.
I think, wasn't it a favorite of Abby's and Boyd's?
It was Boyd's favorite song, yeah. Mm-hmm. Abby knew it, so she sang it to him, and then he shot her.
Yeah, as you do. As you do.
As you do. Yeah. Like they literally were singing. They were literally like she was singing If I Had a Boat one moment, and the next moment, bam, dead. Mm-hmm. That was jarring. Honestly, that transition was jarring. Martin changed the state of Boyd. Julie showed up and didn't know what was happening. It wasn't until Martin told Julie to throw the rope that Boyd was saved. That's a good point. You know, Julie didn't actually decide to do anything. Martin just told her to throw the rope. If Julie truly saved Boyd, she wouldn't have time traveled by accident. She would have known about the rope and to throw it. Martin did. That's why it works. Yeah, it's true.
So there has to be a certain ignorance in it.
Right, man, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe Sarah would have smashed the music box, or Randall would have kissed her and she woke up and they lived happily ever after. or maybe she wished upon a star and saved herself.
Sounds like fanfic.
Yeah. I don't know. Because Boyd had to smash it for them to wake up. Mm-hmm. I also think Martin equals Boyd, which is weird, but they share the same power and both Marines. Well, Boyd was in the Army. Abby was a Marine. Mm-hmm. But if Boyd is reincarnated, he could have been reincarnated after Martin. I personally don't think so, but hey, it's an interesting theory. It's called a causal loop. It's like the plot of Terminator. Oh, so causal loop. The cause and effect are the same.
The causal loop, okay.
Yeah.
You seen the Terminator?
Nope, I've never seen it.
Okay. Put that on your list. That's a good, put that down.
Another thing I've never seen. I think it would be a poor taste. Okay. When you think about it, memory is time travel. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Let's see. The rope was never not thrown. Boyd was always saved. We never saw a timeline when he wasn't, which means Julie didn't save him. She just followed the fated path. Exactly. Yeah, I've got to watch Doctor Who. That's another great time travel thing. Another thing I haven't seen. Yeah. I don't even know where to start with that. That's been on for so many years. They had to do it. The story is about people. The show is about people turning into monsters. The townsfolk, including Boyd, can't escape it. His moral decay is exactly what repeats this loop. Okay. I wonder why Boyd though. I don't know. I feel like Boyd might have.
Is there somebody that's going to future, like in the future of the series, like try to kill a child?
Maybe, it's possible. I don't know if
I mean, more people could blow into town, and there could be more children.
I don't know if I don't know if this would happen. Like, if this has happened in previous cycles where people have tried to kill children or tried to sacrifice them, that's possible. Other than just the original sacrifice. Maybe with Alice said maybe Jim is alive because someone actually dreamed the ending scene. Oh, that would be a cop out though. Case. If that was a dream, that would be a cop out. They would. I think the fans would be pissed. Sure.
It's all Jim's dream.
Especially because it's Jim. Yeah. Jim. Honestly, the kind of trauma Tabitha and Jade have together should make that damn near impossible. So much loss between those two eternal souls. Yeah, there's just too much trauma and loss. I think they'll just work together and be close, but I don't really see a romantic thing happening. Why is the man in yellow aged so much and in ragged clothes in contrast to Miranda's painting? I wondered that too.
Because John Griffith saw a guy in LA once on the side of the road in a bright, new, shiny yellow suit. And then he saw him later, and it was grimy. And he was sad. He was dancing when it was new, but he was sad when it was grimy. The end.
Yeah, I wonder why he got gray hair though. Like it's not gray in the painting.
I don't know. I feel like he was buried underground and conjured up. That would explain the gray teeth and the, dirty suit, and maybe he was like, trapped somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he was buried.
Could have been concrete. It could have been daled.
Could be. Very vanilla dice baby. Julie and Ethan just lost their father. No way she hooked it up with Jade. That will definitely turn Ethan into the boy in yellow for sure. Yeah, maybe.
The boy in yellow.
Dude, and the show moves very slow in terms of timeline, how long it takes for time to pass. So I don't know. Like it would take probably 10 seasons or more before like it would be an appropriate amount of time for Tabitha to be hooking up with somebody, but we'll see. I don't think Boyd is decaying morally. He's just doing his best. I agree. He's a lot like Rick Grimes, who did a lot of terrible things, but was also a good man. I agree. I think he hasn't aged. Miranda was a subpar artist. I don't know. I like some of the paintings, but I'm not a good judge of art. I think Boyd in season 1 is much different from the Boyd in season 3, and that's because of the trauma and loss. And yeah, this place is screwing with him. It's trying to break him. So definitely. In season 1, Boyd sacrificed his wife because he was focused on leading for the good of the town. In season 3, it's the opposite. That's a good point. That's why he's doing this, though. It's because he did too much for the town. He gave up too much. He didn't need to keep going out prowling the woods day after day, week after week, while his wife was losing her mind. Ellis just said, "Can you just come back with me? Don't go out there today." Boyd didn't need to do that. So he was doing too much and putting his family last. Now he's overdoing it. He's going to the other extreme. Now he's compromising his morals and ethics and, doing too much for family to overcompensate for the way he failed his family in the past. He told Fatima, "You're my family." He told Frank when Frank, showed up and his family had died. He's like, a man protects his family. It's his own guilt that's causing him to do this now. To what he did this season, he really compromised his own morals and ethics by shielding Fatima. Like he gave her treatment he wouldn't give other people, and then he tortures a kid for having her locked up. Fatima's the one who killed somebody. Yes, it wasn't her fault. She didn't control what she did at all, but he definitely he's putting his family first and going against what's best for the town if necessary. Like, so he has changed a lot, and I don't think he's broken yet, but they're trying to make him that way. The man in yellow could be punished for failing to keep control, could be being punished for failing to keep control. Okay. He sacrifices for the town for some hope of saving his family. He can't bear to take the loss. And then when stuck between a rock and a hard place, he chose rock for his own pain. Yeah. He's got a savior complex. That's the thing. He wants to save everybody, but now he's got this issue since he had to, take out his own wife. So he feels like he's got to overcompensate now, and so he's got this juggling act. He wants to save everybody, but his wife, his family still has to come first. Fatima, he put her first before everybody else. It sounded like hooves on the cabin roof, like a wild hog or a goat. Maybe.
Alma?
Is it Alma? Did y'all see the spider chasing Boyd? What?
Oh.
Spider? Where was this? Jade and Tabitha are the only ones gaining strength in this world, and that's because they continue to sacrifice their own well-being for the sake of the truth. Boyd is sort of doing the opposite. Yeah, I mean, he's still sticking his neck out for everybody, though. In season 1, he went out in the woods, got those worms under his skin. Like, he put his neck on the line, going out there with Sarah. So, he still sacrifices for the good of everybody else. Everybody with parents in Fromville loses a parent. Kenny, Ellis, Victor. Yeah, right, exactly. Why should the Matthews family get to stay whole when every other family loses someone? Julie is a story walker, but Ethan and Victor are storytellers. I agree. How did y'all feel about Jade asking Tabitha to pack her bags and move in the bar with him? That was my favorite part of the season. What? Oh man. The way she was smiling at him in the finale, though, I felt like there were some sparks going on.
Just like fangirling at his music. Keep playing.
I've never seen her smile like that.
She was like a groupie.
She was. And then she and Jane ran off to, keep working on the music, and just left Jim to himself. Like, yeah, just go fetch the violin, Jim. Go fetch the violin. I keep stealing from Victor. Meet us at the bar. Poor Jim. Rick does the same thing during periods of The Walking Dead, and he learns from it. Boyd isn't perfect and never has been. Plus, saving his family isn't a bad thing. Oh, yeah, that's true. Doing it at the cost of others is unfortunate, but you can't always protect everyone. That's why being a leader is tough. Yeah, heavy is the head that wears the crown, right? There's a big burden to being the leader. I think he's doing the best he can. We can later watch some movies in Discord if you want. Yeah, I haven't seen Interstellar either. We'll have to do some watch parties in Discord. Damn, I'm still almost an hour behind you guys. I can't catch up.
But hurry.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to start.
Overdrive.
I'll have to start skipping some. I want to read them all, but do you think that now that Smiley was reborn from a human, that he can now walk in the daytime? Oh, there's a scary thought. I hope
like
not.
a double threat.
I hope not. Probably not.
They just up the game.
Probably not. It would be chaos if they don't have any time without the monsters. I think Boyd isn't beyond redemption. I think the story is showing you through, though, over time, how he's becoming less of a leader for all and more of a leader for his closer circle. Definitely. Yeah, 100%. I think Boyd will actually have to do the opposite and will in order to help save Ethan in the end. Yeah, maybe Jasper may still speak to Victor. I would love that. But his actions here will cause direct jeopardy in season 4. I think the town will split between Acosta and Boyd, and they will be in more danger for it. I agree. That's probably coming. Boyd already foreshadowed it when he said that we can't have you have to be the one wearing the badge to Kenny. We can't have a hothead like Acosta running things. I think when everyone finds out that Boyd covered up Fatima killing Tilly and Boyd, tortured Elgin, there could definitely be a split and Acosta takes over. I can see that happening. I don't want that to happen. Oh, please, no, I can't. I hate that thought, but it could happen. Maybe Victor. Hey, David. Maybe Victor caused the town massacre after seeing his mom with Christopher instead of his father. How is Ethan going to cope? It's going to be tough. You never know. And I think Boyd needs help leading the town. Plus, a lot of the townies are complacent and are happy to judge others for making tough decisions. Exactly. When they hide in their homes. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, it's easy for them to judge what he's doing, but nobody wants to step up and do what he's doing. Nobody wants to step up. So, it's just like, if you don't like how he's running things, then you try and do a better job. You put your neck on the line. That's what I say. That's what I say. They all turned to him. They all turned to Daddy Boyd to fix everything. Dale was stuck in the damn pool wall after Boyd warned them all, don't go through that tree. This is not a good idea. Dale went through the tree anyway. And then some idiot actually said, Boyd, can you help him? What the hell do you think he's going to do? Does he have a jackhammer around here? He's going to drill Dale out of the wall while he's being crushed to death before your eyes? No. No, he can't help him. They don't want to listen to him, but then when things go wrong, they turn to him to fix everything. Julie should have screamed for Jim to help her as she ran towards the town. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe I could have gotten Jim the hell away from there because he's not going to just listen. Woodrow says, I wonder if Jim ran, the man in yellow could run faster. Let's see. Boyd is doing the best he can, and I respect his choice to torture Elgin. There wasn't another option besides sneakily following him, but that wasn't possible for Boyd with how they set it up. They could have maybe followed him. Let's see. What are you giving away, your heart, Jim's heart, or chapstick? Okay. Bobby G said, Boyd's desperation is growing and is causing him to make mistakes. He needs help to overcome the kind of trauma this place has deliberately victimized him to in order to break him. Definitely. Absolutely. He needs help. Jim's through. The priest said it best in the shed, rather. If he does it, he leads toward the path of destruction. Yeah. I think it's also why his Parkinson's is getting worse. Perhaps. Of course, he needs help. He's needed help since he had to kill Abby. I have a really low opinion of most of the townies who aren't main characters, by the way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Rely 378. They need to revisit the tarot cards. Probably never will. I think it was just a shout out to a fan theory, but who knows? They pulled away from Fatima, but was she tempted by the full bottle of blood on the table? Yeah, I think. Jim's throat needs a little duct tape, yeah. You know what was so interesting that was overlooked about Tilly? How joyous she was when she first arrived. Oh, I remember that. I haven't forgotten. Dancing in the rain. Yeah. She always had a sense of joy and hope about her. I think the town brought her there just to be nosy, get in Fatima's business, and ultimately cause this to happen. I mean, not cause it to happen, but be in the way. They needed somebody to care so much and be so unafraid of dying that she would be around Fatima in that condition and, basically be an easy victim. Fatima would take her out, end up in a desperate situation where she was an easy prey for Elgin to kidnap her. So that's where I'm at with Tilly now. I don't think that she deliberately did anything. I don't think she was any kind of mole or evil entity. Let's see. Why did the crow smash through the window to stop Tilly's tarot card reading? This was an extreme intervention by the town's entity. I think so too. I think it was going to probably reveal some kind of insight to her about her pregnancy that the town didn't want her to know. Maybe it was the bottle that was on Boyd's table for almost 3 years. They're running out of gaming rules, I guess. Hey, don't even worry about it. Nice to see you. Let's see. The monsters can walk in the day. They can go in the houses with the talismans. They can run instead of walk. They're smart to plan traps when they need to. All of this points to Puppet Master. Yeah, I think it's all a game. I think they can do any of those things that they want to. They're immortal. We know that now. So it's just a game. Let's see. Maybe the monster's curse is that they can never see daylight. Could be. Vampires are immortal, but they can't go out in daylight. That's true. That's true. But then that doesn't make you technically immortal, though. That's the thing. That's the thing that doesn't really make sense about it. You're not really immortal, then. Okay. Someone wants to prolong the torture of the townspeople. They do it by sandbagging their own NPCs. I agree. And hey there again, Zax. I saw you earlier, but hello again. Nice to see you. Y'all should try to connect with a channel called Jerry's Takes. He just found the show last week and binged the whole show. It's interesting hearing his excitement as a new fan. Oh, nice. I'll make note of that. I love connecting with other channels covering from. Donna would have had twins if the silver bullets had worked. Wait. I'm lost. I'm confused. Fatima? Maybe Fatima? Yeah, I'm thinking you must be Fatima. I hope they show how the monster was created, probably in season 5. Yeah, I don't know. I think that might just be left into our imaginations, maybe. Because we now know at least that they used to be human, they were cursed to become these things. I hope they give us a flashback though to that time. Yeah. How do the monsters know to remove the batteries from cars that come into town? Do they? Did they remove the batteries? Chessboard equals from town. White pieces equal townies. Black pieces equal night monsters. White player equals boy in white. Black player equals man in yellow. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I've never learned how to play chess, but I get some of the chess metaphors though. What if this is only one town of many? Oh, that would be crazy. I think Fromville might be much more vast than we realize. I also think there are more big bads out in them woods. There's a lot of land out there. We saw when Victor and his father were up on that hill. Fromville is huge. Fromville is gigantic. Like it's like the view from up on that hill. I didn't realize that they could actually get to ground that high and look around. So, like, what else is out there? There's such a massive amount of land. Imagine if there are more towns out there. This is so slow because I downloaded way too many pictures. I put them in this folder, so they're not actually on my computer, but it's slow to load. Where is it? Where is it? Where are Victor and Henry? I took too many damn pictures. Screenshots. There it is. Yeah, Fromville is vast. Like look at that view.
It does. That looks vast.
Yeah, it's huge. Let's see. The town's goal is to change everyone. Yeah, absolutely. The original townspeople were turned into monsters for their own sense of desperation. That's what this town is all about, creating that sense. I don't know though. The original townspeople. I think this was just originally a normal place, and the people were just evil and wanted to live forever, so they killed their own kids.
Yeah, I kind of like to know that whole story. Hopefully, we get to learn more about that.
Yeah, me too. Sarah wants to
because I want to know if they were desperate, like somebody said, "Oh, we could give you eternal life," because they were hungry and they were desperate, or if they were just greedy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's possible there was more to the story, but Yeah, this place takes people who are originally good and want to help. Like Sarah was saying that she said, I think that we're just what this place wants, people who just want to help. She said that to Elgin, and it preys on them. Like, so it turned, like Bobby said, Sarah wants an innocent woman into a murderous torturer. Um, you know, Elgin, he was a nice kid, and he kidnapped Fatima. Yeah,
They didn't mess with Randall.
yeah,
In the beginning, they just really didn't want to mess with him.
yeah. And hey there, KP. Trying to catch up, but I'm still almost an hour behind. I'm gonna just start skipping through quicker. Let's see here. In Jade's vision, it was dark, but in Julie's, the room was burning bright. Jade has a vision, but Julie was story walking. Yeah, Jade's things are just visions. The voice on the phone was actually the man in yellow. Oh yeah, yeah. That was definitely. It was just a different voice. I think he can change his voice because the voice on the radio was. Oh wait, you're talking about the phone. The voice on the phone was a little kid. The voice on the radio was a southern guy, but I think it was all the man in yellow who can just change his voice. Definitely. I'm assuming the quest for immortality is based upon their own individual greed, regardless of whether they knew the consequences or not. But I can see it being something else entirely. Boyd, Sarah, they didn't choose to become monsters. They're here due to circumstances outside their control and reacting as best they can. The OG townspeople could be similar in that regard. But I think they got trapped here because of what they did. I don't think they were trapped like everybody else. I could be wrong. Hi, Chris Smalls. I think the numbers in the lighthouse are years. Yeah, I think so too. And if you guys could hit the like button, I would really appreciate it. Probably, I'm sure they each had their reasons. It was a pretty horrible cost, though. They got what they deserved. Like, how honestly, like, nobody should be driven to sacrifice their own kids. I don't care what circumstances you're in. There's no justification. I don't care how desperate you are. I don't care if you're starving. So then you starve. You don't sacrifice your own kids. Like, I don't see how that could ever be explained away. The numbers in the lighthouse aren't years. They're probably shoe sizes. When they put all the shoes together in the correct order, the kids are rinsed with the water of life. Jim is still dead. I love that Glue Guns and Roses. The numbers in the lighthouse were in Tabitha's dream, thus relate to her and seem to be the time she reincarnated in Fromville. Makes sense. When she says Norman doesn't die, Ethan has a look of disbelief, and he looks out the window and sees the boy in white. Yeah. The next day, Julie told Ethan he's okay, and Norman is okay. It's a good point, Woodrow. Not Woodrow, Chris. I'm mixing up the names now. Juku Doll says, "Are we doing this all the way to 2026?" I am.
Yep.
I am. I'm game. I'm game. I'll still be here. I don't know how long other people are going to want to hang on, but I want to still do this every week. Yeah, that would be a yes for me. But why did they covet immortality to begin with? It had to have started somewhere. True, but what could possibly have been worth it to them to? Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Monster strip club.
Yes. Tabitha saw Jim hanging upside down in the lighthouse. Then the RV crashed and she woke up. Yeah, exactly. And Jim died next to the RV. That was when Jim was hanging upside down, his mouth opened and you could hear the RV horn coming out. So that was foreshadowing how he died. And hello there, Wolf Spear. Nice to see you, Wolf Spear. No clue. The show hasn't told us. I'm assuming it was a monkey's paw with a deceptive offering of a deal. Absolutely. You're thinking of the second episode when Julie is talking to Ethan in Colony House. She says, Norman, you're going to be all right. The fairies made it back from the Lake of Tears. Yes. You're going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. I hope that's foreshadowing a semi-happy ending. That would be good. The fairies in this story are the children. Could be. Okay. Kids are already awake, but wife went back to bed so I can stay. Peace and quiet. She's sleeping. Hi, Mark. Nice to see you. Always nice to see you, Mark. And let's see here. I think that's what Norman, the Lake of Tears, and the fairies are metaphors for Ethan. The stones of sacrifice, the original children sacrificed. Okay. But what if Boy in White equals Thomas? Hey, Fernandez T. Welcome. Welcome. I see you in Tony's chat all the time. Fernandez T is a mod over there. Nice to see you. And they aliens. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about aliens. We'll see. Yeah, Parkland Media pointed that out. Boy and White are outside entities. Could be. Sorry to catch up. I'm gonna blow through these quicker now. Overall, do you guys think Fromville ain't that bad? I mean, it has great nature and clean air. Other than the creatures, if you don't mess with anything, you can live pretty peacefully with a small amount of people. That's true. If you just don't rock the boat, don't piss the place off, stay in town, do what you're supposed to do. Like, you can live an okay life in there. Donna herself said, at least here, the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. So it's like when you hate your boyfriend, you don't want to just break up with him. You want to ruin his life first. Yeah, Glue Guns and Roses. I feel that. That hits home. I've been there before. Hey, Johnny Utah. What's your head canon for Jasmine disappearing? That's a good question, because Jasmine is one of the immortal monsters. So
she got better work.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a certain amount of monsters. I think they just had to change them out because actors get other jobs. They get, better paying gigs.
I think so too. Someone pointed out that Jim seems to be sitting on a boat in the village. Oh, in the village? Why was he sitting on a boat? My headcanon for all the monsters we no longer see is show budget. They change out background characters, monsters included. Yep. Absolutely. I can't get over Thomas's impact throughout this entire story. He's not ever here, but he's constantly brought up, even in the first season. When Tabitha wakes up, she thinks of Thomas, not Ethan. Yeah, that part irritates me. I don't really like that. I don't like it. Any true fisherman seeing that boat would be fishing on the lake in no time. Oh, okay. You meant Jade. Yeah, it looked like there might have been some kind of a rowboat out there near the cabins. Even if the body in the street was a monster, it would be born again. Yes, it would.
So, that upset me about the lake, because I thought they were going to take a boat in that lake eventually.
Me too. They'll probably do it next season, I would think. Bobby says I'd be so nervous to be out on that water in this world. Me too. Something would probably grab you and pull you in.
Nessie monster.
Release the Kraken.
Yep.
Yeah, you wouldn't catch me going on a boat in that place. Screw that. I wouldn't go swimming in the Brundles either. Someone would reach up and grab you. I don't think Jim died just because of that. He was strong. He was figuring this place out, first with digging the hole, then the radio tower, and finally the musical notes. He is critical to Jade and Tabby. I mean, yeah, he was kind of the manpower for the radio tower, but Jade figured out how to make it work, how to power it with the lamps. Otherwise, all that stuff he did would have been useless. But he was right about the music notes, so I will give him that. I liked the episode till he got shanked. The episode before that wasn't good for me. The stabbing of Tilly was exciting, but that episode was so weak. I thought that was the weakest for me. Just got home, murder mystery dinner, correctly figured out killer, how and why. Nice, Wolf Spear. That always sounded like so much fun to me.
Was the dinner good? Did they serve some good food?
Yeah. It sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, I agree. I thought season 3 was better than season 2. When Chris Small says when two cars come, everyone dies. Victor Tabby got Jim killed, bartender killed, guy from the bus killed. She got 2 EMTs killed, bringing back Acosta, which so far got Nikki killed. Anytime there are new arrivals, people get killed.
Yeah, Tabby's kind of a menace in this situation.
Yeah, kind of. Definitely, yeah.
She should never did that hole.
I know. It's all her fault. Yeah, I want to know why Sarah killed Toby too, Wolf Spear. I don't think we'll ever get it. I think the monsters wanted Toby killed because they thought it was Jade, Glue Guns and Roses. Probably. I could see that. Chris Barmore, hey, Toby and Jade were both wasted. The man in yellow knew one of them was chosen. That's why he had Sarah kill Toby. I don't think Toby was wasted, though. I think he just had a head injury. He was staggering around, like his head was bleeding. He didn't seem wasted to me, but who knows? We didn't see enough of him to really know. I think the monsters wanted Toby killed because they thought it was Jade. Hey, little dirty X. Welcome. Chris Barmore says the Fatima pregnancy probably didn't need to drag out the entire season, but they revealed so much this season. I agree, definitely. So I was happy with it. Bobby says, I think the whole car crash was orchestrated to kill the Time Walkers quickly as they're the only threat to the town. Yeah, but they ended up surviving. So yeah, maybe the place was trying to take them out. I definitely think that car crash was orchestrated. Sarah had the case of mistaken identity. I think the crash was important because it was supposed to leave them stranded out at night, free to die to the monsters. It's only they work together. Yeah. The only reason they work together is because they lived. Yeah. I hope the wait for season 4 is worth it. Says Little Dirty X. Yeah, I know. It's more than a year. We're going to have probably a year and a half, I would say. Not every father would shove a stranger like that. Donna gave a lot in her town debrief. It's also a good idea to keep your unusually small man hands to yourself, Jim. Nice. Yeah. We're going to get prequel aspects via Julie. I hope so. Yes. Let's see. Okay, scrolling down. I'm gonna try to get through these really quick so I can give some stuff away while I still have enough people watching here. Not as many as usual, which is understandable for a holiday weekend, but thank you everybody that did show up. 70 people. I really appreciate it. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know if people would want to come because it's a holiday weekend and people have stuff to do. People are busy. But I appreciate everybody that came, and I'm gonna give some stuff away to 5 people at random. So you get rewarded for making time to stop in, and you don't even have to do anything. You don't have to answer a trivia question. I just appreciate you for being here. So
I would have came up with trivia questions.
we could do trivia just for fun sometime.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I like trivia. I just figured for this time, this show has, and like this community has done so much for me this season, like supporting my channel, and I'm so grateful for it. So I figured, for this end of season giveaway, this first one, I just want to like this, because I have actually like a big batch of stuff, so I'm not giving out all of it at once. So for this one, I just wanted to just make it random, and all you have to do is show up. Just as a thank you for all the support this season. Woodrow says, from Victor's drawings, there was a lot of action around faraway trees. Yeah, we gotta take another look at those drawings in the off season.
Like those purple arrows? Was that what referencing?
With everything that we've now learned this season, we got to take another look at those drawings and the Peach Truck map, see what new insight.
Or like Jade just standing by the map.
Right. God.
Looking at it, maybe pointing at it, but not doing anything with it.
It's like they were doing that to us on purpose to drive us crazy. I swear to God, they did that on purpose to troll us. This was the season of trolling the fandom. Well played. Well played, players. You did it. You got us. The monsters haven't changed since the 50s because Victor survived and they weren't able to start the new cycle properly. Maybe. The Peach Truck map is mostly about locating faraway trees. I think so too, and I think that's what the purple arrows on the map represent. Yeah, I don't want to see Tabitha and Jade end up together either. I don't want to see anything romantic on this show. You guys know that by now. Anti-romance on this show. Yeah. It's waste of time.
Except for Kenny.
Except for Kenny, I'll throw him a bone. I just don't want to see it. I'm content to just hear him, calling Acosta Danny and leave it at that. I don't need to hear or
just
see
a little tender moment. Hand holding. Some hand holding.
I don't even want to see that. I don't want to see it. Kind of down on that. Yeah.
He writes her a poem.
Yeah. No thanks. Yeah, right, Woodrow? I can't believe Jade spent so much time looking at the feature map and not commenting. Like, damn it. Damn it. He was looking right at the thing. I swear to God, the writers were trolling us with this. They knew how much we were dying for somebody to go look at that damn peach truck map. They put him smack dab in front of it. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's down further. Right in front of it, looking at the damn thing, inches. It was inches from his face, and he didn't say a damn word about it. Not a damn word. They knew that this would drive us crazy. There's no way that wasn't intentional. Like, they better watch it, because the more they keep trolling the fandom, the more people might finally lose patience and just give up out of exasperation. Yeah, look, he's staring at this frickin' peach truck map. He didn't say anything about it. Nothing. Why is he standing there looking at it and didn't even say anything? And the worst part is they released photos of this before the episode aired. And so it got people's hopes up even more. I saw a photo of him near the peach truck map. I was like, yes, fucking finally, yes. And then I saw this scene and nope. They got me again, damn it. They got me. I fell for it. Let's see. Martin was surprised to see Julie. He showed no indication of that being part of his plan. Yeah, maybe. He was like, Julie, is that you? But he could have been faking. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. It's obvious the original Jade offered up their daughter to be sacrificed. I don't think so. Glue Guns and Roses, I don't think so anymore. I put that in a video, but I changed my mind. I just haven't. I'm still working on my episode deep dive for the finale, and I will go into that, and I don't think that anymore. I don't. After what we learned from this episode, this finale, I don't think Jade offered up his own kid to be sacrificed. And I'm relieved, because I don't want to think that about Jade, my favorite character. David says maybe the curse for the two lovers, Tabitha and Jade, having to live for eternity as different people in the real world, never knowing each other, and the children bring them to From to remember. Seems like that. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Dark Matter. It was pretty good. I liked it. Julie, start with the new Doctor Who first. I will do that. Thank you for the tip. Really campy but fun. Okay, I will take your advice. The man in yellow may be subject to a higher power who is punishing him for losing control over Fromville. Yeah, could be. I don't think he's the big bad. Maybe he's a step below it. Ethan is 2 steps away from calling Jim daddy. Oh, you mean Jade. The entity already told Jim on the phone, they ain't your kids, Jim. They're Jade's kids now. Yes. Yeah, they said they're not your children anymore. Now we know what that means.
Especially the man in yellow said it. It's kind of funny.
I know, right? Tabitha was chosen for a reason. Oh, yeah. Tabitha's waited long enough. No need to wait any longer. Jim died last Sunday. Move Jade next Tuesday. Jim didn't have to die. I agree. Didn't have to die. But I guess maybe he had to get out of the way so Jade, and Tabitha could figure it out together. Although that would seem like it's helping them, though, by taking Jim out. And Man in Yellow is evil, so I don't know. Hi, Sonia. Sonia Gibson says, I think Donna is Eloise. That would be a super interesting twist. I would like that if that were true. If Jim didn't like getting choked so much, he would have lived. He didn't fight back very much. He could have, kicked out with his legs, kick the guy in the crotch or something. He didn't do anything. I can see that theory, really. If we believe Victor, then we believe Christopher went down an evil path. Christopher and Jade are the same person. Yeah, but I don't know, though. I think Jade might not snap like Christopher did. I think Jade is gonna fight it. I believe in Jade. His face says it all. Bro, just let it happen. Yeah, he didn't fight at all. He didn't even kick or anything. He has legs that work. The man in yellow killed Jim for a particular reason. He ignored Julie, just shoved her aside and was focused on Jim. Yeah, he didn't give a shit about future Julie, right? So I think Julie, Randall, and Mari are all story walkers. Julie touches, Randall breaks, Mari steals. Interesting take, Sonia. I like that. If I were Tabitha, I would tell Henry nothing about reincarnation. Yeah, that's going to be awkward if she does. Chris says Jim helped Jade and Tabitha remember. That's why he had to die. Knowledge comes at a cost. Yeah, it was kind of like retaliation. Maybe that man in yellow really didn't want them to find out because that'll help them, like finding out the truth about their origins. Being a leader means making choices others can't. When he left Randall, he saved 3 people. Sometimes math isn't fair. Yeah. Man, I'm going to be doing a giveaway in the middle of the night. I better hurry up. Although I've still got 75 people here, so let's see. I'm getting there. I'm like half an hour behind you instead of an hour now. So give me a little more time and I'm going to catch up with you guys. Being a leader means making choices other can't. Yeah, that's the thing, sometimes being a leader, you have to make impossible choices. It's like it's a blessing and a curse being the leader. Well, it's not really a blessing in this place at all. There is no good side to it. There's no perk. Yeah, I would say nothing about reincarnation to Victor or Henry, right? Clue Guns and Roses. That gets weird. I'm turning to Daddy Jade. Hell yes. Alabaster Dragon Jade. Yep. Absolutely. Man in yellow doesn't look too interested in running. Julie said Daddy Boyd. Oh yeah, I said Daddy Boyd, so I'm referring to Jade as Daddy Jade. Yeah. Fair is fair unless we're playing by the Boyd rules of this stream. Did you see you could get a cameo from Julie and Sarah too? Short and expensive though, like $15 for 15 seconds or so. Jade's one has a better value still. Oh no, I didn't know that, Dieter. Interesting. Tilly, like Jade, I would. He's like the number one, like for me. There's no one I'd rather have a cameo from more than him. So I'm thrilled with mine. Tilly knew what was happening when she read the cards. That's why it made Fatima kill her. I think you're right, Chris Barmore. And good night, Glue Guns and Roses. Belated good night to you. David D says, speaking of chess, add Queen's Gambit Netflix to your list of great shows. Okay, cool. Great show. All right. Someone said that Acosta's first name was Danny. Yes. Kenny.
He said it twice. Yeah, I watched it with closed captioning on. I didn't even notice it the first time, actually. It should have been a revelation.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It should have been a revelation.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What does it mean?
Oh my God. Oh my God. No.
No.
Yes.
Can anybody tell me what it means?
In regards to how big Frumville is in season... It's season 1, episode 1 at the very beginning. Yeah, you see a massive shot of nothing but wooded forest. I think that's the show telling you just how big that area really is. I agree. And thank you very much, Dieter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm getting close. I'm 20 minutes behind you guys, catching up. I got the impression that they forced the children to remain in the dark their entire life. They were born in the dark and they died in the dark. They're pale. And their hair's falling out, like they're severely vitamin D deficient or something. So I think so too. I meant the voice on the radio was the man in yellow. Okay. I think it was the voice on the phone too. I think he changes his voice because that wasn't the same voice on the radio. That had a southern drawl. I listened to it. I listened to that and I compared it. So yeah, he reminded him of that before he killed him, but I think the man in yellow can change his voice. So I do think it was the same. Woodrow says, I'm going to check in on that street scene to get a closer look at the one split in half. I'll see you later, Woodrow. I agree with you about the children. Yep, born in the dark, died in the dark. Getting close. I'm like, 10 minutes behind you guys now. If everyone who comes into town has a purpose or in the car with people with a purpose, then what's Donna's? She can't see anything, like she is just there. I know, right? Like, what's the point? what's the purpose of Donna, right? She's an important leader to the town, but she doesn't really do anything. Like, she doesn't have like a story arc. And she doesn't see any visions, like have any special connection to the place. So I don't know. So I just love Donna because she's an amazing character. Just, she's a badass. She's got emotional depth. She's really she's a phenomenal actress. So I would hate to see her go.
I mean, we might
Regardless,
see see a backstory with her, like Boyd. Like Boyd was coming to town. Maybe we'll see Donna's coming to town story.
Yeah. I would like that. I have a feeling they won't because like she already gave us that long freaking exposition story about how her sister got her face ripped off. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'll do that, if they'll revisit that, unless we find out she was lying about what happened that night and they show us the real thing, which would be interesting. Okay. All right, I have the giveaway thing all set. I'm just going to go through a few more comments. I just got that set up so I can give away some stuff in a few minutes because I'm almost caught up to you guys. And this will be part 1. I'm going to do a part 2 on another stream coming soon, but for now there will be 5 winners at random. Kenny and Acosta are going to take turns trying on the handcuffs.
Bow chicka wow wow.
Oh God. I don't want to see that. Elgin going to be a full-on pirate in season 4.
He's going to be sailing the Lake of Tears.
Yes. Oh God. I've heard a lot of like funny, bad, cheesy jokes about Elgin now. Yeah, various eye jokes. He and Sarah aren't going to see eye to eye from now on. Yeah, I heard that one in another stream. Yeah, we're gonna be
but really, people, gouging out somebody's eyeball is horrible.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Yeah. I actually like romance options for characters. I don't know. I just feel like it would be a waste of time. Maybe if we had longer seasons, but we only get 10 episodes, and this show has so much. They already don't have enough screen time to flesh out the storylines as enough as it is. We got like nothing from the cabins. I would actually like romance. Yeah, I mean, it would add more tension in case one of them is caught or killed by one of the monsters. Yeah, I get that. A kick in the crotch. Well, that's what Jim could have done. He could have. Say new people enter the town and Sarah gets a love interest and the girl has to eventually learn about her murderous past, or if they're used against her in some fashion. Yeah, right. That like when Sarah just flat out blurted it out to Elgin when he was totally hitting on her. Like, yeah, I killed my brother. Elgin was like, okay, bye. He got away from her so freaking fast. Okay, let's see. Hey, Taito Guardian, I'm sorry it took so long. I'm about to do it now, but I'll be doing another one for people who missed it. I'm sorry I teased it for so long and then I took too long catching up with you guys. They could always go back and have Acosta say she has always went by Danny, and she could say it's her middle name. The Danny thing could be misdirection. That's true. That's true. What's Kenny's purpose? Just to be Boyd's right-hand man, really. Donna is what I imagine a grown-up Sarah would be from Land Before Time. Yeah, maybe. Hey, CT5V, New Era. What if that really was the man in yellow on the radio, even though he repeated it? That's just to throw us off. If it really wasn't him, okay. I still wonder why Donna acts like she didn't hear the voice. I know. She did hear it, but she didn't want to tell anybody. She didn't want to tell anybody. Okay, I caught up with you guys, finally. All right. Mark Yablonsky says, I think we will learn more about Donna and her role in Fromville in future seasons. She may not be reincarnated, but she may have a Boyd-like arc. Yeah, I think so too. I'm hoping that she has more of a story arc. She just doesn't have enough to do. She always shows up and interrupts stuff. Yeah, Chris, that's right. You know, she just kind of shows up with her hands in her pockets. People think she's a mole. I don't think she's a mole, personally. I don't think Fromville needs a mole, to be honest. I don't think it needs a mole. Fromville knows all and sees all. Kenny is there to suffer. Exactly. Lost both parents and found out his crush is in love with someone else, and Boyd betrayed him, and now Boyd's lying to him again, and Kenny's not going to be happy when he finds out Boyd's lying to him again. So, yeah, he's just there to suffer. I asked Avery Conrad, Sarah, if Sarah and Elgin bonded over the eye surgery and if a romance was possible. She did call him sweet. She said she sees Sarah as asexual. That's interesting. Asexual. Okay. Hit the like button and think about subscribing. Yeah, I would appreciate it if you guys could hit the like button. Okay, so how this is going to work, I'm going to give you guys a hashtag for the giveaway. Let me pull back up what I'm giving away. We still have, let's see how many of you are here. 72 people. Okay, so we got 72 people, and I'm going to give you a hashtag. You can type in the chat, and it's just going to, over the course of, I'll give it like maybe 10 minutes or so, and then I'll stop it, and it's just going to randomly select 10. It's going to randomly select 5 people. Hold on a minute. Yeah, so let me go back. More late night than I planned on doing this, but there we go. Okay, so yeah, let me see. So let's see, what am I going to use for a hashtag? I think I will do, so like anybody watching that's, that's just kind of lurking or something, if you don't feel like chatting, you can pop into the chat just for this if you want. No need to keep chatting. Lurkers are more than welcome. It's okay. It's only 8 a.m. over here. What's this, Dieter? What is this that you put in the chat? Where I'm trying to find my place here in the, it won't let me click links in StreamYard when people post them, so then I have to go to my YouTube tab so I can actually click links. Let me hold on a minute. One second. Scarlett just stepped away for a minute. She'll be right back.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. You're back. Dieter just posted a link. I'm just trying to load it, but my Chromebook is slow. Okay.
Let me try to touch it. I'll try to touch it. I'm touching it.
Okay. Oh, you posted a picture, Dieter. Oh, nice. It's beautiful. Beautiful, like sunrise.
Oh, it kicked me out before I could see it.
Oh, really?
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, I see
it's
it now.
Pretty. It's pretty. Yeah. Yeah, it's really nice. Okay.
Is that your little tiny house?
Yeah. What is that? Wait, let me go back.
You live in that little house?
Oh, the little kitty house. It's cute. It's cute, Dieter. He has 2 really cute little children. Okay, let me go back here. So Chris Barmore said, I normally lurk, but I'm trying to be one of the voices in Sarah's head. Nice. Avery also said the winter filming was due to the writer's strike and was their first opportunity to start filming again, so season changes were a necessary adjustment. Yeah, I figured. but not originally intended. I figured as much. Absolutely. Yeah, 'cause they weren't planning on filming in winter. So that's from the neighbors' pictures taken from inside our houses. Oh, okay, Dieter. Okay. Yeah, the chat slowed down a bit, so I was able to catch up finally. I started out like an hour behind, but okay. So I'm gonna just do it now. And the hashtag I'm gonna use is hashtag, and it's gonna be lowercase, lowercase smiley, just hashtag smiley, all lowercase, no uppercase letters, SMILEY. So all you have to do is type that in the chat to be entered, and it's going to just draw 5 people automatically. And I'll give it like 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes or so before I have it select that. Okay, I'll give it maybe 5 minutes, because I don't think we need 10. And it's just going to randomly select 5 people. So we will see. And this stuff is really beautiful. Nick L did an amazing job. He did a beautiful job making these 3D printed talismans and keychains, and he hand painted all of the talismans himself. He made these beautiful coasters. They're super cool, and there are 5 different ones. So you can actually pick, so whoever wins, you can pick. Say, I have multiple of those coasters that are there in that picture, so you can actually pick which one you want, and I'll give you the one that you want. So there's a smiley one, there's a totem, like the creepy totem one, there's obviously the symbol in the middle. There's a really cool one that has like a talisman and a wreath around it with crows. And then there's the one on top that has the red squid monster and I think the symbol next to it. So yeah, it's hashtag smiley. That's all you have to do is type that. And let's see here. Wonder who the town brings to replace Jim. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder who the town brings to replace Jim. Yeah, somebody new has to come.
Is it going to be the rendezvous truck?
Yes. Yeah, the rendezvous. That we need a big full-size rendezvous truck to show up. That'd be cool. Or somebody said like they think a school bus will show up in town. That'd be crazy.
Yikes.
That would be crazy if that happens.
Then the monsters are like, wow, right, like more kids to sacrifice and see if we can change this immortality back to mortality.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It has to be this way.
Yeah. That would be a mess, like a school bus full of kids. We got to have a new arrival every season. That the cast is already so damn big, so they really need to kill off. Like, I don't want to see more people killed off, but if they're going to keep introducing new characters, they need to kill off a few people, because we don't have enough screen time for the ones we have as it is. I wanted more Jade. Like, I feel like in season 2 and 3, we didn't get as much Jade because there were too many new characters. So they need to get rid of some of them. And unfortunately, we still have too many of the bus people kicking around. So yeah, again, if anybody didn't hear or you're popping in and out, yeah, Grow and Thrive just popped in and did the hashtag. So yeah, hashtag SMILEY, all lowercase. All you have to type for the giveaway, which will be completely random. It's just going to draw 5 names out of the chat. Let's see. Little Dirty X said, Man in Yellow is replacing Jim. Well, that would suck. I don't know. And the thing is, we call him the Man in Yellow, but that thing's not a man. There's something not human about him. I don't know what he is, but no man I know can rip somebody's throat open with his bare hands like that.
Hope he's not another one of Tabby's husbands.
Yeah. unless he's like freaking Edward Scissorhands. I don't know how he ripped Jim's throat open like that.
Mhm.
So yeah, I don't know what the hell he is. We have to discuss that. What the hell is he? Knowing what Ricky he said in his interview, I don't like that the inspiration for the man in yellow was just some random dude on the street in a suit, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really care for that. Bobby G said Julie looked as if she genuinely recognized that walker. She did, but I think that he was just tricking her the way that other people have been tricked. Like, she was mesmerized. They have that power of mesmerizing people, and I think
Yeah.
that's more what it is. Like, like the way Megan was going to go open the door, open the window for her so-called grandma, and even though she said, "You don't look like my grandma," she was going to open it anyway. So
I was thinking the same thing with Father Cadre too. That they
yeah,
kind of mesmerized him for a second and said, "Father, there was enough time for them to slice his throat open."
yeah, exactly. Like, and that was such a cheap trick. That was a cheap trick. Like, playing on his instincts as a priest, naturally he would instinctively turn around when he heard father, and that's all it took. She got him. The thing is, she could have just gotten him from behind. She could have just killed him from behind, but she had to trick him one last time, like play mind games with him before killing him. That made it even worse. Julie will likely story walk back to a time before that teen monster became a monster. Could be. You must not have seen Roadhouse. That's yet another thing I haven't seen. What I don't know anything about Roadhouse. I don't know.
I don't know how that equates.
Have you seen it?
I saw the old one with Patrick Swayze. I don't know if they mean the new one or the old one. There was a new one that came out with Jake Gyllenhaal in it. I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay.
The other one I saw in the 80s. I don't have much memory about it.
Okay. Bobby G said, "Why did Julie recognize that walker on the very first episode? These walkers can imitate sounds. They know your intimate thoughts, but they can't change themselves to look like someone else." Yeah, I mean, she didn't really say she recognized him. He said, "Julie, don't you recognize me?" And she looked mesmerized and started to walk towards him, but she didn't say anything. So we don't know that he looked like someone she knows. Maybe he was just getting in her head. So it's kind of up in the air. Oh, and I didn't even catch this joke. Chris had said, "Wonder if who the town brings to replace Jim." And the Great Ocean Disaster Aquarium says, "Another one of Tabitha's husbands." I think we've got enough in town already. And welcome, by the way, Forever Autumn. And you came just in time. I'm gonna in a minute. I'm gonna hit the giveaway button and I'll draw 5 names for the hashtag Smiley giveaway. And CT5E. Good. Glad you made it. You made it. So I did the same thing. Just in time. I did the last thing for the last giveaway, the same thing, hashtag Smiley, but it just seems fitting because now we've got Smiley back. So I've got Smiley on the brain
And
right
we
now.
interviewed Smiley, so that makes sense to me.
My very first interview, that was so amazing. I got to interview Smiley. Like that was so much fun. I'm so glad you got to be there too.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that was great.
because I know how much you love Smiley and how excited you were that he's back.
That was
So
pretty exciting.
I was so glad
Infinite Umbra has to be lowercase.
Yeah. Infinite Umbra. Just can you type that again, but lowercase? All lowercase Smiley. And I'll wait. See, this is why I give it time. I give it time because, some people are listening while they're doing other things. And it's cool. Take your time.
If you want to go to Sci-Fi Vision and watch us do a 90-minute interview with Smiley, it's up. It's up on Sci-Fi Vision's channel.
Yeah. If you guys didn't catch it, I know there was a lot going on that night, on the night of the finale, Sunday night. there were multiple lives going on, and I know there was an Instagram live with most of the cast, so a lot of people didn't get to catch it, but we did interview Jamie Maguire, aka Smiley, on Sci-Fi Vision's channel. So if anybody, if you didn't catch it, the interview is up, and he was there for the first 90 minutes. We were live for like 8 hours or something, but something crazy like that. But he was on with us for 90 minutes, which I think is the longest interview he's ever done. That's pretty damn cool.
I'm glad I was part of that.
I'm so glad you were there too. It was so much fun, and like I never thought we'd get to talk to him as much as we did. I thought
I did not. Dieter asked me if I have that recording for Instagram Live. No, I don't. It was either the movie blog or somebody that had it. And I looked at theirs.
Oh yeah, I saw the movie Guru had it too.
Oh, the movie Guru. I mean, I probably got confused. One of them had it.
Yep, I've got to watch that. I
couldn't watch it in real time because I was interviewing Smiley for 90 minutes.
And it was so worth it. It was so worth it. We can watch that. We can watch that live. Yeah, that Instagram live whenever. And it's not like we could have easily interacted with them anyway. There were 2,000 people watching and the chat was flying by. So
yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
So I would much rather have been interviewing Smiley at that moment. Definitely. So worth it. And he was so sweet and gracious, humble as hell,
and funny.
And generous of his time to do that. So yeah, Dieter, I'll post the link in the Discord from that live from Instagram. And Muncher Lyncher said, "What would you all do if you woke up with sleep paralysis and saw Smiley in the corner?" Oh shit! That's what a horrifying thought. You can't even move, and he's just there in the corner. Jeez, that's nightmare fuel. Holy shit! Oh my god. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. I just love him. I'm so glad he's back. What an epic return. Okay. I think I'm gonna hit the giveaway button. Probably wait it long enough. Let's see, how long did I give it? Did I give it enough time? Yeah, I think I gave it enough time. It's been like 10 minutes. It's been 10 minutes. All right. Bobby G said, if I saw Smiley, I would be terrified in real life. He has created an unshakable villain. He's got a face for horror. He's just so good at the creepy smile that he does. He's a natural. I think this is still so new to Jamie Maguire that he's still surprised by fans and people wanting to interview him. Yeah, he didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave because Jamie, who from Sci-Fi Vision, kept telling him, we don't want to keep you up. We know it's late where you are. He stayed with us till 1 a.m. his time. For us, it was earlier, but he wanted to stay. He was like, "Oh, I'm good." He'll stay anywhere as long as he's asked, basically. So, all right. Okay, I'm going to switch tabs so you can actually see, because when I do the giveaway thing, it's actually it's cool looking. You can actually see the names kind of shuffling through, and then there's like confetti shit. It's fun. It's fun to look at.
You don't have any graphics, but I'll ring the bell for our winners.
Yeah. So I'm gonna close.
Here. That's what I got.
Yeah. I'm gonna close a couple tabs so that it's functioning well. Okay. Is this the right one from Finale Theories and Give Up? Yeah, this is it. Okay.
So anybody forever hold their peace if they don't want to type in Smiley. You know, when Jade said that, it was really interesting because it reminded me of wedding ceremonies.
Yeah, it's hashtag Smiley lowercase, and I'm gonna hit the giveaway button. Let's see. Okay, now you guys can see it. All right, here we go. Start collecting comments. Okay. There we go. And we've got one. Wolf Spear. Wolf Spear is a winner. Nice. It's so fun. I love how they do this with the confetti and stuff. It makes it so festive and exciting. I like it. And Dieter said that if his comes up, that you could have his Scarlet.
Sweet.
Yeah.
It's kind of you.
Okay. 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 Here we go. Next one. And we got another one. CT5V New Era. Nice. Nice. Okay. I love it. I love this. This is so much fun to do. Like, I'm enjoying it, even though I'm the one doing the game. I'm not getting anything. Okay. The third one. And we got another one. It's Golden Child. Golden Child is the third one. There we go. I should have done it like on a night where there were more people, probably, but there just wasn't any other night this week that worked. So
yeah, but these people will tell other people when we have the next one.
Yeah,
they'll spread
yeah,
the news. They'll spread the good word.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me check the. Okay, here we go. And there's another one, the Great Ocean Disaster. Aquarium, I believe. I think that's the rest of it. Nice. Okay.
Sounds like a great place to visit.
Yes. So that was number 4, and we've got one more. One more. I feel like I need like a drum roll sound effect. Oh, Dieter was one of them. Dieter was one of them. That's it. That's the 5 winners. And I'm going to be doing another one too. So this won't be the last one. I have more of these things, but I just wanted to split it into more than one night. So
Peter can you can have the talisman, buddy. If you wish.
There we go. Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that. And I've got more stuff to do another night too. That was the first one. Congrats, Dieter. No need for your art to stop now. I'm dead.
Oh no, I think we killed someone. Oh no. Yeah. We have to resuscitate him.
Smiley is eating me.
Oh yes. God.
A moderator won the game. This game is rigged. Oh no. Congrats, everyone. Well, moderators don't have any. It's completely random, trust me. Moderators don't have any edge over anybody else. StreamYard just picks at random. Yeah, congrats to all the winners. Can't say I'm not pissed. This won't be the last
one.
There's going to be another one. I might even do it next week, actually. I might just do another one next week. I'm not sure which day, maybe Wednesday, but I've got more stuff to give away. This isn't the last. Donna said the game was rigged. Yeah, Dieter's a volunteer moderator.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, CT5V New Era. You're welcome. Absolutely. Yes. So, yeah, congrats to all the winners. Congrats on second place. They're all the same. Hey, Jason Deerham, when last do you think the man in yellow had a shower? It doesn't look like it's been recent.
So Julie, how do these people claim their prizes?
So, okay. So as far as claiming them, so you got to do so that for the next one, you got to do another hashtag because it like the way that StreamYard works, it will collect them from that particular stream. So like I'll have to do like a whole new one over again. Yeah. So everybody will have an equal chance. When's the last time anybody's had a shower in Frogville? Yeah, right. Okay, so as far as collecting it, so I have. It's up to you guys if you want to email me or if you want to contact me on X. But I just need to get your address information so that I can send it to you. So like, and you can tell me which type of coaster you want out of the 5. I'll send you a picture. Like you can, if you can just like email me or DM me. Let me see my X account. I'm putting it in the chat right now, but it's also in the description. Let's see. Oh, where is it? It's x.com/Julie B deep dives, which is easy enough to remember, but just in case you need the link, that's my X account. And if you're not on X, my Gmail is, I'll put that in the chat too. But it's also in the description of this video, my Gmail and my X account. So that's my email address. So whatever you guys prefer for the 5 winners, you can just you can email me or you can DM me, and then just give me your address information that way, and I will and I'll get them out to you. So hey, top of the morning to you, Joshua Waterman. Great to see you. So glad to see you. Yeah, so yeah, just reach out to me either on X or on my Gmail, and then I'll get that stuff out to you guys. And it's really cool. Nick Al did an amazing job making these. He really did. Little Dirty X said, sure, it might seem random, but the coding is predetermined and the patterns can be recognized. What might seem random? I'm lost on that one. Or Discord. That's another way. Not everybody's in the Discord, but if Discord works, then message me through Discord. Absolutely, Golden Child. Yeah, whichever you guys prefer. So email, chat. Oh, Scarlett's gone. Don't know what happened. Gmail, which I put in the chat. X, or what's the other one? Discord. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's a line of dialogue from Jade's script in season 4. Yeah, I wish we had information on that. Spoiler alert. Let's see. Wait, I missed something. No, I can't find it now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened with Scarlett. Her sometimes her StreamYard just kicks her off. It just kicks her right off. But anyway. Let's see. Yeah, spoilers are allowed now. There are no spoilers anymore. Frommer's frumming around tonight, right? Seriously. We're always frumming around. I'm gonna oh, okay. I sent Scarlett a DM. Maybe that happened. LOL. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm gonna put a link in the chat in case anybody wants to pop on and talk. No pressure. You don't have to if you don't feel like it, but I'm gonna put that in there because I did put that. I think I put that right in the title of this video that I was gonna post the call-in link, and I was gonna do it earlier, but the chat gets away from me sometimes. You guys always have such great things to say, and then I get far behind because I'm reading the entire chat. I did a pretty good job, actually. I managed to read almost all of the comments. I hardly had to skip anything, and it's still caught up. So yeah, wait a minute. I'm just trying to pin the link to the StreamYard to the top of the chat. So there's still more stuff I want to get into talking about the finale. There's still we've got a lot to unpack over the next year and a half, there's still plenty to talk about. And Infinite Umbra, it's for I mean, some people hang out longer if they want to. Other people just pop on and have something they want to discuss, or, you know, a theory they want to talk about, something specific. And other people stay longer. But yeah, that's right, Infinite Umbra. So posting that up there. Hopefully Scarlett can manage to get back on. I don't know what happened. Yeah, that was weird. Sometimes Discord, I mean, whatever, StreamYard is not good. It's not very kind to her. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm still working on my breakdown for the finale. Hopefully, I don't know if I'll have it done by tomorrow, maybe by Sunday. So I'm working on that. I am working on Silo also. I'm going to cover Silo, just a little bit behind. I'm going to do episode breakdowns on Silo, and soon we're going to have Severance watch parties in the Discord and do some streams, some live streams for Severance. So yeah, okay, cool, Infinite Umbra. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Dieter says, I'm afraid to call in. I'll leave it to professional people, and the kids are screaming dad all the time. No need to be afraid if you ever want to call in, but that's fine. If you're not comfortable, no worries. I'm working right now, so can I contact you after work? Of course, CT5V. Absolutely. Yeah, no hurry. Yeah, just take your time. I'll be here, not going anywhere. Yeah, absolutely. Great Ocean Disaster Aquariums. You are welcome. Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm psyched to cover Severance. I'm still going to keep talking from every week. That's not going to change. Every week I'm going to cover from. I'd like to do a weekly live stream. Hopefully people are still down to talk about it. There's a lot to still talk about in the off season. And then at the same time, I'm going to cover Severance. We're going to do watch parties in the Discord starting December 13th every Friday, and do a couple episodes at once, and then come on YouTube and discuss. And then I'll cover Severance, the new season. So excited about that. Yeah. Obviously, anybody calling in, make sure we keep it clean, and I trust you guys. If I see somebody that I'm not familiar with, I'm going to be a little nervous about it, but everybody here in the chat I recognize right now. Okay, so while we're waiting for Scarlett and Infinite Umbra, I'm gonna share my photo tab again so we can go over some stuff together. Let me see. Let me get my photos back up. Scarlett probably saw a tree. Yeah, maybe, Dieter. Maybe. Oh, that's the wrong album. We got to get to episode 10. Yeah, there we go. So now I know a lot of people were really excited about the idea of the King in Yellow being like an inspiration for the Man in Yellow. I don't know. I don't know if that was their intent, but the nice thing about analyzing things, like analyzing a book or a film or a show, you can analyze it however you want, and you can find whatever meaning in it you want to, and interpret it however you want. You can analyze things through, like, you can analyze it through a Freudian lens, or like a feminist lens, or like there are all different ways to analyze a piece of art. So even if it wasn't the original intent, you can still find your own meaning in it. There's a concept called the death of the author. And that means as soon as an author has written a book, as soon as you write that book, it's like the author effectively dies. Not literally, but that book, it kind of takes on a life of its own, and you can now analyze it however you choose. Anybody that's reading that book can analyze it, can glean whatever meaning from it that they choose, even if it wasn't the author's original intent. And I think we can do that with this show too. So even if we find out that, okay, this man in yellow isn't as deep as we're hoping, and maybe it's not as deep as like the King in Yellow from Lovecraft, that's okay. We can analyze it however we want. Oh, hey, I see infinite number there. I don't know why it doesn't. It's supposed to make a noise and alert me when someone's there. So sorry for the delay. Hey, are you there?
Hey, I'm here.
Hi. Sorry if you were waiting a minute. I didn't hear a noise letting me know you're here.
I snuck in. I was very stealth-like. No, it's fine. I was just looking up some stuff. I heard you talking about the King in Yellow, and so I'm like, let me look into that because I've heard you speak on it. I've heard of other people mention it, but I wasn't quite sure what it was referenced to. So it's about the Cthulhu story, basically mythology, I guess, and he wanders his way into that mythology somehow, as inspired by Hastur, it says.
Right. Yeah. I actually need to research it more myself because I'm not really familiar. Until recently, I hadn't even heard of it. So it's interesting. It's interesting stuff. And I can see why people are connecting it to this possibly. And maybe it drew some inspiration from the King in Yellow. And like this idea of forbidden knowledge and that sort of thing. And like, this Lovecraftian concept about like staring into the abyss and it's like, I think there was something to do with driving people mad once they learned like certain information. Like it would drive them insane. And maybe there's something to that in the show because the boy in white told Christopher something. Apparently it didn't go very well. Maybe he snapped. So there could be Lovecraftian influences here. I don't know. It's something I need to research more. But Scarlett heard an interview from Ricky He saying that John Griffin just got the idea for the Man in Yellow from like seeing some random guy in a yellow suit on the street, and then and then later,
wow.
Yeah, that's kind of disheartening.
He saw the guy. He's like, oh, that's creepy.
Yeah,
putting that in the show.
Right. I would hope it's a little deeper than that. Hopefully, at least he came up with some deep meaning to this guy, and maybe just the aesthetic, the appearance of the guy. He got the idea from the street, for the guy on the street. But
yeah, it feels like you should have more. I don't know, forethought with the guy personally. Well, with his creations, I guess. But hey, you never know where inspiration can come from, I guess.
Right. Yeah. I hope it's more than just something random that he saw. It's got to be. Like, I know that there are certain parts of the show they didn't conceive of when they first made it. In the first original script, Jade was supposed to be a teenage girl in a bikini showing up. So they totally reworked that one. And look how it turned out. It turned out great. It doesn't seem like they just were winging it. It seems like Jade was always supposed to be there. He's so central to the show. So yeah, so hopefully they do something really interesting with this character, even if it's a little the inspiration for it seems a little random. And apparently he saw the same guy in the yellow suit later, and the guy looked all dirty. So I guess that I gotta watch the interview still, but that's what Scarlett told me.
Yeah. So my thinking and wondering is, what ultimately will he be? What role will he play? Because he seems like he's the big bad behind everything.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to come out into the daylight like he is, and communicating and all of that, and obviously he was the man talking to Jim through the communicating through him through the phone and through the receiver when they put the thing together. I just don't understand what role he plays in it, but he seems like he has some type of higher hierarchy than the other monsters there. Clearly he's strong like they are. I don't know if he feasts on people the way they do. That's what I'm wondering.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about him that's clearly not he's not just a human guy walking around, because he's got some sort of claws. Like, he was able to rip Jim's throat open with just his bare hands, and we didn't really get a good look. It just happened so quick, but they had to be really long claws, so there's something inhuman here. And now with the lighting, it made his eyes look black, so I was thinking his eyes are black, but then I saw another shot of him, like a brief shot where he's talking to Jim saying your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, and his eyes don't look black in that. I think they did this with the lighting just to make him look more demonic, but I don't think they're actually black. Hey, Billy Dixon Productions says, and hey there, welcome, says he saw this, so this person, he saw the interview, or Billy Dixon Productions said they saw the interview. John Griffin saw this guy with the yellow suit, and he was so full of life and joyous. And then he saw the same guy, and later, and life had beaten that joy out of him. So interesting.
Oh, wow. Okay. That adds a nice wrinkle to it.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
So maybe extrapolating from that, maybe the guy will have been one of the original people there, and he was one of the cheery, kind of upstanding types, and then life happened. Maybe he lost somebody, lost kids, lost a wife, whatever the case may be, and he made some type of pact with some type of evil entity there, and it had to bring other people into it to give them, like, that's why the immortality would play into others having sacrificed the kids and things like that.
Yeah, that would make sense. Absolutely. And hey, LV Coyote Moncure Smith, welcome. Nice to see you. And this person says, don't forget he is gay. He came with his partner. We don't know that. People are forgetting he's gay when pairing him. I was thinking maybe he's gay because he came with Toby. They seemed very close. He was very emotional at his friend's death. And when Trudy threw herself at him, he looked at her like she had 3 heads. So I know that kind of sparked some viewers to think, including myself, like maybe he's gay. But we don't know that, actually. He was very focused on figuring out what the hell was going on. So maybe he looked at her like that because he just wasn't in that headspace. He wasn't thinking about hooking up with anyone at that moment. So we don't know we don't know anything about that. Like, it's possible. Maybe he's gay, maybe. But I mean, honestly, it wouldn't really make sense to me now for him to be gay. If he's reincarnated from the original Jade, I feel like he wouldn't be, because, he was with Tabitha originally. So I don't know. You never know, though. Let's see. Joshua.
I think Dieter has a good point where he's pointing out, like, if it was his partner, he would have had a stronger reaction.
I think so.
That. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, he was upset, but he wasn't like completely gutted. He got over it pretty quick. He was upset, but he wasn't like devastated, from what I could tell. Bobby G said in season 1, episode 4, Ethan says how they're on a quest and will have to save someone like Norman in the Lake of Tears. He said sometimes he thinks that's where Thomas is, on a heroic quest. Right. Right. I don't know what that means exactly. Like, they keep bringing up Thomas. Is it somehow possible? But Thomas died back in the real world, so I don't know. And I still think Jim seems like the Norman of the story now. At least symbolically, because Julie's going to keep trying to save him. Anyway, and if Ethan tries hard enough, he can help Thomas save the kingdom. Kingdom equals town. Yeah, that's what Ethan said. Yeah, I think going back and rewatching it, we're going to get a lot of new insights now, knowing what we know now. And why yellow? It's kind of weird, right? Yeah, yellow isn't the color I would think of when I think of an evil entity. Yellow. But somebody on Biggerford Entertainment's panel had a really interesting point. Brian, he said that I've been talking about how yellow symbolizes hope in Western cultures. And if the big bad kind of feeds on people's hope, then maybe he's wearing yellow because it's like he's wearing their hope that they're feeding on. So I liked that idea.
It could. That's an interesting one. Maybe it could be the case that, since it now he looks worn out, it looks dusty. He looks dusty and worn out, and kind of, I don't want to say demonic, but he definitely looks corrupted. Maybe it's a corruption where it was a bright and cheery yellow before, or it's representative of the corruption he's had, where he used to be a brighter color, and now it's corrupted into this off-colored, yellow that tainted over time. I wonder. Also, too, let me ask you. We had that painting that they had. I guess, not Tabitha, but the reincarnated form. What was her name? I cannot remember her name. No, Miranda.
Miranda, yeah.
When she drew him, it had the little red paint part on the face. But do you think that was just a matter of the paint, or was it symbolic of the possibly a scar on his face?
Wait, on whose face?
The man in yellow.
I don't know. In the painting, I gotta pull that up and look at that. Actually, I've been meaning to look at that again because it did look like there was something on his face. I remember that. I'm gonna pull that up. That was from episode 3 when they looked at. Wait, was it 3? No, it was episode 2. They looked at the paintings. Let me take a look at that. And I remember when that episode aired and we were looking at the paintings, everybody went crazy over this man in yellow painting. And I was thinking, of all these wild paintings down here, including this crazy looking Cyclops monster who looked like he's about to eat a bunch of kids, it's interesting that everyone's focusing in on this painting of a man in a yellow suit. But there was just something about him that stuck out, and turns out, yeah, he's definitely hugely important. So it's interesting to me. And he has this red aura surrounding him, which seems obviously hint at evil. He's wearing the yellow suit, but he's got the red aura. This show loves to play with the yellows and reds. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, he's got a mark on the right side of his face. Yeah. And some people have pointed out that Randall also has a scar on the same side of his face. So there's something to be said about that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You'll also notice like the red behind him points to more of something sinister about him. Also, too, notice the left side is all yellow. Yeah. And more normal relatively. Then you look at his right side and it's corrupted with the little black and such little lines and dots or whatever if you will.
Yeah.
Which to me seems like maybe he was corrupted over time.
Yeah. That's an interesting point. I like that. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but yeah. That's an interesting point. Maybe he was corrupted over time and because one side of his suit still looks clean and the other side is not. It's a very good observation. I like that. And someone earlier in the chat pointed out that he's got gray hair now, and in this painting he had brown hair. So this is maybe before, this is before his entire suit got dirty. Maybe he was corrupted over time. This was when he was younger. Whatever he is now, I think he's some kind of immortal being himself who's probably been around since the beginning, maybe. I mean, he wouldn't have been wearing this outfit from the beginning. If, let's say he was around when the people sacrificed their kids, obviously he's not going to be wearing a suit that's from the 20th century, but maybe he just changed his look like the monsters changed their wardrobe. So,
speaking of the wardrobe changes, do you think the case is that the monsters just changed over time and put on different newer outfits to kind of fit in that era, or that the monsters may have done what they did in those different specific eras? because the suit he has on looks kind of like a zoot suit. It's probably in the 40s.
Yeah. It does look like that. Yeah, a zoot suit. Yeah, I've heard people say that. Yeah. It seems like it is from an earlier time, like the 40s. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's where he originated, or he's just still wearing clothes from that time. It's interesting. Yeah. A lot of people keep thinking this guy looks like Randall, and I do see the resemblance. But I just don't. I don't know. Randall, like, how would it be? How would Randall turn into that if the guy's been around for a long time? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how that would work. I just don't see it being Randall. I don't know. I think that mark on his face might just be a red herring to make us think it's Randall. I just can't really figure out in my head how that would work. Let me see what people are saying here. Let's see. Sounds like Ethan living in this town, all full of life and hope, and the town just breaks him. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let's see.
Speaking of Ethan, do you buy any of the theory that maybe he turns into the man in yellow, the boy in white, rather, and Ethan, or the boy in white, I guess?
It's possible. I can't really see Ethan going down a path that dark. I think that he's a fundamentally good character. I know he's just a kid, but I can't see that happening. I can't see him actually, for one thing, killing his own father. I don't know what would motivate him to do that. Like, it's not as if Jim, like, the only way I could see him doing it is if Jim somehow stood in the way of all of this ending, and Jim had to be removed from the situation in order for them to finally break the cycle in some way. But Jim was irrelevant to the plot at this point. He really didn't do anything of significance anymore. So I don't know why Ethan would take out his own father unless it was absolutely necessary somehow. But yeah.
That's a good point. And that makes me think of something else. What is the motivation for everything? What is the motivation for the creatures to continue doing what they're doing? To go and, kill people and, snack on them, or whatever the case may be. It doesn't seem like they need to eat on people. I don't understand the motivation for them to do it. If they gain immortality, do they have to continue to eat people to live? Or like, what? I don't understand what drives them.
I think that it's part of the curse. The way that I see it, I think that it's part of the curse that when they were turned into these creatures, that part of it was that they would be compelled against their will to, constantly rip people apart. It's not something that they want to do. And like, that's why I think Jasmine said to Kevin, I didn't choose to be this way. And then she kills him. And then when she stands there and looks in the mirror, it almost looks like she's unhappy about what she had to just do. Like she didn't really want to. She just stares at herself in the mirror and tries to get the blood off of her collar and can't get it off. I think it's like a compulsion that just comes with being one of the nightmare creatures. They have to do this, and there's nothing that they can do to stop themselves. They move like robots. Like, they clearly don't have control over what they're doing. The way that they move, when they were letting the livestock out, I noticed it. I really noticed it then. Like the 60s lady went over. She had like this 60s looking bob haircut, and she went over, and just the way she opened the gate for the livestock, very robotic, stiff movements, and then just turns and walks away. And then we got another guy, the milkman, walks up robotically, opens the barn door. So I feel like they have no control over what they're actually doing. They're just forced to. the man in yellow, Bobby G says, what if the man in yellow is kind of like reverse aging? He's just awoken and is in his weakened form. As he feeds and grows in power, he'll look younger. It's a good idea. Could be. Yeah, could be. Let's see. Bobby G says, I don't think they go for the tongues and organs for no reason. Sarah was ordered after killing Toby to take his tongue. It's odd. Yeah, I don't know why the tongue. And of course, Jasmine ripped out Kevin's tongue. So that's a good point. And the organs. Now, I really wish this season we had gotten confirmation of whether the monsters eat the organs or not, because we don't know what happens to the organs still. Boyd was watching Tianjin getting ripped up, and he should have seen. He said he saw everything he watched. What did they do with the organs? We still didn't get an answer, and Fatima was compelled to drink blood when she was carrying one of these creatures. So it does give you kind of a hint that maybe they are eating the organs. Maybe they consume the blood. They have the bile in their body, like based on what we saw with Smiley, and that aids in digestion. So yeah, I don't know. Hey, the Chromonacle Fletch, nice to see you. Hey there, Fromaholics. Great to see you as always. Boy in White shared knowledge to Christopher. Knowledge comes with a cost. Get what I'm saying? Maybe the man in yellow killed Christopher, or he was the reason for that massacre. Yeah. Boy in White shared knowledge to Christopher. Knowledge comes with a cost. Yeah, maybe the man in white killed Christopher, or he was the reason for that massacre. That's a great point, Fletch. Yeah. Because the boy in white told Victor that I tried telling Christopher, and he didn't say what happened, but he said, I think it's best that you learn on your own. It's the only way you'll understand. I took that to mean that it drove Christopher crazy to get too much revealed to him all at once, and he snapped. But maybe the man in white killed him. Man in yellow, rather, killed him. I don't know.
It is interesting though about Jasmine, like you said, the monster who tricked the guy into falling for her. What was his name? Kevin tricked him into falling for her, and then she did seem like she was remorseful or felt something, like looking into the mirror and trying to clear the blood off of her face and things like that. It's weird because she's the only one that has shown that kind of human emotion out of all of them. It seems like either they were kind of still fishing for what they wanted these monsters to be, because like for instance, we hear about the Smiley thing, and I know you asked the actor that the other day, earlier this week, about him improvising the smile, and that wasn't in the script. You see, he improvised it. So I'm wondering, did the showrunners kind of know how they wanted these monsters to present themselves fully? Because they're, as I said, she presented herself as remorseful and had like human emotion, lying to him, and it felt like at least for a brief moment, like she felt some type of regret or something, although it didn't stop her from, eating him up, but still.
Right. Yeah, it didn't stop her from doing that.
Jasmine was gorgeous, by the way. Oh yeah, Dieter, yeah, Dieter, he agrees.
Yeah, Jasmine was beautiful. But they gave her a really creepy look. They did a great job with the makeup, and they did some CGI stuff to her face, I heard, to make her look really creepy. And she was great. Maybe Jasmine is the newest monster to the cycle, and that's why she still has a name and human-like feelings somewhat. Yeah, I wish she were still on the show. She was good. She was good.
What? Yeah. What? I wonder what happened with her. Like, why they haven't brought her back, or maybe she found a job, or I wonder.
I think she probably just got other work. I think I heard something about that. But I'm just glad they brought Smiley back. Easily the best monster they ever had. brilliant move. We were all saying all along, what a stupid decision to get rid of him. He was the best one. Why would they do that? I'm sure they were planning on bringing him back from the start. Now this was all part of the plan.
Yep, that's the thing about it. Yeah, it seems like it was always part of the plan. Because I think, it seems like, why would you do that? Like, we all saw that, so clearly they had to know it too, right? They knew that fans had received them well. So yeah, I think it was part of the plan.
Oh yeah. I because like, yeah, that it seemed like a really stupid decision, and now I understand it, because it was just all part of an epic story arc where he was ultimately going to be brought back. I'm sure of it. Especially since now we know that the monsters were always supposed to be immortal. So this wasn't just a retcon where they realized, oh shit, we screwed up. We shouldn't have gotten rid of him. He was the best one. We got to bring him back, which would have felt kind of like cheating. I wanted him back, but I thought if they bring him back in a cheesy way, it's just going to feel like they're cheating and cheapening it. But now it just seems genius, because they set this into motion immediately. Fatima was pregnant immediately, right at the time when he was killed off. I'm sure that they planned on doing this from the start. And we talked to Jamie during the interview, who plays Smiley, and he said that when they killed him off, I asked him this, like, did you have any idea? Because I think this was part of the plan. Did you have any idea that they'd bring you back? And he said no. He didn't know until, they were making season 3, and then they got in touch with him. He wasn't told at all. So he was thrilled.
Wow. Yeah. I missed that part of that. I didn't know he said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I know I did ask about the red blob painting. I mentioned that in the chat. I think your co-host read that one. But that seems to have been about him. I don't know. I don't know how that plays out. Maybe the case was that maybe they didn't have it planned then. Maybe it was going to be someone else they possibly used that for, and then saw the reception and was like, nope, it'll be him.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it is possible that maybe they were going to just bring him back with, like, they could have just because like they're all supposed to be immortal. It could have just been like, so supposedly the soul of the original person who was in Smiley's form. He could have been brought back in a different monster form. They didn't have to bring him back. That immortal monster could have just looked different when it came back. But the smartest thing they could have done was bring him. And it's possible they just didn't tell him so that he wouldn't accidentally like spill it during that long break. They like to keep things close to the vest. They don't share much. The actors don't know much of anything about what's going to happen. Dieter's like, wish Julie would be on the show. Yeah, that would be great. Put me on the show.
If you had an opportunity to get a role on there, you could pick what you would be. What would you pick? Would you be one of the people, one of the townspeople, the survivors, or would you choose to be one of the monsters? What would you choose?
I think it would be so much fun to be one of the monsters. I would want to be one of the monsters. I would like that.
I can see that. Yeah, being one of like the lady who pointed her fingers to her head, like she was in, to mess with Boyd as if she was shooting herself.
Yeah. Just trolling them. Yeah, that was so great. Trolling him. Oh man, I loved it. She's like, "Are you all right in there, Boyd?" Right when she knew he was not all right. Like, that was so great.
How you holding up in there?
Yeah. I love it. I love how they know how to trigger people. They know how to push their buttons, and it worked on Boyd. Totally worked.
These monsters have been on Twitter. They know the trolling tactics needed to trigger people. These are Reddit monsters. Reddit and they've trained.
Yes. Yeah. Honestly, the big bad in general is the expert trolling entity. Like this season, the jukebox playing "Celebrate Good Times" to Kenny right after he was told he lost his mom. Damn, that's cold. Wow. That's some it's some messed up trolling. Like the evil entity, you can't say it doesn't have a sense of humor. It's a dark sense of humor, but it's a sense of humor. And then, of course, there was Thomas on the phone. It doesn't get darker trolling than that, pretending to be, using the name of this man's deceased child. Like, hey, Dad. Oh my God. That was diabolical, doing that to him. And right up to the end on the radio there in the RV saying, Dad, don't leave me here. And then Jim's ignoring him, walks away, and the voice changes into a taunting tone. Where are you going? Oh my God. I loved how well they were trolled this season. The fans were trolled and the people on the show were trolled. It was the season of trolling. I had to say I enjoyed it. Forever Autumn said, I think Sarah was told to take the tongue to make it look like a monster cover for herself. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Bobby G said the monsters really are robotic. Yeah. Were you going to say something?
No, I was just thinking like the monsters telling her to do it. I wonder, do they care though? Like about covering their trails? I don't know if they do. But then at the same time, maybe, because you do see instances like with the kimono lady covering her mouth. So there are things where they have to, it seems like their plan could go wrong if some things don't happen. So maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think in that case, they would want to protect her because she was kind of working for the big bad at the time. She was doing what the voices told her, and they wanted her to unalive Ethan. So, I think that she needed to be protected. So they wanted her to be protected from blame. And killing Toby seemed to be kind of a test to see how far she'd be willing to go, maybe. Or maybe the evil entity got screwed up. Honestly, though, I don't think it was mistaken identity because the big bad seems to know everything about everybody. So it would have known that this is not Jade. And I think it just was testing Sarah, seeing how far she'll go. And then the ultimate test was trying to murder Ethan. So it was protecting her. Bobby G said these monsters really are robotic. And Randall even mentions that because he lives in the bus, he watches them and they looked like animatronics. Leads to another puppet master at work here. Yeah, he mentioned that they looked like animatronics. They had routines every night. They'd come out and do the same thing. He said all night long, like every single night. So really, like robots, controlled by an outside entity, a hive mind kind of thing. Like they knew that the ambulance was coming and they were ready. They changed their tactics. One of them laid in the street, ambushing. So whatever is going on, they're not in control. I don't know what happened to Scarlet. Normally she doesn't, like if she drops off by mistake, she comes back like shortly after, like her iPad will kick her off, StreamYard will kick her off, then she comes back. And if she doesn't, then she'll at least try or she'll send me a DM, but I haven't even heard from her. I think Fromville got her. It's not like her. I don't know what happened. Let's see. Dieter said, I think the tongue so their souls can't speak or help the living after they die. Yeah, that's possible. I've heard that theory. Maybe, yeah, because we know Abby's a voice that sounded like Abby spoke to Boyd through Sarah. And so maybe if you take the tongue out, then they can't speak or appear to the living after. And if you believe that Ghost Khatri and Ghost Tom are legit, actually like the spirits of those people, then taking out their tongues might have prevented that. So, see, the promenade flesh, just connect the dots. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about, yeah, maybe the man in yellow killed Christopher. That could be, that's a possibility. Let's see. The Bobby G said, I think the point about why Boy and White won't tell them directly is because the reincarnated souls lack the conviction to believe him. That's why finding out the truth on their own is so important. Yeah, I think so. And I think it's too much for them to deal with. It's overwhelming to get all that information dumped on them at once. So
you
yeah.
think maybe he's kind of leading them to the water rather than directly giving them the water, huh?
That's what I think. Yeah.
Makes some sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And like Bobby G here said, it gives them the conviction to keep going and work together, like, because they have to try to figure this out and solve this together. I think that makes sense. Yeah. I think that's why he sent Tabitha out of the lighthouse. He was like, that he used the same phrase that he used when he talked to Victor later. The only way, he said to Tabitha, I'm sorry, this is the only way. He sent her out there. She learned about Miranda, aka her past life, and the chosen ones. She saw the paintings. She was getting pieces, bits and pieces to set in motion the return of her memories. And then later, Boy and White told Victor, I think it's best you learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand. Again, it's the only way. I think that's what he's doing here in this cycle, rather than just telling them everything, trying to get them to come to that understanding on their own, leading them in the right direction. The Chromonacle Fletch said, I think the Boy in White doesn't tell them because he feels remorse, because he knows he can't share that knowledge. Otherwise, Man in White gets summoned because knowledge comes with a cost.
That's a good one.
I like that.
Yeah, that makes some sense. It's interesting too, because even thinking about when he pushed Tabitha through the lighthouse window, he showed up in that town. Like, if you remember, when she went back to the real world, or whatever you want to call it, the normal world, he was there, like smirking and all that, which seemed a little devious, a little bit. But so I don't understand how that works, because clearly he was there too. He's not just trapped in Fromville, it would seem, but to anyone who's attached to it, it looks like.
I think what it is that he's able to appear to people, certain people, in visions outside of Fromville. So he was able to appear to Tabitha in a vision outside of there. He was able to appear in Elgin's dream on the bus. Elgin said that he had that dream. This season, he actually said it, that he had the dream on the way into town. I think he had that dream before he actually got there. So that would be another case of Boy and White appearing to someone outside of there. I think he's able to do that. So kind of project himself out of there. And it doesn't mean that he's just free to do what he pleases, but maybe he can kind of project himself out in visions. But he himself is still tethered to Fromville. And I think that he did that to lead Tabitha in the right direction. So, like, rather than just telling her to go this way, go to Henry's house, he kind of just appeared down the street. She walked that way and followed him into a shop. He disappeared, and then when she left the shop, she was right in front of the church where she met the priest, who very eagerly encouraged her to open that lunchbox with the address in it. So all of that had to be orchestrated, I think. I think the Boy in White kind of spoke to that priest in his head, like pretending to be the voice of God, giving him information. Tabitha's going to be coming. A woman is going to be coming. You need to point her in the right direction. She'll have a lunchbox. Have her open it. He was so eager. He said, see, what did Victor pack you in there? What kind of snacks did he give you? She's like, oh, I don't really want to eat anything. And he said, humor me. So I feel like he knew something. And we've already got precedent for someone thinking they hear the voice of God, but it's really connected to Fromville, in my opinion. And that was Father Cautry hearing the voice of God the night that he landed in Fromville. It literally told him to get back in his car and drive. And then 2 hours later, he was in Fromville. So yeah, I think that was Fromville entity that was speaking to him. And I think it did it again with the Camden priest. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Because that's just too coincidental. Father Crabtree was about to jump off a bridge. Voice of God speaks to him, tells him, get back in your car and drive. Then he lands in Fromville. We were told that story for a reason. That I don't think God actually sent him there. He thought that. But
Right.
too uncanny.
The Fromville entity was like, hey, why waste yourself there when we can do it for you here?
Right. Exactly.
Come on down to Fromville.
Yeah. It's sad. It exploited his faith right up to the end. To the very end, he thought that he had a divine path there. And yeah, Fromville had other plans for him, unfortunately. But
yeah. The one worry I have, though, with the show is knowing that their ties to Lost is that there are going to be a lot of things unanswered and unsatisfactory, and I'm worried about that because it feels like some things are just really, like, honestly, if we really dive into it, there are a bunch of unfinished plots and such. We still don't know anything, for instance, even with the introduction of these totems, what that meant, like what was that about. The boy being dragged in the tent, like what was that all about? Obviously it's
right.
the popular theory is the spiders, etc., which I am not excited to see because I hate spiders.
I know.
But I'm just, it's like a lot unanswered, and I honestly feel like it's probably going to end up being unsatisfactory, as they're not going to really give us answers for those things, for a lot of things at least.
Yeah, it's a concern for sure. I'm only halfway through Lost, but I have heard a lot of fans were let down by the ending, so I it's a little concerning. But and there are still a lot of unanswered questions. Obviously, like the spider webs, that a massive amount of spider webs that those little spiders couldn't have produced that many webs. That's ridiculous. So it's a little concerning, wondering about that. And I am happy though that they did deliver. I'm reassured by season 3 on that, because up until season 3 they really didn't answer much of anything. The only question they really answered is, can a monster be killed? And what does it look like on the inside? That's it. Other than that, it was just questions on top of questions. This season, we actually got some answers. Yes, we got more questions too, of course, but we got answers. We got answers. We got, who threw the rope? Where did the monsters come from? Can they really be killed for real or not? How are they brought back to life? Tabitha and Jade, we found out huge answers on their origins, where they came from, and now we understand why the show is called From. That was something we always wondered. Why is this called From, which is also called Origins in other countries? It's because it's all about where they came from originally, their origins, the origins of Tabitha and Jade, and the origins of the monsters. That's why it's called From. We got what else did we get? We got what Ankoohey means, even though it's gibberish. It just means remember, but we got it.
That was kind of frustrating because everybody was like, let's look this up and try to piece this together. None of us, no one pieced it together.
No.
If you go back to tribal words back from the Native Americans, it's like, no, that's not it.
I know, right? Oh my God. Like, the amount of time people spent researching different languages, searching for this, and this is what it is. It's just a gibberish word they made up that means remember, just because. I'm sure a lot of those people are frustrated, understandably. It's like, oh, I wasted hours of my life researching this, and you just made up a word. But it's okay. At least they answered it. At least they answered it, and now we know we know why the kids are there. We know they were sacrificed. That was another big answer.
Yeah,
so
that's true. That is true. As long as I would guess or at least I would say, as long as the bigger plots and plot points and questions are satisfactorily answered, I guess I guess I can accept that. I can allow some of these things to fall to the wayside, but I don't want to. I don't want it to end on vagaries, and it's not. It's not really the major stuff is not answered. That's the only thing I would ask is that they don't do that and don't think it's cute. Like, oh, we'll end it here and leave people guessing forever. Like, no, 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 no. You're not.
Yeah.
You're not the Sopranos. We don't want to guess what happened at the end. Tell us.
Right. Yeah. I don't want an open-ended thing at the end. I hate open-ended endings to series. I hate that. I want as many answers as they can possibly give us. I want to know everything. And I know they're not going to spell out literally everything, but I want to know. I personally, I didn't need to know certain things. I didn't really care who threw the rope. I figured it was a dream state, so it didn't really matter. Anybody could have thrown it. It didn't. No one needed to throw it if it was a dream state. So I honestly didn't really care anymore. Once I realized it was a dream state by the end of the season, I was like, I don't care. I don't need to know who threw the rope. But they gave us that. They gave us that, and so I feel like I feel reassured by that. Fletch here says, what were you gonna say?
No, I was going to say, yeah. So now it's not so much that it's a dream state necessarily, but it's a matter of her being able to travel through or story walk, I guess, through time, right? In that instance.
Right. It's a strange combination of a kind of astral projection and time travel. It's not just a typical dream state because she actually did change something. She had an impact on something for real. So, but her real body was laying there in the ruins. So that's where it gets confusing. So so the question is now when future Julie is, showing up at the end, is her real body from wherever time she's coming from, is her real body laying there in a seizure at that moment and she's story walking back there to that point? I wonder.
Yeah.
It's possible. No?
It makes it gives you that kind of Hodor feeling a bit, right? From Game of Thrones.
Yep. It does. Fletch here said that it's interesting that the creature that asked Julie that if she recognized him in season 1 was also watching Smiley's Rebirth. I noticed that too. I spotted him there. Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Yep, he was there.
I was wondering what happened to him. Okay.
He was there. He you don't see him that much anymore. He doesn't pop up very much. Teen Boy Monster. I think he showed up maybe one other time. I believe it was season 2. He showed up. I think he was there when the bus people were running around, and he was one of the monsters out there going after people. I'm looking for the picture of the monsters all around
Rebirth.
Smiley.
Yeah.
Here's the Rebirth thing, and it showed him in here somewhere.
The cowboy monster always cracks me up too. He's always like, "Yep, we sure gonna kill you."
I know, right? Yeah, I like the cowboy monster. I didn't like him as the ringleader of the whole thing. I'm glad Smiley's back because he's better. But I'm trying to lighten up this photo so it's actually more visible, but it's taking too long. I got to get my laptop fixed. This Chromebook is not built for this. Forget it. It's not going to work.
Yeah,
anyway, but yeah.
Oh, there it is.
He's here. That's him on the far right.
Right. Okay. Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's hard to make out. It's hard to make out, but that's him on the far right. If I can, yeah, he's got his sweater on. You can't see it that well. I'm gonna have to lighten it up so it's more visible, but that's definitely him. He looks a little older, but it has been a couple years. So
speaking of which, I wonder how that's going to play out with, them not skipping, but it's going to take until 2026 before we see anything. How is the boy in white going to look? How is the kid they had play younger Victor how's that going to all be filmed and, used if it'll look older than what they are?
That's concerning. I don't know what they're going to do about Simon Webster, because he's growing up fast, and I don't want to see him killed off the show or sent away for any reason. But they're going to have a hard time explaining that. They can explain it with the boy in white. They did a great job. It was very clever. They just were like, oh, everything's changing here. But because he's like an entity, they can do that with him, since the whole place is changing and winter came, the boy in white changed. But Ethan, they can't do that trick with that, so I don't know what they're going to do. They better start filming quickly. David here said, I watched 3 episodes of Severance. There are many connections. Numbers equal energy, mnemonic devices, id, ego, and superego. The only difference is Severance states it is a psychogenic fugue state of mind. Yeah, it's really great show. I'm looking forward to covering Severance and doing watch parties in the Discord for that. Fletch said, Julie, do you believe in a happy ending where Storywalker Julie manages to change the story, or a sad ending where everything is predetermined and they won't break the cycle and the curse goes on? I think that certain things are predetermined, not necessarily predetermined, but that they can't change. She won't be able to go back and change certain events, that they were like, it just was supposed to happen that way. And so like Jim's death, I don't think she can change Jim's death. I don't think she can change the sacrifice of the children either, the original thing. That doesn't mean that they can't break the cycle, though. I think that it's possible. I don't know how, but I think that there may be a way. I don't know what that could be, though. That's something that we're all going to have to kind of ponder. Like, is there a way for them to even break this thing? But I hope so. I know you're not too optimistic, Fletch, about the ending, but I'm hoping for a possibility of a semi-happy ending. I know a lot more people won't make it out, but
I think about that sometimes, and I almost feel like it's not going to end nice, as if Ethan will be the, essentially Victor in this time.
Yeah, that I think is the intention. Like, that's what I think that's what is supposed to happen in terms of like the big bad, what the big bad would want to happen. It wants another total massacre, and Ethan would be a sole survivor. But I don't think it's going to happen that way. I mean, what would be the point of all this if that's going to be the end? Like, we watched the whole series and it all ends the same way. To me, that would just be a letdown. I hope there's another way. Bobby G said, do we think it's just the town entity messing with the ultrasound as to why they didn't see Smiley? That seems like a major clue into what these monsters are, if not undetectable from ultrasound. Yeah. I think that it's because he's not human anymore. So that I think that's why he couldn't be detected on an ultrasound. And when that ultrasound was shown, I didn't waver from my theory. I was still convinced that she was pregnant with something, just not a human. A lot of people were dismissing it and saying, okay, she must be turning into a monster. But some of us were still saying, like, no, the ultrasound probably just couldn't pick up whatever this thing is. And that was the case. Monster all day, every day. Yes, forever autumn. Absolutely. Yeah, I hope everything's all right with Scarlet. I don't know what the hell happened. I messaged her, but yeah, something happened. She never just leaves, like drops off and doesn't come back. So I hope everything's okay. Maybe she lost power, actually. She said she was having a ton of snow out there, so that's possible. Bobby G says, I think it's a happy ending, but not from Julie. Rather, Tabitha and Jade figure out how to use the trees to travel back and stop the original sacrifice to prevent Ethan's death. Now, why Ethan's death? Why would Ethan Like, I don't know why Ethan would have to be saved, but I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be a happy ending for the monsters, maybe.
Yeah.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be a happy ending for somebody for sure, but hopefully it will be our people, not the monsters. I agree with David D. The writers know what they're doing. Yeah, and the actors' contracts have fine print about returning to set for certain cast members, I'm sure. Yeah, I think so too. Forever Autumn, yeah, but she was meant to keep killing off people, so the voices didn't want her to get caught. Yeah, exactly. I think that about Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Bobby G says, I wonder if that Walker Julie recognized might have been Thomas. I've heard that theory. Thinking back to that point about Ethan saying he's there in the Lake of Tears, maybe he literally is there and that was him. The only reason I would say that, I've heard that theory about that he could have been Thomas, but I would say no, because now we know the monsters were the original inhabitants of the town. So yeah, I think all of these people, or monsters rather, are, they were the original townspeople. That's what I think. But I do think that Thomas is brought up a lot. So it's possible that he might have some role to play somehow. Maybe in some alternate timeline he is alive.
I would also add that if it was Thomas, they wouldn't use him as some one-off kind of character and then have him in the background. They would have him highlighted to taunt Jim and Tabitha.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. And Fletch says, was Jim right? Did that song summon the man in yellow? Yes, I believe so. Maybe Christopher summoned the man in yellow in the previous cycle in town, not in the forest, and that's why the massacre occurred. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. Maybe. Yeah, because we don't know for sure if the monsters were. I mean, everyone was ripped up and down the street, but yeah, it's possible. But I definitely think the song summoned the man in yellow, because he came out and he said, that was a hell of a song that Jade sure can play. So
yeah, it seems like that was the catalyst.
Mm-hmm.
And also the music seems to play a strange role in the show. I don't quite know why. Even, by the way, none of us would have also guessed the numbers being music. but
yeah.
So that, and then like the diner record player, like it seems like music plays some type of strange role in some way.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Music seems to be really significant to the show. It always has. The jukebox, the haunted music box, as Jim put it. So absolutely. Yeah, music is I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, I forgot about the music box too, right? Yeah, that's another one.
The music box, right? Yeah, Jim said yeah, he didn't think it'd be a good idea for them to play this song because it's like, have you forgotten the haunted jukebox that Boyd said almost killed everybody, and the jukebox playing songs by itself? And Jim was right. And he's the one who had to pay for it. The thing that sucked is that he was right, and he was going against his better instincts to actually grow as a character and support his wife in her endeavors, even though he disagreed. And this was not something he normally does. And what thanks did he get? He got his throat slashed. Like, that sucks.
Here's your consolation prize.
That sucks. Like, this is what he gets for actually growing as a character and being a better husband, supporting his wife. Wow.
You think we brought you here to be a better father? Think again.
Think again, right? It sucks. Maybe feel for Jim. Bobby G said Sarah was spoken to in riddles, not outright said what the man looked like, only to kill the man that comes into town, and then the boy. Cryptic. Yeah. Yeah, like she was told to kill Toby, and then yeah, like not outright said what the man looked like. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, that's true. she wasn't really told specifics about killing Toby, like which one to kill or that. Yeah, that's a good point. And then the boy, kill the boy on the arm. I think that it meant the boy in white now. I think it meant the boy in white, and yeah, it sounds weird. Like, okay, how do you kill the boy in white? But that's no stranger of a concept than save the children when you're referring to these Ankoohey kids who are clearly no longer alive. It's a counterpoint to it. Kill the boy in white, or it's no stranger than save the Ankoohey kids. I think this the evil entity was basically saying, kill the boy in white, because the boy in white is trying to help with the whole save the children thing. He's trying to help with that. Now, how you kill the boy in white, I don't know. Maybe Sarah was supposed to try to figure that one out, but at that point, Sarah had never even seen the boy in white, though. So I mean, that's an issue with that theory. She hadn't seen him. She wouldn't know what that meant. She didn't see the boy in white till the end of the season 1. So it could go either way. I go back and forth. Could have been Ethan, but she was spoken to in riddles for sure, Bobby. At CT5V, Scarlett's seen the man in yellow and got the fuck out of here, unlike Jim. Yeah. Stupid Jim. Why didn't he just listen?
I still don't understand. I asked that the other day when I was, when you were on the show. I said, why in the world did he think he can combat the guy? I don't know why he thought that.
I don't know either. He picked up a stick and starts like getting ready to attack the guy. Why don't you just leave? Run. What is wrong with you? His first impulse is always like violence and anger. Just run.
Listen, my nerves would be on 20 every time. Like just waking up, I'll be like, oh. And so I can't imagine being out I wouldn't even wander out into the woods, let alone sit there and try to have a conversation with some guy that just appeared out of nowhere looking dingy and creepy. Like, no, it's time to run.
Right? It's time to run. God. That would be the logical response. Run. Don't pick up a stick and try to fight the guy.
Right.
If you feel like you need a big stick to fight an old man, then it's probably time to run.
Exactly. This stick will take care of this old thing.
Yeah, no. The Uncle Fletch says is the building in ruins next to the cellar, the OG tower where the children were locked up. Season 1, Tabitha told the kids were locked in a tower. I've wondered that too, about maybe this was the wrong tower. Maybe the lighthouse tower was not the correct tower where the kids supposedly were. And we've never actually been told what the hell those ruins are next to the root cellar. I don't think anyone's ever even mentioned it that I can recall. So I wonder about that too. In all stories, when we have a prime evil, we also have a prime good. I think that most certainly is the boy in white and why he can walk around freely. I think he is a good entity, and he may not always be purely good. He might have had to do Machiavellian kind of things out of necessity sometimes. So maybe ambiguously good, but I think so too. Took me a while to come around to that way of thinking, though. I got to talk to Robert. Robert Saunders was trying to convince me about that for months, and I haven't talked to him since I've changed my mind because I've been so busy with the channel, but he'll be happy. I finally changed my mind. It took me some time. David says, I think the show is part fantasy, dream, and reality. In reality, Tabitha grew up in Fromville, not with Jim. So the reincarnation in the real world with Jim is the curse/fantasy. Huh. Interesting. Huh. That's an interesting thought. In reality, she grew up in Fromville. I mean, she did have that dream where she was a little girl in Fromville. And so that's an interesting idea. Yeah. Yeah, you never know. Let's see. Do you think Julie can project herself into the real world as a girl in white? I don't know. It's possible that she could. She'd have to find a way to escape, though. I don't know if she'd be able to do that. if she could get out into the real world and change events, I'd rather not see that. I don't like. I'd rather not see any more real world stuff for a while. I want to just stick with the Fromville stuff. If she goes back there and tries to save Thomas or something, I don't want to see that. Let's see. Fletch said, I think Storywalker Julie will end up lost in time, and somehow she'll try to call home real world, and that phone call ends up being the one to take Thomas's life, explaining why Jim vanished a year. Oh, that would be crazy if that phone call is the one that takes Thomas's life. That would be insane. Like I've thought of this too, because Robert Saunders, actually, speaking of Robert, he had a really interesting theory about that a Fromville entity was actually the one that made that phone call, which distracted Jim and Tabitha, and yeah, baby rolled off the table, which is really diabolical, actually. If it's setting things into motion so that they end up on that RV trip, so Tabitha winds up stuck there, that would be crazy. But if Tabitha was always meant to be to be there anyway, then I don't even think that would be necessary. She would just be pulled in no matter what. So it's an interesting thought, though. Like maybe somehow either Julie or like a Fromville entity would have made that call. That would be crazy. David said the music summoned the children, which triggered the true memories. The act of Tabitha remembering the truth summoned the man in yellow to kill Jim. That's why the knowledge comes that's what the knowledge comes at a cost means. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely what it means. I think I actually think the music summoned the man in yellow. Oh yeah. I think it summoned the man in yellow and the children. I definitely think that. So yeah, like in a way it did both. The music summoned the children, which triggered the memories, and then the memories, Tabitha remembering the truth, summoned the man in yellow. Yeah, like so so indirectly, yeah. I think the music summoned him too. The first thing he said, that was a hell of a song. Yeah, absolutely.
I hadn't heard that in a long time. Well, he's like, why? I haven't heard that since I sacrificed kids. I mean, and I wonder too, like, if it comes I get the idea that it comes at a cost, but what are they fighting so hard for to prevent any type of, I guess, change or them finding out the truth? What I don't understand that motive. That's the part I'm confused at.
I don't know. Like what? Who's fighting hard? Like, what do you mean?
Like even a man in yellow just appearing to do his, I guess, due diligence to silence Jim or whoever, and then the monsters doing the thing they do every night. I just wonder, like, what is that? Why is the motivation for them to continue to do that?
I think that Tabitha and Jade remembering who they are, remembering their origins, having all that knowledge, it's going to work in their favor. It's going to help them figure out what they need to do. And maybe there is a way to break the cycle. They need to know all this in order to have a fighting chance. So I think that might be the motivation, that the big bad wants the cycle to keep going forever. So that's what I think.
And that threatens it. That's possible. Yeah.
Yep. I think so. They have to remember who they are. Definitely. That's what I think. But Bobby G says Father Khatri had a fascinating theory about From that on re-listen is kind of interesting. He believed they were the chosen ones for a new dimension of existence or something like that. Yeah. Now that might lead into some crazy puppet master mind reading entities. Yeah. He believed that for sure. I thought they were living like a new book of the Bible, like book 74, that kind of a thing. But it's yeah, whatever's going on here, it doesn't seem biblical to me. It seems like something altogether separate, but
Unless it's hell, unless they could tie that to biblically.
unless it's hell, yeah, which is still not off the table.
Right. And it plays into the title too, From Hell.
Right. Yeah, you never know. Certain things are still not off the table. That's, you never know. It could still be. But David says that was he said it was a hell of a song because it made Tabitha remember, but the act of remembering the truth is why the man in white emerged, because the knowledge of the truth makes the fantasy crumble. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yep. Imagine if those spiders that Boyd saw were baby giant spiders. Oh God.
No.
It's a horrifying thought.
It's terrifying.
I have an irrational fear of spiders. I don't like spiders. David said, remember, demonic devices like Jasper and music are keys for understanding the origins. Music does have real great ties to memory too. Like it triggers memories. So I like how they did that. I wouldn't have predicted it myself that the numbers would turn into a music composition. I agreed with the theory when it came out. I heard it going around and I thought, well, that would be perfect. I don't know how it would work, but I thought I got right on board with it. I thought it's got to be that. Jade also plays the violin. You can play it on the violin. And sure enough, we got that. It was really cool. The Chrominuncle Fletch. We got a lot of answers this season. I don't get the negativity toward the fandom. Just got to use our brain cells a little bit. Yeah, I don't get the negativity either. I really don't. I understand it's not for everybody. You know, like everyone has different taste. Some people tuned into this show expecting more horror and less of mystery, less esoteric kind of stuff and character drama. But this show isn't just about horror. There's a lot more to it. So I understand why some people may not care for it. It's not for them. If you're just mainly in this for body horror, then it's not going to be enough for you because you're not going to get enough of that. There's a lot more behind it, and everyone has different tastes. So I understand though why some people don't care for it, but I personally think it's the best show on TV. It fits perfectly with my tastes. I love mystery. I love analyzing stuff. Shows that challenge you. Like I just really enjoy this type of show. I like making up theories. I don't need a lot of body horror and a lot of gore all the time at all. I'm fine with not having it all the time.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And it's intriguing. I like mysteries myself. I'm all for that. My only thing is that there has to be a payoff. That's really it. It cannot be that you gave us all these breadcrumbs. We come up with these theories, and it's like we never hear about that again.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my only issue, is if that doesn't happen.
Right, exactly. They need to pay off everything they set up. That's what needs to happen for it to be satisfying. And they started giving us answers this season, so I feel like that really helps. It gives you faith that they know what they're doing. I really feel that the writers have proven that they know what they're doing. They know where they're going with this. Everything that we saw happen in the finale was set up. It was set up and planned. I can see, looking back, how it was set into motion even from the beginning, from the very first season. So I now have much more confidence going forward with this show, like that they know what they're doing, that there are answers. There are more answers coming too. I believe that. David D said, Lost Explains goes over all those questions. Trust me, it's worth checking out if you want to go back and deep dive Lost. Yeah, after I finish, now that From season 3 is over, I'm going to finally get back to my Lost watching. I'm going to go back. Probably just have to rewatch a lot of season 4 because season 4 of Lost has lost me. Trying to keep up with it while also being in the From zone all the time it was just too much. I didn't have any brain cells left for Lost. So now I
I get it. I understand. Your attention is over here, and you're trying to like, okay, let me piece this together with flight such and such and such, and you're like, okay, I'm okay. I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, it's just too much. My brain cells are fried from deep diving for the last 10 weeks. So I tried watching an episode of Lost like once a week to just keep going with it, and I was just like, it was even every 2 weeks because I really didn't have time, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Season 4 of Lost gets really complicated, and I was just I could not follow it anymore. It's
Yeah.
all over the place. So
I figured that out maybe I think season 1. I was like, nope. I couldn't deal with it.
yeah.
You know, another thing that's left unanswered is that man trapped under the boulder, right? That wasn't answered, right?
No, it wasn't answered. Like what happened to him?
Yeah.
Jade's visions are still very mysterious. I still believe that all those guys in Jade's visions are past versions of him. I could be wrong, but why else are they all appearing to him? I feel like it's like Miranda when she saw all the chosen ones who came before her and how they failed. I think he's seeing all the people who came before him and how they failed. He also did drugs, just not, as far as we know, he wasn't dropping acid. He didn't say anything about it. So I think that's why his visions are more confusing than Miranda's, but I think they're all him. I know if the finale kind of undermines that idea because he said that his visions felt different than what Tabitha's describing. He said, when I saw the Civil War soldier, it wasn't like I was actually in the Civil War. It was like I was seeing things that shouldn't have been there. But I still think that those guys could all be him because they all come from different eras. Puritan guy, Civil War guy, man under the boulder, maybe early 20th century, who knows? And then Christopher. And it just seems to fit. Why else would they be appearing to him like that and attacking him? It's like his past lives, his past selves kind of blaming him, blaming themselves for the way they failed. And it just fits to me. So I think that he just didn't feel like it connected to him at the time because whatever drug he did wasn't powerful enough. And he didn't have an experience like Tabitha had where Tabitha's very strong memories were triggered by hugging Victor, someone, her actual son from her previous life. Maybe if Christopher had some child who was growing up in the town right now and Jade could connect with him, then maybe he'd have something powerful like that. Maybe he'd have something powerful like that happen too. But instead, he's got these confusing visions. So I'm still going with that theory. I haven't dropped it that all those guys are him.
Yeah, that's interesting. That could be some truth. There could be some truth to that.
Yeah, it just makes sense to me that he'd be seeing them if they're his past lives, like Miranda saw the past chosen ones, especially since Jade did some strong drugs too, which may have kind of opened his third eye to be able to see that. It just wasn't enough to make it clear. It wasn't acid. So that's what I think. CT5V said, I think Boyd and Sarah's tent moved from the trees. Moving, they probably just happened to be there at the right time. If you remember, Victor said, do they move? Yes. That very well could be. Absolutely. Okay. Leaving the show ambiguous is the best because it condensed so many different myths. One direct answer will make the show divisive and hated by half the fans. True, but if they leave it ambiguous in the ending of the whole series, I'd be upset. I'd rather it be something that I'd rather get an answer that I'm not crazy about than have no answer at all.
Agreed. An unsatisfactory answer versus nothing. Yeah, I don't want that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I wonder when or how they're going to find Jim's body. If it's not in town, they won't find his body right away, I guess. It shouldn't be hard. Once they go out and look, unless the man in yellow does something with the body, the RV area would be a great place to look. So I'm probably going to find it pretty quickly. They filmed young Victor's timeline already. The actor posted a video where he low-key showed some behind-the-scenes stuff. And yeah, there's stuff from his young timeline. Oh, yeah, I would love it if they show us more young Victor flashbacks too. That would be great. I want to see more stuff from the 70s era. Definitely. That would be great.
Yeah, that would be great. Also, too, like if it would help explain some of his memory loss. Like, why is he not remembering some things? I know he's been there and he's been traumatized, to be fair to him, but it just feels like he kind of just forgot in general that he had a sister at points. It's like, so I would like to understand why that's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to know that too. They need to fill that in. They need to fill in what happened to Eloise. That was really frustrating that they still left it open. That's one thing that I feel like they could have easily explained and not ruin any of the overall mystery, and they just left it. They teased us, showing us where he supposedly buried her, and then Henry's like, is that Eloise? And Victor says, I think so.
I had a thought the other day, actually, that could play into Story Walker Julie. What if the case is she finds out about Eloise and she travels back in that time to save her, so she doesn't die, and that's why Victor can't remember, because she's like saved and taken out of that somehow.
Yeah. Oh, that would be really interesting. That would be a cool twist.
Yeah. So that's why he can't remember, because things have changed for him now.
Right. Yeah, maybe. It's possible she went back and did something to help Eloise, because if Eloise survived, then it just opens up a lot of questions right away. If she's alive, then if she's still in here somewhere, then like, how come she and Victor have never crossed paths? Why were they kept separate? Where is she for all that time? If the boy in white helped Eloise survive and Victor, then why keep them apart? But if Julie's the one who helped Eloise in some way, then that's an interesting idea. I like that.
Yeah, I just want to see them play that, like, let it play out a bit. We got this bad wig on her now. I need to see that played out. And
yeah,
I don't know why they gave her that wig, by the way. It's like, oh, come on, y'all. You could have did better than that. But
I know.
They gave her a bad wig. I don't know, like this hairstyle thing they got going on. It's like they changed the character's hairstyle for the worse each time.
Right? I don't know. I don't know why they do that.
I don't either. It's like, oh, if we're gonna make it like you're older, your hair has to get worse naturally.
I know, right? I don't understand. They did this to Christy. They did it to Julie with this wig, and Jade. Anyone? Like, yikes! Yeah. I don't know. You'd think that they could invest in a better wig for this kid. I don't get it.
These wigs are from the Tyler Perry collection or something like that. He's notorious for having terrible wigs for his actors.
Oh God, yeah. I don't know. I don't get it. But Kraven says that there's someone that's going to get one-eyed in young Victor's timeline. Also, it was on the video the actor made. Oh, really? Interesting. Wait, did they give spoilers for season 4 already, or are they already starting that? I wouldn't mind getting a little bit, to be honest. Not too much, but hey, Matt Gilbert, great to see you. Sorry you had a lousy day. My phone broke, then my external monitor for my computer workstation died as well. Currently using a loaner. Sorry to hear that. It sucks. David says the past lives are like a fugue state or memories mixed with fantasy, dreams, and reality. Everything has already happened, so the time travel and changes are more like remembering the truth from fantasy. Okay. Bobby G says, I think Ethan is set up to be the sacrifice just because of Tabitha's soul seemingly destined to lose her two children, and that seems to be the cycle to break. Yeah, that could be like the place seems to want her children. Yeah, that's possible. Could see that. David says that people think they write shows week to week. Imagine the production costs running a show like that. They take so long making a season because everything has to be perfect, including the weather. Yeah, it's not the way things are anymore. Like, shows used to be written, closer together. Things would be, when shows would air from September to May, they'd start maybe a few weeks before the season, so they'd be a few weeks ahead, and then they'd start making episodes. But most shows aren't like that anymore.
True. The only exception would be is if they decide to do a rewrite and maybe go refilm something. Like we've seen it happen with movies. Well, they'll do reshoots for specific things to add in something. Like the MCU does it all the time, where they're like, oh, let's add this, so it'll be the end credits stinger, and so they did it post-production way later. So it's possible, but yeah, he's right. In general, they don't do that. These things are pre-planned.
Yeah. Bobby G said, if that's the case, this town will eventually kill him. In that case, the only way to prevent his death is to prevent the town's creation. Or, just find a way to break the cycle and get them all out of here. There could be another way, which takes us back to season 1, episode 1, when Tabitha changes the story about Norman's death, saying if there are no monsters, then Norman doesn't die. If there's no town, then Ethan won't die. Yeah, or again, maybe like whatever they do destroys the whole place and the monsters, so there are no monsters anymore. So it could go either way. Hey there, Lucas Soul. How about all the connections between the devil and the fiddle? The devil and the fiddle. Oh, that's an interesting one. Hadn't thought of that.
Could he explain what does he mean by that? The devil and the fiddle.
It's gotta be something. I don't like. There's something to do with the devil and the fiddle. It sounds familiar. Like, let me see.
It's like the devil went down to Georgia and stuff like that. Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah. There's the devil went down to Georgia. Yeah, so there's some story behind that. It's this. Yeah, it's the song is about the devil's failure to gain a young man's soul through a fiddle playing contest. And then Jade playing the violin, and the man in yellow is summoned. Maybe he's some kind of a demon. Could be what they sacrifice their kids to, or he represents some kind of demon. He's not the head one, but he's part of it. Could be. That's an interesting point, Lucas. As to the music point, even the intro song is kind of haunting. Oh yeah, it is. And even talks about reincarnation and teaching lessons to the next generation. Yeah, it kind of does hint at that. I can see that. Yeah. Music, like mnemonic devices, triggers repressed memories. That's why it's more than an object, because it's like transporting back in time. The more important fact is that it represents energy. Yeah, definitely, David. The Ash. Hey there. It's Paranorman. It's animation, so an easy watch, but it has themes of child witches, stories, and how a world is created through that. It's got a bunch of parallels to From. Oh, okay. I hadn't heard of that. I'll have to check it out. Themes of child witches, stories, and how. Yeah, I'll have to look into that one. The future is not ours to see. What about the past? Can we see that, MGM? Please, MGM. Yeah. I would like to see some past stuff from Fromville too. You should have kept ignoring your kids, Chip Matthews. Yeah, Dieter. And his wife. He should have kept ignoring his wife too. Then he wouldn't have been out there in the woods with her.
Yeah.
Too.
What's the lesson we learned here? Never change.
Never change. Yeah. Keep ignoring your wife and kids.
It looks like Dieter is leaving, by the way.
Thank you for being here, Dieter. I appreciate it as always. Thank you for being here. And yeah, I appreciate everything you do. Glad you could stay as long as you did. He is the best. Let's see. Bobby G says, if preventing the original sacrifice is impossible, then what's the point of the boy in white and time travel and save the children? It seems like we're heading to an ending of saving those Ankoohey kids. It could be, I'm not saying it's impossible. It would be messy. See, if they do that, then what's going to happen is Tabitha and Jade cease to exist, and all of the offspring that they've ever had through all their past lives would also cease to exist. So, the Ethan and Julie would no longer exist, and Victor would no longer exist, and anyone else that Tabitha's past lives gave birth to would no longer exist. So, because they only exist because of what happened in that sacrifice, they were reincarnated as a result of that. So it could happen. It could totally happen. There's a show I could reference right now where something like this happened and people were actually wiped out of existence, but I won't. Because I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it, but there is a show where something like that happened. The Chromonacle says Jim didn't know the man in yellow had super strength. Yeah, well, he sure did. It was daytime. Yeah, right.
He found out.
He found out. Yeah, he effed around and found out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, it was daytime. Yeah. So Fletch says it's normal. Jim didn't think the man in yellow was like a creature when they only come out at night. That's why I think he didn't run away. Yeah, absolutely. But it was so sinister, though, and his daughter was begging him, run, you got to get to town. You got to get to town.
Mm-hmm.
I'd run away with your daughter. Like, go run with her. Don't just like push her away and stay.
Plus, clearly, as I replied to him, clearly he had to know he wasn't normal. He was literally referencing past conversations and talking about his wife and all of that, and the not digging, and then referencing the music. Clearly, he was connected to the town in a bad way.
Absolutely, to the point where he knew the guy was a threat, shoved Julie away, picked up a big stick. So that's the problem. Like, yeah, get out of there. The man in yellow was clearly not normal, from his appearance to him referencing past conversations and people. Absolutely, yeah. What if it was a work call that Jim took when Thomas fell, and it's a metaphor towards how your own ambition comes at a cost? Yeah, maybe.
Interesting.
Yeah, Dieter, that was my mom feeding the cats. I'll tell her you said hi. David says, if the world with Jim is the curse/fantasy, then the motivation of the man in yellow is to resolve the complex Jim represents in the curse/fantasy, like the superego resolving the Oedipus father. Okay. Yeah. Your Freudian takes are always interesting, David. So the boy in white was the reason for Thomas's death, because Tabitha was always getting into Fromville. Yeah, maybe. It's a possibility. That's what Robert Saunders thinks it was a Fromville entity that made that call. Not the boy in white, probably, but some other entity. Oh, Matt, that sucks. You wanted to buy a new guitar, but now you have to buy a new phone and monitor. Sorry to hear that. It sucks. On the Father Cautry point, the Bible was a very dark place of existence, especially the First Testament. Oh yeah, was. In a way, the song summoned three things: Ankoohey children, Man in White, and Smiley's rebirth. That's what it seemed like to me. Lucas said, I think Toby, the guy that came with Jade, has a bigger part in this that's yet to be revealed. I hope so. I don't know. I hope so, because that seemed, it was so memorable what happened, and Tabitha had to immediately kill him couldn't wait for the monsters. Like, there's got to be a reason for that. What if Sarah was meant to kill Jade instead of Toby? Jade is the chosen one. Yeah, but the thing is, the big bad should know who is who. The big bad knows everybody, knows all their names. It should have known Toby would be the wrong one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Lucas says, watch the scene where Kenny's dad says Toby is to blame. Yeah. Fletch said, look at the mess he made. He said, I don't like him. I remember that. He said, I don't like him. Look at the mess he made. Kenny's dad had some insight there. He had dementia, but he had some insight there. Somehow he knew something. Look at the mess he made. It's like, yeah, because he caused the car accident for one thing. So there might be more to Toby that we don't know, but I'm starting to think at this point, it's been so long. No one's ever mentioned Toby in such a long time, so I'm starting to think they're never going to address Toby again. Fletch, yeah, this is another thing that they're probably never going to explain again. Never going to explain. Like Fletch said, I've always been intrigued with Lauren Pratt. When Boyd told Ellis about her death, he said Lauren was the one that what? Yeah, and then Ellis said, yeah, I know. He cut him off and said, yeah, I know. You know what? Well, what are you talking about?
I hate when they do that on shows and movies too.
It's so annoying.
Like, we don't know.
Yeah, it's so annoying. So he was saying like Ellis should come to the memorial, the funeral, and Ellis ended up showing up later, and he put flowers on her grave or something like that. He showed up and he paid his respects alone. So there was some kind of connection that she mattered to him in some way, and what way we'll probably never know at this point because so much time has passed.
Yeah, and they actually do that type of device happens a few times in this show where somebody's about to say something revealing and this got cut off because of this.
That tends to happen a lot on this show. When people get cut off in the middle of a sentence, that usually means there's something important to that we should be aware of.
Yep, 100%.
Lucas said, I want season 4 to be a flashback season like Lost. I don't want a lot of flashbacks, but I would like to see more arrivals in town. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see Sarah's arrival, get some insight into her. I want to see flashbacks to past cycles. We could see through Julie if she story walks to the past. That would be cool. More Victor flashbacks. I'd like that. Just not too flashback heavy. And one thing that we're never getting, according to the showrunners, is they said we're never getting flashbacks to these people's lives before they got to town. They're never doing it. So.
I want to see all of that you named, but I want to also see what in the world happened to that motel.
Yes, me too. I want to know what happened to that. It's like they made a point to take notice of it, point it out in season 3. Makes you wonder what the deal is. Is there something to this? Henry just stands there, he looks at it, the sign, and he says what everyone's been thinking watching the show all this time. There's a sign and a pool, but no motel. Where's the motel? So was that thrown in there just as a little shout out to us wondering what happened to it? Or does it actually mean something? Does it matter? I wonder. Are they just trolling us? Again, I don't know when they're trolling us or when something is important at this point. I just don't know. I'm going to make a whole video on that. Like, what are they trolling us on? Or does this stuff matter? Could this be important, or are they trolling us?
Mm-hmm. And you lasted longer than I did, Criminal. I stopped at season 1.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with it. It's like it was like one thing after another, and you know what? This is going to sound silly, but the lead guy, Shepard.
Yeah.
The way he was continuously breathing hard as if he had just run a marathon, it actually annoyed me so much. It's like, why are you always out of breath, brother? He was, So what are we gonna do? I'm like, brother, you just walked a few steps. You should not. You are out of breath, as if you are the heavy man, the heavy set character in this show. It made no sense.
You know something? Now that I think about it, you're right. I have noticed
He's always out of breath.
he does always seem to be out of breath.
I'm like, did they have him run before they start? They shouted action or something? I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, there are certain mannerisms he has that can be a little annoying and repetitive. That's definitely one of them. I'm trying to think what the other. I can't think of what the other thing is, but there's something else he does that annoys me. He's far from my favorite character on the show, even though he's like the lead. He's not my favorite. He's like the perfect savior complex guy. That I prefer Sawyer. I like Sawyer, messed up as he is, but
Was it because Sawyer was easy on the eyes for you, Julie? Was that it?
that didn't hurt. It got him some points. I'm not gonna lie.
You got him a few. I see. I can understand it. I understand.
The guy just oozes charm. What can I say? You know,
Such charisma.
Yeah, yeah. The charisma, the genes. It's all working for him.
The lack of heavy breathing, all of that just gives him positives. I get it.
Oh yeah, 100%. But yeah, I like Lost a lot, but I can see why it's not for everybody. One thing that irritates the hell out of me is there are way too many flashbacks. Too many flashbacks. It turns into a soap opera, and I'm not here for that. I'm not here for the soap opera. So I got to season 2, and I Googled, do the flashbacks on Lost ever stop?
They're like, no, it never stops.
No, it never stops. I'm like, damn it, Jesus. I think I already have a good sense of who these people are. Now we're just beating a dead horse at this point. We're just milking this for all the soapy drama that it's worth. We get it already. We know who these people are. You don't need to show us anymore. Enough. By season 3, it got really cheesy, the soapy stuff. Enough already. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I get it. And this I think is part of the issue I had a little with this season, although the season was good ultimately. I think it was just short of being really great. It was a good season, but that happened more toward the latter part, I guess, of the season versus the earlier parts, because they kind of focused on things that didn't really pan out in any way. And for instance, Fatima, they could have sped that up a bit, where it just seemed like they dragged it all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but we'll see how it pays out and plays out in season 4, to be fair.
Yeah, I think they dragged certain things out more than they should have, and overall, I was happy with it. And hey, Scarlett, you're back. We thought Fromville got you. What happened?
Yeah, my whole network crashed.
She story walks back to us.
Oh my god. I was wondering what the hell happened. I knew something I knew something must have gone wrong with your technology, but
yeah, it crashed everything, crashed the phones, crashed everything.
Damn. Well,
yep.
Glad you made it back. That sucks. Yeah, that was out for like quite a while.
Yes, it was.
That was worse than what happened to me. Thank God that didn't happen to me that night when you and Anzo were left alone here.
Yeah.
Cat knocked out my Wi-Fi, and you and Anzo had to hold it down for like 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that sucked. But yeah, I'm glad you made it back.
That's fine.
So, still going through comments here. Season 4 of Lost. I was shocked to see Harold Perrineau's back on season 4 of Lost. I didn't know he was coming back. I just got to that episode. Like, oh damn, Harold's back. Well, okay, now I like season 4 a little better because Harold's back. So I'm glad he's got a lot. I thought it was just going to be one episode. It's good to know there's more. they screwed him over big time,
Mm.
getting rid of him so early in the series. Fletch said, I think Jade's hallucinations are past Jade. Yeah, not Tom. He's obviously different. Oh, yeah. Do we have theories as to why the forest and woods are moving? Victor told Ethan the trees have moved by 5 feet. I mean, I kind of take it to mean like the forest is kind of alive and it's sentient. Like the forest is it's got all these, fears. Everybody's fears and nightmares are kind of, alive in the forest, and the place got angry. Like Nathan said, not Nathan, was it the boy in white told Sarah in her head that this place is angry now. So that's what I think. But and Scarlett, we've got Infinite Umbra here who joined the panel while you were.
Okay, hi.
Yeah.
Hey, Skylar, how are you?
Hey. A little bit better now that I actually can get on everything.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Let's see. Jade did drugs. Yes, he said in season 1 he had made every type of drug and nothing did a hallucination like he had in the cellar. Yeah, he did. He said, I did a fuck ton of drugs, to quote him. So the show's creators said somewhere that they learned their lesson from Lost and had the ending plan. That's right. I'd love to see each main character's flashback story about how they got there. We've seen a couple. I'd like to see those too. We should see more of young Victor, especially if season 4 is heading to the moment of the town massacre in this cycle. I hope so. Yeah, should see more of that. And they've already recorded young Victor's timeline due to the actor's age. Yeah, I was hoping they did that. Smart. Because
is that confirmed that they did that?
That's what that's what Fletch was saying. I think either Fletch or someone else said that earlier too. So I hope so.
Great. I hope so too. That'd be nice.
Yeah, because I really want to see more from that timeline. So if we want to find out what happened, we got to get young Victor's actor kidnapped. So he can tell us. He's got all the dirt. He's got the secrets. Yeah.
You could just interview him.
You could just interview him.
Kidnapping.
Maybe he'll slip up and reveal something.
That seems like a from Trump when they jump straight to torture.
Yeah, right?
Jump straight to kidnapping. No, we can interview the boy.
Yeah, we can just interview him. I can't imagine the trauma Victor has. Imagine burying your mother and sister at his age. Yeah, in pieces, burying pieces of what he thinks is his sister. That's horrific. Do you think Julie can time travel to any point in any cycle, like during Victor's time or the 1500s, or can she only travel in her cycle? That's an interesting question, David. I really hope she can travel to any cycle, because I would love to see glimpses of, covered wagons rolling into town, like we were saying earlier, and all different things.
Or the Civil War era.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they're going to show us that? Scarlett, what do you think?
Oh, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah. So you think that they're going to, though? Do you think like they're going to go that direction?
I don't think so, but I can hope, because I think they have budgetary restraints of going too big.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe if it's just something with the cabins, something simple, they could probably do it. But then they would have to make them new. You know how they're like old and ruined? They would have to make them new, like they just built them.
Right.
So that might take money. I don't know how much budget the show has.
That's true. I would love to see. It would be funny though if they dressed up the monsters in old-fashioned clothes and stuff. That would be entertaining.
I do. I like to see Civil War Smiley.
Oh yeah.
Donna Smiley.
Yes.
Maybe 1931 Zoot Smiley.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Imagine them dancing to some of the tunes or something.
Yes. That'd be great. Oh my god, I would love it. Yeah. Like what was that? In the 30s, like they had was it the Jazz Age? Like
Yeah, swing music. Yeah.
yeah.
They just have another jukebox that plays that.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
Oh, that'd be great. I would love that. Yeah, with budget reasons, realistically, maybe they won't. Could the monsters also be searching for children to sacrifice to break the curse or something like that? Or they just kill for fun? I think they just kill. It's just senseless killing to terrorize people. Big Bad forces them to do it. They don't even have any control. So that's what I think about that.
I do like that idea though, because that was my thinking too, as far as motivation. Could it be that maybe they have to find something to break the curse? That would be an interesting twist.
Maybe, yeah. Something to break the curse, like whatever it is. Like I don't think it can be. There's no saving them. There's no fixing what they became. There's nothing human left of them anymore. They don't even have a pulse. We found out this season. No pulse. Fletch said, I'm honestly starting to believe Boyd's boat is somewhere in Frumville. They showed us that he has the key. Now they showed us his house and doesn't have the boat. Oh boy, where's the body? The body? I don't know what that.
It might have been an autocorrect. Maybe it was boat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and where's the boat? Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure how it would have gotten there, but you never know. And thank you again, Dieter. I already said thank you earlier. But yeah, now I can actually see your comment signing off. Thank you for everything. And yeah, definitely be in touch over the weekend, Dieter. And yes, hope you have a great weekend, Dieter. Because I know you listen to the rest of the replay, so you'll probably hear this. Bobby G said, it seems to me like the Boy in White's mission is to save the children. I agree. The children who created this, possibly because they hoped enough and created the hope trees. That's why I'm thinking it's about going back. Yeah, unless saving the children doesn't mean what we think it means, like maybe I don't know, saving the children. Maybe it's not literally saving those children who already died. Maybe it's releasing their souls who are trapped here, or I know that's kind of cliche in the horror genre nowadays, but it could mean something else other than literally saving those kids. But I agree that the Boy in White's mission is to help with that. It's interesting that True Detective Season 1 has the Yellow King as a devil demon type character, Carcosa. Oh, cool. Very cool.
It doesn't pay off. It doesn't pay off.
Doesn't pay off? Oh.
It doesn't pay off.
I believe there were 8 kids to be sacrificed, but OG, Jade, and Tabitha managed to save one. Could end up being the Boy in White. Yeah, I think the Boy in White should have been the 8th Ankoohey kid. I still am on that theory myself, too.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
I think so, too. Yeah, he's a very similar kind of entity. It looks like a child, but definitely shouldn't be a child that's alive right now. Never changes his appearance. Seems like almost like a ghost, but he can touch things physically.
But he is changing, Julie.
And now
he's soon going to be a man.
Now he's changing. Yeah.
In that deep voice.
Yes. Soon he'll have a beard. Yep. By 2026. God, I can't even imagine. Yeah. Full on puberty then.
Well, Ethan will be 14, right?
Oh God, yeah. I don't know what they're gonna do. And I'm God, I'm gonna be talking to him next week, so I've gotta think about the stuff I want to ask him now. I already submitted a list of questions to his manager, and now I need to add some stuff for sure after that finale. I want to ask him about the he was talking about paradoxes, I heard. seeing some really interesting stuff in the IG, the Instagram live. So I want to ask him what he thinks about that and the story walking stuff. That's why I believe they'll go back, but won't change anything. Then saving that 8th kid is what will happen, nothing else. Yeah, okay, yeah, that could be, maybe. Yeah, and the interview obviously is going to be pre-taped because he's a kid. They're not going to let a kid go on a live stream interview. That would be crazy. But if I could have him on live, I would. The show is still supposed to be wrapped up in 5 seasons, so now we only have 2 left. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That I don't know where I've heard, like where people are getting that from, but I've heard 5 seasons is what they're hoping for.
I think usually most producers hope for 5 seasons.
Yeah, nowadays
it gives you a build up of 2 seasons, a middle season, and then a wrap up 2 seasons, like a little peak, and then you get your wrap up.
Okay. Yeah.
And the Yellow Jackets showrunners did the exact same thing. They were hoping for 5 seasons. So I feel like it's a standard.
Right. Yeah, it seems like it's standard nowadays. For sure. Bobby G says that's really interesting. Oh, this is what I was saying earlier. I didn't think that destroying the sacrifice would destroy the lineage. Rather, I thought it just meant generations of less suffering for the families destined for birth. Yeah, I mean, it would destroy all of the reincarnations of Tabitha and Jade because they never would have. That's the way I see it. Because if it wasn't for the sacrifice, they never would have been reincarnated at all. So, like all those vast lines of Tabithas and Jades, anyone that they, any offspring that they had would be gone if they get rid of the sacrifice. It's the only thing I can think of that works. Lucas says, I'm waiting for Daniel Faraday to show up in a parachute. That's a Lost reference. Yeah. Oh, I'm not a big fan of those new characters so far on season 4. I don't know. I'd rather see more of the original cast, and we get to see next to none of them all together in season 4. I don't like that. They're all split off into small groups, and you don't see them all in every episode. The show's starting to look like La Brea. I haven't seen La Brea.
I haven't either.
Kenny said his dad thought his brothers were outside at night. Yes, he did. That's why they put him in the clinic. I think Boyd will end up like that. No, you think he's going to get dementia?
I thought it was just going to be the Parkinson's.
Yeah, the Parkinson's is getting worse for sure. I wonder if we look into the King in Yellow book that was used heavy in True Detective, we will find answers to From and Man in Yellow. Maybe. I want to definitely look into it more. Am I the only one that hasn't read The King in Yellow? No, you're not. I haven't. I never even heard of it until recently. Dude,
it's public domain. You can find PDFs all over the place.
I'll have to look into it because I'm curious now. Dude, I stopped watching Lost by like episode 4, and yeah, his breathing was grinding. Yeah, Jack breathes heavy.
This is what we need to do. If you could just run over there, stay back, and then I was like, all right, that's enough. Once you gather your breath, maybe I'll return. I never came back.
Right? Oh my God. Yeah. He honestly, he's kind of irritated me from the first episode with his savior complex when he was running around big hero Jack trying to save literally everybody from the plane crash. Like
God. He was, yeah. He literally was saving people that the tip of the plane fell down. He jumped over there and pushed him out of the way. Like he was doing the most. Yeah.
It's the savior complex that he has, and it's just, you know, I feel the same way about him that Sawyer does. He's too perfect. He's too good. He's just like Mr. Wonderful. I'd rather have like Sawyer, you know, flawed and has his issues. Like
he looks good in jeans and looks and it's pretty and all that. I see you, Julie. I know what this is about.
Okay, yeah, some of that you got me there.
I figured it out. Golden blonde hair flowing, chiseled jawline. I get it.
Yeah, those eyes you could get lost in. Yeah. You got me there. I'm a sucker for that. That little southern drawl of his. Oh, he just purrs like a kitten.
Little stubble on his face. I see it. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. It may not just be about his character, his personality. Not too hard on the eyes either. Uh-huh. Actually, in my Discord, speaking of that, in my Discord, the guy Betrayed King who made my Discord for me, he knows that I'm a sucker for Sawyer, and so as a joke, he went in, and so like there's a bot that greets everyone when I get new members. It automatically sends a greeting message, and the bot's name is Sawyer's Paramour.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, because he knows
Sawyer's lover.
Yeah, I should be so lucky. He knows he knows me well enough. Yeah. Oh, it was funny. And one time I had this picture of me and my ex that I shared only because we were right on the cliff overlooking the view of Camden, Maine that Tabitha could see out her hospital window. And I didn't have any pictures of just me alone out there. So I took, I went into my editing tool and I scribbled all over my ex's face. So I didn't want to look at it or share a picture with him in it. And I shared the photo, and Real Enigmas saw it, and he thought it was hilarious because I was in his server at the time posting it. He thought it was hilarious. So he took that photo that I shared and he photoshopped Sawyer's face over my ex's face, which was fantastic. This is amazing.
Nice.
It was fantastic. I saved it. I absolutely love it. It looks like I'm just like, I've got I'm like right up against Sawyer on the cliff overlooking Camden. It's so funny. Anyway, CT5V says, I think the shortcut looks good on Julie. Not saying the wig is the best, but I think it fits her face. Yeah, I like that. I like a short haircut on her, but
she went into the future and got a really lousy wig.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, it was story walking. Yes, it was, but it wasn't a fun experience.
Yeah, they were like, they were saying you were while you were gone too.
Oh yeah.
Oh hey, I'm glad you said who you are, Matt Rutherford. Hi, this is Matt Gilbert. I had to create a new account as I'm on a loaner phone and I can't sign into my regular account. Now I can chat with that Matt Gilbert guy who is on the laptop. That guy is a weirdo. Too funny, Matt. Matt Rutherford, you suck. Everyone ignore that Matt Rutherford guy. You were a riot. The Great Ocean Disaster Aquariums. Victor has roughly 40 years of potential flashbacks, so technically young Victor can get older when first new people show up. Yeah, that's true. They could do that, but I think they're gonna have to show like stuff from before the massacre, and they already showed him after the massacre, so he can't get older for those scenes. Fletch says, do you think that school bus is from young Victor's timeline? Maybe more kids were in town, explaining that the little body that Victor found, or maybe that's really Eloise. Yeah, that's right. Were there other kids back then? Because he said he found a very small body. So we don't know that there weren't other kids back then. We just know, like, usually there are only 2 at a time. Technically, Julie is still a child, a minor. So that's a good point, Fletch. Okay. Lucas says, along the shore, the cloud waves break. The twin suns sink behind the lake. The shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where the black stars rise, and strange moons circle through the skies. Ooh, that's good. I like that. Nice. I like that quote. It's poetic. I found it intriguing that an introverted person like Victor would be so open to Julie when the Matthews family arrived. He even was going to share peaches. Maybe Storywalker Julie needs young Victor. Oh, meets young Victor. Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
Which feeds back into what I said a while ago with Eloise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, maybe Julie goes back in time and she helps Eloise in some way. Stranger still is Lost Carcosa, The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 1. Very cool. Want to hear Hotel California on the jukebox. Relax, said the Nightman. We are programmed to receive. You can check out at any time you like, but you can never leave. It would be fitting.
Leave. Great Ocean Disaster. You just want to hear that cool solo, that guitar solo. I know what it is. That I know what it is, man.
Yes.
Me and my band actually perform that sometimes. I love that song.
Nice. Oh, you got a band? That's awesome.
I'm the lead singer in the band, but we love performing that. It's like one of the covers we'll do.
That is so cool. No wonder you can sing well. I was like, wow, you were doing that earlier. I'm like, wow, you can sing. Now it makes sense. That's so cool. Oh, that's awesome. I wish I had that kind of musical ability. Yeah, I'm not a musical person. I learned piano, but I never was that great at it, and I haven't played in so many years that I lost what I learned, unfortunately. But I think musical talent is so cool.
Yeah. I wish I knew how to like play the instruments like my bandmates. I see them doing that. I'm like, how? How do you do that?
Yeah. I would love to be able to. Like I tried to teach myself guitar once. I gave up in exasperation within like an hour. I couldn't do it.
I did the same once before, and I even had my buddy in the band loan me his bass guitar, and I was like, I tried it for like 2 hours and was like, okay, left it packed up. He was like, hey, have you been practicing? I'm like, he had to give that thing back to him.
Yeah. Like I just couldn't take it. Like I sat there and I had an acoustic guitar and it hurt my fingers so freaking bad. I hated that. I hated how bad the strings hurt my fingers. So I guess I'm just a wuss because I couldn't handle that. And I could not for the life of me figure out how to pluck only the certain strings that you need to pluck and not the ones that you don't want to. And meanwhile, you're also muting certain ones that you need to mute. Like I could not freaking do it. So I'm like, I can't handle this. I give up. I gave up way too easily.
It takes a lot of coordination. Also, too, like your fingers would hurt. So that's natural because your fingers have to be trained. They got to get like that, build that callus a bit, pulling these metal like strings and such. So I can definitely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not usually a quitter. I don't give up on things that easily, but that I was like, that's it. I'm done. I can't do this. Piano was more my speed. Piano doesn't hurt your fingers, for one thing. I mean, not gonna lie, yeah, sometimes my hands would get sore from playing so much, but nothing like that. Matt said, if Julie's power is story walking, what powers do you think that Marielle and Randall might acquire? The same as Julie, or maybe something different? I think it's going to be different. I don't think they're all going to be the same. And with Randall, I think that something bad is going to happen to him. I think that his fate is not going to be a good one because he sensed something about that dungeon. He said it felt wrong and he was really afraid and refused to go back there. You know something's got to be seriously wrong when Randall is scared, and he said please to Julie, let's go, please. So I think he's going to meet some kind of nasty fate related to that. I don't know what it's going to be, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be he turns into Martin like some people think, but who knows?
Maybe it'll be that since Julie pressed forward, which plays into her walking forward in time and things like that, right? Or the past. Maybe his would be that he will know when a bad event is about to happen because he sensed that and was like, nope, let's get out of here. And so he'll be able to warn people of bad events coming up, maybe, and he'll have a sense for that.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, if he could sense that, he also it's funny how he told Jim not long before Jim died, the episode before, he told Jim, my advice to you, teach your kid how to drive, because there's fuck all you can do about everything else. None of us are getting out of here alive. And eerie foreshadowing there. And then Jim ends up dead in the next episode. And Jim said, I don't accept that to him. And so, yeah, it's like maybe he sensed something. It'll be interesting. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a fallen tree. My head grew heavy as the road plays its trick. We had to stop for the night. Is that a song? Is that from the song? What is that?
Yeah,
he changed the words.
He changed the tree part that wasn't in there.
Instead of light.
Yeah, it's up ahead in the distance. I saw it. What is it? A glimmering light. A shimmering light. My head grew heavy as the lights grew dim.
Yeah,
we had to stop for the night. So he added its plays his tricks and fallen tree into it.
Nice.
That doesn't rhyme.
Nice try, Matt Rutherford.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it actually has
those you don't like, or is it the other one?
I was gonna say, like, if it actually has those lyrics, wow, that's really fitting.
I could have just tricked you into believing that's what they were.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't know the song that well, so yeah. Last week Avery did an interview where she verified the 5 seasons. Oh, okay. That she said that it was going to be 5 seasons. Okay, cool.
It seemed like the show would be 5 seasons to me. I was actually going to ask you all that, like with them getting renewed for 4 and it being 2 years, a year away from now, or a year and some months. Do you think season 5 would be the final season? And I kind of believe it would be.
Yeah, it makes sense to me that it would be the final season. I don't know how much
if they have that arc, unless it's like they want to do a spin-off or something. Maybe that would happen.
Yeah. Speaking of spin-offs, I wish that if I had any power or say whatsoever, I could talk to MGM about them filming some type of side story that they could give us until the show returns.
Oh yeah, that would be great. I would love something like that. Like tide us over, give us like a little nugget of something, just anything, because that's a long wait.
Yeah,
and it would keep the fan base engaged more, because not all of us, like I'm one of the crazies who will watch content and want to make content year round, but not everybody is. A lot of people will just tune out and kind of forget about the show until it comes back again. So
yeah, and that's why like they could even go as far as I cover a lot of games, right? Because I cover video games, things like that on my channel. And one of the things, it was one game in particular, this game called Halo. And Halo had this campaign before their 5th game came out. It was called, I think, Find the Truth or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. Essentially, they were like web episodes where they had voice actors do voice acting work about this governmental body that were doing shady things, and it all played out over like weeks of the time. They could do something like that where maybe storyboard elements can be shown on the screen as people narrate background characters like the man in yellow or some of the monsters, for instance. They got so many ways they can go with that.
They totally could. That's a really good idea. I like that. And I didn't know you have a channel. Oh, that's cool. It's news to me.
Yeah.
So what is your channel about?
Yeah, my channel was called I call it The Fix, but it's under my name, Infinite Umbra, but it's called The Fix. Basically, we typically cover all types of media, but more so I would say gaming. So gaming, wrestling, movies, TV shows, all that type of stuff.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, feel free to plug your channel here anytime you want.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I love supporting other channels. Absolutely, anytime. Yeah. So, what is it called? You said The Fix?
Yeah, I'll let me get the link. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me see. If you type something in the chat first, just type anything, and then I'll give you a wrench so you can post a link. Like once you post something in there, yeah, there we go. Then I can give you a wrench, and then you can post, because you have to be a moderator to do that. There we go. Now you can drop your link. Yeah. So yeah, I love promoting other people's channels. I think it's how I think it should be, just everybody supporting everybody else's content and everybody else's channels, rather than people trying to compete and being threatened by each other. That's just not me.
Yeah, I appreciate that about you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's not a problem at all. Not a problem. Anyway, so let me see. Imagine if they go back, they stop the sacrifice, meaning no more faraway tree, meaning no way back to this timeline. Tricky, huh? Stuck in 1509. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Fletch. Yeah. Like if a group of them went back.
That's what Julie does. That's what future Julie does. She goes back there and she's like, I saved it. I stopped the sacrifice. And then no one can get home.
Yeah.
Including her.
That would suck. There's something I could reference that happens on something, but I won't. It made me think of another show where something like that happens. Let's see. Bobby G says, but Jade and Tabitha were not needed to give birth to Ethan and Julie. That was Tabitha and Jim, which is why I still think we don't destroy the lineage. Yeah, but the thing of it is Tabitha herself. I don't think Tabitha would exist unless we're going to say, like, we don't know how any of this works, obviously, but like we're mixing like reincarnation of souls with genetics and whatnot. But the way I see it, Tabitha shouldn't exist unless she would still exist, but with a different soul. But I mean, within the context of the show, she feels like she's the same person now. That she is Miranda. She's the same person who's there at the beginning. So the same soul. So I just feel like no one in the whole line of Tabithas would exist. Therefore, Ethan and Julie wouldn't exist without her. But I don't know. I could be wrong. But it's hard to say. Hey, just me. I fell asleep and woke up, and this is still going. Oh, yeah, it's me after all, so you shouldn't be surprised. Oh, and speaking of just me sent me a donation via Venmo yesterday. So thank you very much for that.
My bell. Found my bell.
So thank you, Justine. Yeah, that was very kind of you. I appreciate it. And it was funny though, because she sent me a message in Discord about it. And I, like, after she sent the donation, I had fallen asleep, and I guess my cat must have walked on the keyboard and sent her a message back, and it was just a bunch of gibberish. And like she said, I don't know what that means, but I'll just assume it means thank you and you're welcome. And she's like, I told her later what happened, and she said I even Googled it to see if it meant something. Like, no, I think it was just my cat must have done it, but
You sent her a mystery message.
yeah. Like, this is so bad. I'm on my laptop, I'm on my Chromebook so much that I'll literally just fall asleep typing on a regular basis, and then I'll wake up and I see like a whole string of gibberish and like a bunch of like letters repeated over and over again while I'm like, when I fall asleep, my hand must just drop on the keyboard and continues to type.
Have you ever tried playing those in a musical form?
No, I haven't.
You probably shouldn't. Bad things happen.
Yeah, it's bad. I literally just stay on my Chromebook until I just conk out of sleep, working on stuff for my channel or messaging people. It's bad. If they stop the sacrifice, then the timeline will be erased, says Matt. Tabitha and Jade will cease to exist, as will Tabby's kids. That's what I'm thinking. Meaning they could have never ended up in From and never saved. Yeah, so that produces a paradox, of course, because then, okay, you stop the sacrifice, but then if Tabitha never existed, then who stopped the sacrifice from happening? So there's a paradox right there. But yeah, that's time travel for you. The reincarnated souls seem to only meet here in this town, and the OG couple had the children, but every reincarnation after that do not. Miranda and Christopher didn't give birth to Victor as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Miranda and Christopher didn't have any kids. Some people were confused about that. That kid wasn't theirs. Let's see. If Miranda and Christopher, Jade and Tabitha were making the same babies, then I think you're right. But the fact that they don't leads me to see the opening. Yeah, it's just that, Tabitha shouldn't exist. So like, without Tabitha, how could Ethan and Julie exist? That's the thing.
I think them going back, if they try to go back to save the kids or whatever, it'll be more so if, like, instead of stopping the sacrifice that will create the situation, it's going to have to be something that stops the people from becoming monsters or gaining immortality, something to stop the entity that granted them that, right? That's right. What it would be. It might not necessarily save the kids, but it will stop them from I guess I'm going to say ascension, but I don't know if I want to call it ascension.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that. Fletch said that lineage won't be broken because they're meant to be born. Just their souls would stop being chosen ones because the curse would be over. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that could be. I could see that happening. Absolutely. And I would rather it be that way. But that sucks because that means that there could be a happy ending. I don't want that. You don't want a happy ending. Why? I hear that a lot. People that don't want a happy ending. I like happy endings, even in horror. I know it's kind of weird, but
what a bunch of sadists.
Yeah, I know in horror, usually like there aren't happy endings, but I mean sometimes people, like at least some people make it out. Like not everybody gets killed.
Maybe they should play against the tropes and have a happy ending.
I think they should. Fletch, so if they stopped the sacrifice, then they never would have existed and never stopped the sacrifice. Exactly. That's what I was just saying. Paradox. Yeah, read my mind. Grandfather paradox. So my thinking is no happy ending still. The curse just ceases for this family, but the entity finds another town for sacrifice. Oh, okay. Okay. Convinces another town to sacrifice kids, and the cycle still ensues, but their souls were saved. Okay. Yeah, maybe. If they stop the sacrifice, why would they never exist? Yeah, if they're thinking that the reincarnation created all the versions of Tabitha and Jade, then that's why they'd never exist. But maybe not. Maybe they'd still exist. It's Fletch says it's not the same physical person that gets resurrected. It's a soul, so that means it wouldn't erase them.
Okay. Maybe it could just be that goes the way that we think it, or instead of any paradox, maybe it just they flat out just erase everyone to save everyone back then, since everyone is so they focus on the reincarnation aspect. Maybe the people from back then are just spared. And so we get a mixture of good and bad ending, where the kids are not sacrificed, the people back then are not murdered off, and and then the bad part is that Tabitha and everybody here now, and Boyd and everyone, don't exist.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah, so it would be a mix of good and bad in that kind of ending. And I think that we're going to get a mix of good and bad for sure, no matter what, with the way it ends. It's not going to be, there's never going to be like a happy ending for everyone. There's going to be some tragedy in it. No matter what happens, someone will have to sacrifice themselves. I could see Boyd having to, make the ultimate sacrifice or something. And who knows? Maybe Jade. I hope not. But it's not going to be just all like, everyone gets home and everything is perfect. The end. Let's see. Jade mentions how energy lingers, and that's what these apparitions are. Maybe that's what Tabitha and Jade are. Energy trapped / lingering / stuck in from, as they're cursed to be reincarnated over and over. Yeah, that's, but they're also people. That they're not ghosts or just energy lingering. They're people with families. So yeah, so I don't know. Bobby G says, I think there's something to that too. They don't start seeing the memories until they get exposed to the energy, so to speak. Yeah, something to that. They may exist as Tabitha and Jade, but they would not be reincarnations of the original two rebel villagers. Yeah, they might. Christopher and Miranda don't create Victor. They never need to meet for Victor to be born. Yeah, that's true. Their souls are the only reason they ended up in Fromville. Yeah. But they only show up in Fromville with children already. They don't create them there. Yeah, no argument there, but that's a separate issue. Yeah, absolutely. The only thing now is that if they physically go back to OG time to stop the sacrifice, how would they return to this timeline? If the kids aren't dead, there's no faraway trees to travel. Yeah. Whoever goes back would be sacrificing themselves. So if they did that, whoever went back would be stuck there. They would have to stay there. Definitely.
Are we sure the trees are the only way to get out? You can follow the lighthouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you go to a tree to get the lighthouse, or could you just find the lighthouse and just do it?
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe if you get on a boat, maybe you can sail out.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, we don't know how any of this works. Like how is Julie doing this, for example? Like how we don't know how Julie is traveling right now, future Julie. We don't know how she got there, if she got there via tree or something else. So like, is it something like what her present self did with the dungeon, where she just had to go into something, and who knows? Like, maybe it's the dungeon in another timeline, and her physical body is laying there having a seizure while she's story walking here to save Jim, or try to. So it might, It might be that there is a way to snap out of it and get back.
Yeah, hopefully those cuts in her face aren't from the story walking itself.
Yeah, I wonder about that. That'll be interesting to see more of what this is about, because that came right out of left field. She showed up there. I'm really curious to see where that's going. I think that's what defeats the grandfather paradox. The grandfather paradox, for that to take effect, Jade and Tabitha need to give birth to Ethan. Wait, Christopher and Miranda needed to give birth to Vic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, yeah, I think it's possible, though it could still be an issue because, you know, Tabitha would, if she didn't exist, then Ethan wouldn't exist and Julie wouldn't exist. But maybe it would just be that she exists, but her soul is no longer reincarnated from someone else. So that could easily be the case. Henry and Miranda needed to meet for Victor to be born. But if the cycle is stopped before it can all begin, all of this is moot. Yeah. That's a great point. I don't know how the heck they'd get back in that case. Yeah, about the time travel. With stopping the sacrifice. Okay. Well, unless the From entity does still exist, just finds a new set of victims. Yeah, could be. Can Jade do the Hotel California solo on violin? Oh yeah, that would be cool. Nice. No, that's not what the paradox is referring to. Tabby and Jade, reincarnations of the OG2, stop the cycle, thus guaranteeing the OG2 won't be reincarnated and Tabitha and Jade won't come to From. Okay, yeah. Imagine the plot twist being Jade and Tabitha going back, stopping the sacrifice, but then later having them do another sacrifice so that they can end up traveling back to this timeline. Yeah. That would suck. Well,
Sacrifice the sacrificers.
yeah. That would be poetic justice. Matt said, therefore, they wouldn't be there to stop the cycle, meaning they would eventually be reincarnated and stop the cycle, thus preventing the reincarnations. Wait. Okay. Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around this, like at
But
5 in the morning.
if they changed it and they would just lose that reincarnation. Wouldn't they just be the same people? They would just lose that little bit of them that was Miranda or Christopher, but still be the same people.
Yeah, that I could see.
I mean, because it took them a long time to realize it, so they were living their lives without it. So I think they could live their lives without it again.
Yeah, it would just be like they'd have a different soul. They'd have their a unique soul that's just them, not reincarnated from someone else. Yeah. So yeah, they wouldn't be there to stop the cycle, meaning they would eventually be reincarnated and to stop the cycle. Thus, yeah, I can't even. My brain is short circuiting. This stuff is mind bending. I think that's the point, to escape the town for these reincarnated souls that are attached to separate living beings. Maybe it's kind of like they've got a reincarnated soul within them, but they also have their own soul that would still exist either way. Maybe that's what it is. They don't end the lineage, they end the generational curse of suffering by never going to From. Yeah. But Jim and Tabitha get to live happily ever after still. Well, assuming we figure out how the fuck they get back. Yeah.
Or if they're happy because Thomas is still dead.
Oh God.
So they might still get divorced. So it might not matter.
Yeah, so it might not matter, right? They were on their way to get divorced anyway. Unless it was a Fromville entity that did make the phone ring and caused Thomas's death. So if Frumville doesn't exist, then he might be alive. Who knows? Hey, Samuel. Try keyboard if you like piano. Prince said if you can play electric keyboard, you can play pretty much anything. You can just change the setting to guitar and make your song. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I still remembered how to play piano. It's been a long time. If they free the souls, you could argue the timeline resets completely. Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Assuming Jim and Tabitha wouldn't end up separating or divorcing. Yeah. Yeah, so right, because like this would that's the thing. Yeah. If you stop all of this, if you stop the original sacrifice, it's not just a matter of like erasing people from existence potentially. You're also changing the story once it's been told, which Ethan said you can't do. Like, you're changing the story. All of these people who have come to Frumville, none of that would have happened. So you're erasing events that actually happened. You're erasing that completely. And you're also stopping the sacrifice from happening. That's also changing the story once it's already been told. So I'm not so sure that's possible.
Well, if it's all in a dream plane, and she destroys From, maybe everybody just ends up being happy.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it's a story within a story.
Right, a story within a story could be. I don't know. I was wondering if Earth Abides had anything to do with From, but guess not. Yeah, I don't think so. I just see it as resetting that suffering only because Jim and Tabitha create Ethan and Julie. Miranda and Henry gave birth to Victor. They don't need the reincarnated souls to give offspring. Yeah. But that could be interesting because what if Thomas's death was caused by a From entity? Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was just saying. Maybe it was. If plausible, if we subscribe to the notion that Tabitha would have a wholly different soul. Yeah. That phone call was from someone in Frumville. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying. That set them up for divorce. No Frumville, no divorce potentially. Yeah, they were getting divorced before they got to Frumville. Yep. Storyworker Julie trying to separate their father and mother to save Jim because she knows her mother will always go to Frumville. Yeah, trying to separate them. Well, yeah, I don't know about that. To save Jim. Well, yeah, that would save Jim. Yeah, she could go back and just try to break up her parents sooner to save Jim because Tabitha is the one who got sucked into Frumville. Jim just happened to be along for the ride.
He doesn't have to go, so
yeah.
You could just be like, "Oh, we're gonna go to Yellowstone. Whoops, we forgot to pick you up, Jim. Sorry."
Right. Yeah.
That's too bad for you. You get to live a life now, though, so enjoy that.
Yeah.
He had to be by himself, but at least he'd be alive. That seems like tropey.
Yeah. So I think that could work, but yeah, I don't think that she can actually story walk outside of the place, in my opinion.
I think she can. I think when we were talking earlier, I thought future blah 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 blah. I'm so tired. Future Julie could be a projection.
Yeah, that's possible.
Because when you were talking earlier and about the dream plane and dreamscapes and stuff, I thought, well, maybe she could project herself. Maybe she's learned the skills. Maybe she's in 2024 out of From and is projecting herself in From.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know story walking rules because I haven't been taught any. I don't have a handbook.
If she did get out, I would say that she would have had to have gotten back in to story walk more from within there, because I don't think that once you're out, I don't see how you could like do that kind of
tree. You can find that tree.
Oh yeah, maybe Maybe the original bottle tree. Yeah.
Maybe.
That I could see. Yeah.
She story walked out of Fromville to go buy a terrible wig and travel back.
Yeah.
Just like, wait, I'm gonna story walk. No, I gotta go to this wig place first.
Right.
Yeah.
Where's Mari when you need her to give me a bad haircut?
Mm.
Yeah. The old classic mullet.
Mm. Yeah. The actress looks actually totally different with it now. It looks really cute. It's nice. Yeah. She's doing something cute with it. Matt said, I think Thomas's death was probably just a mundane but appalling tragedy. We just don't know, but if I had to bet, I'd say no, not a Fromville-related tragedy. It's just like, why do they keep bringing it up then, though? I don't know why they keep bringing it up. It's a tantalizing theory, right, Bobby? But yeah, Robert Saunders thinks that too. Robert Saunders has been thinking that for a while, and it's possible that it could have been an entity from Fromville that did that called them. At least it's connected to this text of the show. Some theories make me wonder if the theorist ever saw the show. Yeah, same. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, tinfoil theories are fun, but I like to look at what the show is actually giving us. I try not to make too many assumptions when I'm making a theory, and look at the evidence that's in the show, and not go too deep down the rabbit hole. I'm like ignoring the evidence in the actual show. Hey, MoFi, latent memories. Bobby G says Tabitha before Fromville was very much a different soul, though. It wasn't until she came into this town that she became Miranda, and I think it's because of the energy there, the souls attached there. Yeah, you could look at it that way. You could look at it that way for sure. If we say soul equals person, then Tabitha and her line are erased. Yeah. Can a soul change? Yeah, we're getting really philosophical here for 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I thought it was just an original soul with some added soul.
Like an added, okay. So she has her own soul, and Miranda's soul kind of like jumped into her body with her. Like,
or else she'd just be totally Miranda and she'd be totally digging on Henry.
True.
She'd be like, hey.
Yeah. I gotta say, though, I don't know. I was picking up on vibes where Henry was so strangely protective of Tabitha when she was at his house. He was bandaging up her cut for her. It was just a little cut from glass. She didn't need him to bandage it for her, and he was so worried about her not sleeping or eating. It's like, it made me wonder, does he sense something? But at that point, she had already been in Fromville, so maybe Miranda's soul was already part of her then, so that actually would make sense.
Yeah.
I think there's something to that. But David said, I think Tabitha and Jade are the original ones, and everyone else was a reincarnation of them. Wait.
Everyone else?
Wait, I don't know. I don't get
everybody,
it.
all the chosen ones, or just everybody, like the monsters and everybody?
Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Reincarnation is literally the soul being reborn into a new bodily incarnation. The idea is that soul enters at conception. Okay. Either that or maybe the show was doing something different. Maybe there's like some soul melding together going on, soul transfer happening in the show. I've been taking it more literally, like, she was always Miranda when she was born, but it could go either way. The most recent incarnations of the OG are Jade, and that's the thing. Jade and Tabitha are the most recent incarnations, so I'm confused too. Yes, I do get you, Matt. Absolutely. 100%. Oh, and thank you. Yeah, trying to make it clear. My brain is starting to short circuit, but um, Ethan, Boyd, and Sarah have predominantly been wearing yellow. Team Man in yellow. I mean, I that would make them all evil, though. So
I thought the last episode where Boyd and Sarah were kind of wearing the same kind of outfit was just like Sarah mirroring Boyd and having to do his work so his soul could remain non-broken.
yeah, I like that.
And when they
That
were
makes
standing next to each other, they both had dark jackets on and yellow shirts and a white shirt underneath it. They almost look like they were mirrors of each other. And she's really tall, so it kind of works even better that way.
Yeah, right. That makes total sense. And I was noticing how tall she is standing next to Boyd also. Like, wow, I didn't realize she was that tall because I just never noticed it before. But they were like in lockstep and she was really tall right next to him. Yeah, I like that. It makes sense. And
I haven't seen Ethan. The only thing I remember Ethan wearing is that red and black plaid thing.
I know he doesn't ever change that.
I know he wears other stuff, but it was like, I'm just seeing how big that thing's going to get when he's 14. They're going to have to get a super, extra large.
I know, right? They're going to have to. But as far as the whole yellow thing, I think, like we were talking about this earlier, Boyd wears yellow. I still say yellow represents hope. Boyd is the town's hope. He's the embodiment of the town's hope. That's why he wears yellow. I'm not sure why Sarah was wearing it. Maybe just because of what you were just saying, Scarlett. Because she was going to step in and help him out, and she was, in that sense, like helping him. She was his hope. Yeah, as far as like the man in yellow, why is he wearing it? I think it's like we were talking about it earlier. Brian from Spoiler Kings, who's on Biggerford's panel, he was saying like maybe it's just because it's like the man in yellow has been kind of collecting people's hope. The entity might feed on hope, so it's like he's wearing their hope, and then and Infinite Umbra earlier was saying how like it's all dirty and it's all dirty and beat up, so it could be symbolism that way too. It's like they're symbolic of what's happened to their hope here, so it could be a totally symbolic type of thing, and that's what I think they're doing with that color. And it explains, like, so it can explain why he's wearing yellow, even though Boyd also does, and clearly they can't be on the same team. They can't be. Man in yellow is blatantly evil. I think Dave is getting at how the show is playing with time traveling and how they've ended up in the future but are from the past, if I understood him correctly. Okay. Yeah. Problem is they have a history in this world. What could happen if they story walk back to the beginning and become the two rebel villagers? That would mean they are reincarnations of themselves. Yeah, I don't think they could be the two. I think they would go back and meet their own like versions of themselves, like different versions of themselves. Another paradox. Welcome to time travel. Paradox is guaranteed. Yes. Inevitable. Gonna see some messy paradoxes coming up. I wrote a paper on philosophical interpretations of temporal paradoxes in a block universe for my second year. Nearly broke my brain. Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like it would. Wow. Yeah, that's wild. I like it. Hardly anyone has talked about the lighthouse, me included. What do we think is going on with that lighthouse? Yeah, what is going on with that lighthouse? What? Why is some of the
It's just waiting for another person to climb inside of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and
It's
has
patient.
anyone else been pushed out of there? Just Me says some of the glass inside the lighthouse was broken. I don't know. Because like this cycle has been different. Miranda, as far as we know, Miranda wasn't pushed out of the lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else, huh?
She couldn't get there.
No, maybe someone else at some point in time was pushed out before. So it did look like some of the glass was broken.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. The lighthouse, yeah, the lighthouse is huge. Yeah, it's some kind of a portal to the outside world for sure. But most people can't get there. It seems like only chosen ones can get there. I'm not quite sure if it's like living to its trope of a pillar in chaos. The only thing I know about the lighthouse is that Tabitha didn't see the children locked in there. It was in the tower, so I believe it's not the same building. Yeah, I think maybe it was the wrong tower. Different tower, which would make me lean into it being a pillar of good. There's only one thing that can change a story, that's hope. That's what happened when Jade sang them lullabies. They produced an ounce of hope that allowed them to change the story eventually. Yeah, that was so sweet when Jade said, "We used to sing them lullabies." I was like, oh, like that was so not Jade in that moment. He was like, "We used to sing them lullabies." It was just, oh, it was so sweet and emotional, and like he's shown softer sides before, but just imagining Jade singing anyone a lullaby is not something I could picture. But
You know, Jade really hasn't had Christopher moments. You know, like Tabitha had with Miranda, like that moment when she died, like Tabby's like, "Oh my God," you know. But Jade doesn't really have that with Christopher. He doesn't look at Christopher and go, "Oh, I am you." Like hasn't had a vision like that.
No, he hasn't, and he said that it felt like, you know, it was like he was seeing things that shouldn't be there, and he said it didn't feel like he was back in the Civil War when he saw the Civil War soldier. But I don't think it necessarily means that he wasn't all those people in the visions. We know he was Christopher. So I also think he was all those other guys in his other visions. He just experiences them differently. And I think it's not as vivid as what Miranda saw because he wasn't dropping acid. He did other drugs. So it's confusing. And also, I think having Victor there, a direct tie to Miranda, is what did it. And having that experience, meeting Henry, learning about Miranda, seeing her paintings, and then connecting with Victor, that enabled Tabitha to tap into those memories without the use of acid at all. Jade doesn't really have anything like that connected to Christopher. The only thing that could maybe jog his memory, if we're going to talk about like a relic, at least, like, we don't have a human that he can connect with, like Christopher, a descendant of Christopher, but there's that dummy. If he were to actually like pick up the dummy and mess with the dummy, Jasper,
That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe that could summon more Christopher memories that are more vivid. Make him,
and it would give Jasper some time on screen,
right? Which I'm always here for. Any excuse for more Jasper. Not only did Jim not have to go for the ride, but we found out it was Jim's idea to go on this last hurrah. That sucks for Jim. He didn't have to go. Henry didn't have to go either. Henry just happened to not be with Miranda, but Jim happened to be with Tabitha when she got pulled in. So Jim's rotten luck, and then he gets murdered for no good reason. It was his idea. That sucks. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Why the fuck did Jim go to the town and not Henry? Right. Yeah, I think it was just by chance. Miranda just happened to get pulled in when Henry wasn't in the car. That's all. Why the fuck did Jim not die to that tree? Not die to that tree. I don't know. Confused there. But Shirley, is that supposed to be like Shirley maybe? I don't know. 378. The Ankoohey children poured their hope into the roots, which created the tree. We can assume that meant the faraway tree. What if it means that that traps people to try to help the children instead? The tree that traps people. Yeah, like we assume that meant the faraway tree. Yeah, so you mean like the fallen tree? Like maybe that's what's trapping people to try to help the children. That's possible. We don't know if it meant the faraway tree. That's true. We
Yeah,
don't know.
because the only thing is that Sarah said that.
Yeah.
And we don't know if that's right or wrong. She just said it.
She just said it, and Tabitha assumed it also, and she told Jade. Jade, was on board with it too. So, no, we don't know for sure. From could have alternative timelines / storylines. Basically, when anyone goes back, their timeline stays the same, but they can create a different outcome for their past self. I could see that. Yeah. Their timeline stays the same, but they create a different outcome for their past
Future
self.
Julie comes out and writes the Common Knuckle book.
Yeah. Yeah, she wrote the book. Maybe. I forgot it was a phone call that was the inciting incident that led to Thomas's death. This makes the From connection plausible AF. It does. It does. I think it could be that Fromville reached out and caused that. It caused that phone call.
It was the sus priest.
Yeah, or maybe it was. Sus priest.
So your priest can come back, Julie. The sus priest will have a cameo.
I want that sus priest to come back. 100%. With Alice says if someone dreamed the last scene, then Jim may be alive. That would be a cop out. I swear to God. Right, Fletch? Season 4, episode 1, Jim wakes Julie from her nightmare. Everyone was going to break their TVs if that happened. Especially all the Jim haters out there, and we know there are many. They're going to break their TVs. Like, that would be the biggest cop-out, I swear to God. Like, no. I feel bad for Jim, but what's done is done. No, that would ruin it. I would be so pissed just because of the cop-out of it all. No. It was all a dream. Bullshit. No. Tabitha and Jade have one soul each. The idea is the souls retain traces of their past incarnations, like echoes of all the incarnations. Yeah, okay. That could be. No need for melding. The soul gets reincarnated over and over, but traces of those incarnations persist and can resurface as memories. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is more likely to be the case for sure. I don't actually believe in reincarnation, but that's my understanding of this variety of reincarnation. It's a new age kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. That's why I've been saying that I think that maybe Tabitha and Jade's their whole line would be wiped out of existence if they stop the sacrifice.
More of a Hinduism kind of thing. Not
Yeah.
really New Age. I mean, New Age too, but it comes from Hinduism.
Mm-hmm. Bobby G said, I'm not sold Boyd stays a good guy. I think he could be redeemed, but I think he could turn the path of Martin. I don't know. I think he's our hero. He's a hero of the story, so I think he'll stay a good guy, but he's definitely gonna get his hands dirty more and more. He's gonna be driven to these desperate measures, like what he just did with Elgin. They're trying to break his character.
Yeah, 100%. Boyd is the hero of the story. No way would he be like a villain.
Yeah, I can't see it. I can't see that happening. Fletch says when Ethan arrived in Fromville, he had a yellowish shirt. Yeah, that's right. I had forgotten that, and people have been pointing that out lately. Yeah, I think that's on the cards, or at least a fall before a heroic last hurrah to redeem himself before the end. I think that he'll continue to be pushed to, do things that are outside of his character that he doesn't want to do, for sure. I don't think he'll go full villain, but he'll do things like we just saw, like, smashing Elgin's hand with a hammer, for sure. Yeah, it would serve as an excellent twist. We all loved Boyd. I love Boyd. He's a great character. That would suck. I don't want to see Boyd end up chained up like Martin. I hope not. I love Boyd. David said, with Tabitha and Jade being the original ones, I mean, they existed in the original cycle as Jade and Tabitha and have been trapped in From, while reincarnated as other people in the real world. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just tired, but I'm having trouble wrapping
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be my thinking. The entity doesn't kill Martin just like it doesn't kill Boyd. Could be. Even though I don't see much Young or Joseph Campbell in the show, Boyd is the one who is definitely shaping up for some version of the classic Campbellian hero's journey. Yeah. His fall.
Campbellian, I think was what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
Joseph Campbell, hero's journey.
His fall into the ashes. Yeah.
Only to rise and become the new man, having learned from his ordeal to become the hero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Oh, absolutely. Yep. Whoever or whatever is calling the shots definitely seems to have plans for Boyd. Absolutely, yeah. Who's the chosen one? Boyne White said it was Christopher. Henry said it was Miranda. I say Miranda is the chosen one. Miranda dropped acid and she saw all that stuff. They didn't give us all that exposition just to turn around and change it. Henry gave a beautiful speech of exposition. Normally exposition is not a good thing, but it was very well done. And I believe that. I think that they're going to stick with it. The boy in white had his own reasons for telling Christopher to go through the tree. We don't know what that is yet. We don't know, like, he didn't tell Christopher he's the chosen one, so we don't really know why he told him to go through that tree. But there's got to be some other explanation for that. Just Me says, I wonder if 2 of the Ankoohey kids were named Brian and Kelly. No more Brian and Kelly stuff. That Brian Kelly thing in season 2 was enough already with Brian and Kelly.
Or they're Daniel and Shay.
Or Daniel and Shay, yeah. David said it could also be like when the cycle ends after 12, 13th cycle is the beginning again. Jade and Tabitha again, or all the ones that come back resonate with Tabitha and Jade's energy and remember. Well, it would fit if it ends after 12 because of the 12 situation going on here. The answer is 12, the 12 notes and the 12 7 and 4 equal 12. So that's the thing, all these 4s and 7s in the show.
7 and 4 equal 11, Julie.
Oh, 11. What am I saying? What am I saying? Yeah, my brain is fried. My brain is fried. I'm like, I'm so tired.
Maybe we should go. Maybe we should end at 7. I'll get a little tired too. I'll get a little sleepy.
The math ain't mathing right now. Yeah, but anyway, the whole 12 thing keeps coming up too, like in the show. There are multiple examples. 12 talismans, 12 notes, in the scale for the 12 numbers that Jade found, and I forget, there's another example that I can't remember right now. And I think there were 12 monsters there for the rebirth of Smiley too. I think somebody said that.
Yeah, there's almost a full coven with the Kimono Lady being number 13, if she is a monster.
Yep. Let's see. What if he was singing them lullabies in their OG reincarnation when they made it to the Lake of Tears too late? Maybe. When the damage was done and the children were set to die and bled to death on the stones. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what happened. And that's what he was thinking about when he was playing the violin. Yeah, it's like, what did they do to these kids? They all have a wound on their forehead. What did they do? Like smash their heads in? Ugh. Yeah, nice to have you here, Fletch. Thanks for being here. Have fun, Drumaholics, and remember Boy and White shared knowledge to Christopher. Knowledge comes with a cost. Man in Yellow. Yeah. Somebody left me a comment. Huh? Were you
No,
gonna
I
say
was
something?
reading another one. Knowledge comes with a cost. 50K for a BA.
Oh,
I'm sorry, it was funny. I was just scrolling around. It was funny.
no, it's okay. I didn't see that one yet. Oh yeah, okay. 50K for a BA, right? Yeah, right, seriously. Knowledge comes with a cost indeed. And it sure didn't pay off for me financially. I'm poor as hell. And I mean, I did go to school on a scholarship, so at least I didn't waste an enormous amount of money on a degree that has made me no money at all. I had a full scholarship, so I can say that at least. But it's like, damn, I could have put that to use though, making actual money. I had to major in writing and rhetoric. I had to major in something that wasn't going to pay me shit. So anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, this comment made me think of something. Earlier today, I got a comment on one of my videos from somebody saying that they've been following my channel. I think that I was I think, was it them that said this? That I was the first From channel that they found. Was that them? Let me see. Where was it? It was yeah, somebody said, which was really crazy to me. This was the first From channel I started listening to and held my theories here. And 1 month later, people are finally seeing my theories about the King in Yellow. I said it here first, and this was Lux ZS 5788. And then I went back and looked at another comment they left on another one of my videos earlier today, and it was from a few weeks ago. And this person called it a month ago. In the comments on one of my lives, they said, "A sacrifice, huh? My theory is this is based off of, or at least inspired by, The King in Yellow by H.P. Lovecraft. The King in Yellow was also mentioned in True Detective, and I'm starting to see a huge resemblance between the two shows." And then he said, "Do not summon the King in Yellow. Do not summon the King in Yellow." And what just happened, we just basically saw the King in Yellow, or the Man in Yellow rather, being summoned. So
But he's just a dude the guy saw in LA on the street.
well, I mean, it doesn't mean they didn't give any use any Lovecraftian influence when they developed that character though. Like, that could just
Somehow
be,
methinks is a lot simpler than what we're making it to be.
yeah, it may be, but that whole thing about summoning, like he literally said, "Do not summon the King in Yellow," and then in the finale of the season, they summoned the Man in Yellow. They definitely summoned him with that music. I'm sure
Yeah,
of
they didn't
that.
mean to, though.
No, they didn't mean to,
They
but
didn't mean to.
they're gonna wish they hadn't. Do not summon him, and so I thought that was that was cool. Whether or not it's Lovecraftian or not, yeah, you definitely don't want to summon this guy, and they had it nailed a month ago, so that was cool. I still want to know. I just can't. I can't even conceive of what this could mean. Like, where is this going from here? I really don't know. Can he get to town? Future Julie said, "But you got to get back to town. Maybe the Man in Yellow can't go to town for some reason. He has to
Well, I
stay
mean,
back."
it had to have limitations because if you have a monster running around in the day killing people all willy nilly, there's got to be some kind of rule keeping him in place somewhere, or else he'll just kill everybody.
Right. There has to
There'll
be
be no
some
story.
limitation. Yeah, there has to be some limitation. Otherwise, that's what I've been saying. Like, when people thought like maybe maybe Smiley can now come out in the daytime, or like the talismans stop working when they thought people thought the talismans might stop working this season. And I said it would be too chaotic. There has to be some period where there isn't just endless killing. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they go back to that 90 days without a killing or whatever, 93 days.
Yeah. So it's the same with this man in yellow. It can't just be constant chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think there might have been a clue there with Julie saying we have to get to town.
Right. And so yeah, maybe this means they can't go in the woods anymore, and they can't go out and find things. They can't forage. They can't go back to the cabins. That wouldn't be good. We need those cabins to be explored.
Yeah, I want the cabins, definitely.
They set enough of that up, like enough already. We need some payoff. Enough knocking at the cabins and footsteps. So I would hope that they're going to go out there again. Matt said, I think I missed or forgot something. I know the Lake of Tears is in Ethan's storybook, but who didn't make it to the lake in time? Yeah, I think the fairies initially they didn't make it there in time, and Norman died, and then Julie says, "Oh, the fairies made it to the Lake of Tears," and Norman's okay.
What is the reference to King in Yellow in this? And Ethan's
I don't know.
Storybook.
Yeah, I don't know how that connects to the Lake of Tears. Just me said, I think the man in yellow who comes out to kill everyone for a reset. I hope not. Shit. Everyone's gonna just die. That would suck.
That's everybody's unhappy ending.
Yeah, everybody's unhappy ending.
That's why I want a happy ending. I don't want it just to be everybody dead at the end, or Ethan's the only one alive.
Yeah, please no. Would you mind?
Ethan's like, "Hey, everybody! Oh, everybody!
Yeah, he just comes.
Crap. I guess I'll be alone for 40 years now." Oh well.
He comes out of the root cellar. His family's bodies are ripped up everywhere, and the boy in white just waves and then roll credits. Like, yep. Oh, it sucks. That would really.
Now the boy in white has a mustache and has a wife and kids.
God. I hope that's not where the series is going. That would suck. Scarlett, would you mind talking for a minute? I just have to run to the bathroom.
Oh boy, I'm so tired. Okay, sure.
I will wrap up soon, I promise. I just don't want to wrap up like in the time it takes me to, like.
Yeah. I'll look over some things here. Let's see. So Matt Gilbert left a comment that said it is the Holly in Carcosa, and I don't know what Holly means. If you could put that in the chat, I'd really appreciate it, because I'm not sure what H-A-L-I means.
The Haley in Carcosa.
Oh, you're still here. I'm sorry. There is another person here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was over here trolling
Haley,
Twitter.
I don't know. I'm not 100% certain. I can't even highlight comments. I don't even have the power to do that, but I can read them.
We have the power of literacy.
Yeah. Let's see. Jim is way more important than we even know now. The fact of the matter is his intuition is setting him up to defeat this entire riddle. And justice for Jim, but I think Jim's dead.
For now.
For now. Well, that's why I have the Schrodinger's teacup, because he's kind of dead yet alive. Like Schrodinger's cat, dead yet alive. Because he didn't die on screen. It's implied he died, but he's still kind of alive but kind of dead. Maybe not.
You probably have the meanest case of strep throat, physical strep throat there is.
He's fine.
It's going to be 7 o'clock. Okay, I got to get back in here.
Okay, so I think him choosing to take the vacation isn't on accident. Him surviving the RV crash, narrowly when that tree bursted through his window. I think something's leading him to these choices. It could be. I mean, I think he was taking the vacation because he didn't want to divorce his wife. And then his reincarnation is very different to Hindu and Buddhist type. Yeah, I know, and I completely understand that, but I can't get into that at like 5:30 in the morning.
I'm back.
The ancient Greeks believed in reincarnation and transmigration of the soul. Pythagoras built a cult around that and his mathematics. I understand that, Matt, but it's way too early in the morning for me to get this. Pythagoras.
That's very deep and philosophical.
Yeah, the Greeks had a different idea of reincarnation than the Buddhists and the Hindus. I understand this, but I can't get into it right now. I gotta go to sleep in like 15 minutes, I swear.
Yeah, I need to wrap up soon myself.
Plus my throat kind of hurts from talking and everything, so
yeah.
I can't even highlight anything, Julie. I'm just reading them.
Oh, yeah, because I keep forgetting to go into the settings and try to do what Anzo told me, how he told me to do it and make you a moderator.
But it was weird when PM was on, she could do it.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm cursed.
She was able to highlight comments?
Yeah, when you were gone.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can do it on a phone, but you can't do it on an iPad. I mean, or I have Apple, and she doesn't have Apple. She's running it through something else.
Right.
Could be a number of those things.
Huh.
None of those things, or all those things.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I'll have to see if I can.
Pythagoras. Well, I subbed around Pythagoras.
Maybe if I make you a moderator and stream here, maybe you'll be able to do it then.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see. The idea.
Lake of Tears equals tears. Sorry.
Equals what?
Lake of Tears equals tears.
Oh.
Maybe. Sure.
Mystery solved.
But then he added from the suffering, so okay, we got you.
Okay, sorry.
You're getting punchy from being tired.
Yeah, but I want to know what holly means. Did Matt ever say what holly and Carcosa means?
Matt Gilbert speaks on it below.
Oh, he does speak on it below. Okay.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
The Lake of Tears, the name of the lake. Okay.
The name of. Is it really? No shit.
I have no idea. I skimmed this thing and I couldn't find, because Jeremy was like, knowledge comes at a cost, is from King in Yellow, but I never saw that quote in the King in Yellow. And I read it real fast. I'm a speed reader, but I did not see this or the name of this lake, but I could have missed it.
Oh, you could speed read?
Yeah, I speed read through it, yeah. All the dialogues, yeah. I just went to the dialogues.
I don't know if you could do this, but when I was a kid, I remember in the 90s, I remember seeing these crazy commercials for speed reading. I don't know if it was a commercial or an infomercial where it was learn how to do speed reading, and you'd see this person who's flipping through the book ridiculously fast and claiming that she could actually read everything that was on it. I'm like, no freaking way.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's impossible. I'm sorry. Nobody can do that. That's bullshit.
No, when you speed read, you're speed reading just to get the gist of the thing.
Well, not the way this person was doing it. There's no way that you could possibly actually digest much of anything from what she was doing in these crazy commercials.
It was like those how somebody draws a picture on pieces of paper, several pieces of paper, and they flip through them with their thumb to make it move.
Yeah,
that's basically what Julie is saying. They had that basically and it's oh, this is what they said. No, no way you read that.
No way in hell.
It's learning through osmosis, just putting it against your head, and you're like, I know it now.
Right. I know.
I mean, actually looking, I know clicking my eyes and looking at the words, and just really fast.
Right.
They touched my eyeballs.
Yeah, it was such bullshit. I just knew it had to be a scam, and they were trying to get people to pay money to learn how to do it, so it had to be a scam. Just no way.
I just want somebody to show me where knowledge comes at a cost is in the King in Yellow. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean, because I couldn't do a search through the document either, which was upsetting to me because I just wanted to look that up. I couldn't find it. And I remember reading it like years and years ago, and I didn't remember that was in there either. So I was like, I don't know if that's even in there. And Lovecraft only mentions like Hester once in all his writing, so I got kind of confused about, you know, the importance of the King of Yellow and Lovecraft itself. I mean, himself, his writing.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how many people are actually reading it and how many people are like, the King of Yellow is this, and they haven't even read it.
Right, I know.
Or they might have read some Lovecraft thing, or they might read some mythos in some Lovecraft role-playing game or something and have a totally different version that somebody else wrote that wasn't Lovecraft. The more the mythos around it, you know? Pop culture mythos.
Right. Yeah. I hadn't even heard of the King in Yellow, and then a few weeks ago, when like the Man in Yellow painting was first revealed, I remember Jeremy was already talking about the King in Yellow. He was talking about it early, and I hadn't heard of it before, and so now I bet he's really excited about it. He's probably like really on that theory.
Well, he'd be upset to know is this a guy in LA on the side of the road.
Yeah. I mean,
guess what? That's his backstory.
Sorry to burst your bubble there.
He had a new suit and he was happy and he was dancing around, and then he saw the same guy like a year later and he was in the same suit, but it was all dirty and he was sad.
That sucks. Like, I hope that they added something really exciting to that, though. Like, maybe it came from a mundane thing that he
that's
thought.
That's pretty exciting.
I know. Well, maybe I don't know. It could still have something to do with Lovecraft, maybe, but that makes
they did have that Poe story. I'll go with what's actually shown in the show, the Poe story,
right?
That Kenny and Christy are reading. That does lead into the Jules Verne thing. That does lead into Lovecraft. So that's a connection.
I just looked up something really interesting. I just said, what other cases can there be with the Man in Yellow? And oddly, I went to like Curious George, and
yeah, look at that.
And then I found something here on this site called study.com, and it's a book I believe called Tuck Everlasting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and there's a character in there called the Man in the Yellow Suit.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's what he's called in the credits.
Let me read some of this.
He's not called the Man in the Yellow, and in the credits, he's called the Man in the Yellow Suit.
Really?
Oh, no shit. Interesting.
Yep. Shit.
So let me read some of this right here. That lines up a little bit too well. That just a quick reading I just did here. Let's see.
Yeah, go.
It says, what does the Man in the Yellow Suit represent? The Man in the Yellow Suit is a symbol of greed and selfishness, which could play into the sacrificing of them for the greed of immortality, right? Selfishness. While other characters behave selflessly and express a desire to do the right thing, he sees water from the spring, which makes anyone who drinks it immortal, as something he can sell to make himself wealthy. Now, how odd is that to tie into what we know about this story? Immortal.
I think we should do more video essays about that than Lovecraft.
Why is the Man in the Yellow Suit? Yeah, it sounds really close. I'm just telling, like,
and it's
little read
the
I did.
name of him in the credits. He isn't the Man in the Yellow. He's the Man in the Yellow Suit.
Check this out. It says the antagonist is the villain of the story. Blah blah blah. Let's skip ahead. Tuck's desire to become hidden. The novel's message is that immortality is ultimately not desirable. The Man in the Yellow Suit who wants to expose the secret and sell the water plays the antagonistic role. Let's see if I can skip ahead. It's okay. So the book is Tuck Everlasting by Natalie Babbitt, a children's novel first published in 1975. A book takes place in a small town called Tree Gap, which kind of plays into the trees here, by the way.
Yep.
It follows a young girl named Winnie Foster who meets the Tuck family. The Tucks have become immortal by drinking from a spring in the woods that belonged to Winnie's family. They believe that their immortality has ultimately not been good, and they endeavor to keep the spring's properties a secret from others. However, the man in the yellow suit suspects the truth and has his own agenda. And let's see, let me go ahead. It says, because some of this is locked behind whatever. I think I need to create an account to read it. It says it says analysis. It says the man in the yellow suit is a mysterious character whose name is never revealed and whose true intentions remain a mystery until the novel's climax. Babbitt first introduces him in chapter 4, where he arrives in Tree Gap, approaches the Foster's gate, and speaks to Winnie. She notices his movements are strange, similar to that of those of a marionette, a type of puppet.
Uh-huh.
Winnie cannot help the man as he is searching for a specific unnamed family. However, while they are talking, her grandmother approaches, and the three of them hear music coming from an unidentified source. Look at that.
Oh.
Winnie's grandmother believes it to be elf music, but Winnie comments that it sounds like a music box.
Wow.
Way too many coincidences right here, y'all. Way too many.
Seriously.
I have a gut feeling that it's got more to do with Tuck Everlasting than Lovecraft.
I think
just the feeling I get from the writers.
It ties in a little too
vibe.
well. Yeah. It says the man in the yellow suit seems to recognize the music and walks away while whistling the same tune. The expression on his face is described as a look of intense satisfaction.
Really interesting.
I am going to find this book and read into it.
Seriously. I read that when I was a kid, so I forgot a lot of that stuff. I read that in school when I was a kid. We went and saw a play on a field trip of Tuck Everlasting, and but I had forgotten all about anything about a man in a yellow suit. I completely went out of my head many years ago. So now I want to reread it. I'm curious. That's really interesting stuff.
A lot of those, that's just from that quick little synopsis of things I read right there, are definitely tied to From immortality, music, him having being tied to the music and knowing the music and having an expression of satisfaction. He came back talking about Jade sure could play the music or something like that, right? How did he say it?
He said that was a hell of a song that Jade sure can play.
Right. All of that is very strangely reminiscent of everything in this story. A little too close, if you ask me.
A little too close indeed. Yeah. It sounds like they're almost lifting things right out of the book.
Yeah. Strong inspiration.
For sure. Absolutely. That's really interesting stuff. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I'm going to look into that more. Interesting. Because that's, and I just Googled the man in the yellow suit and I see images of it. Yeah, like that fits a lot more than the King in Yellow, just, in looks alone. And I'm seeing more parallels from that than the man in yellow, and I mean the King in Yellow, but interesting. And like Matt says here, fascinating. I'll have a look into this book. They seem to be drawing from children's literature, like Enid Blyton's The Magical Faraway Tree from the 1940s or 50s. Yeah, that's so crazy. There was actually a book, The Magical Faraway Tree. So, like, that can't be a coincidence. And it would be fitting if this show is drawing from children's literature because, right from the beginning, we had children's stories being featured. We had a fake book, The Flight of the Crominuncle was not a real book, but, a children's book nonetheless. That's featured from the very, very start. And Ethan with his storytelling, talking about the book. And so it would be fitting if they're drawing from children's literature, if they were also inspired by Tuck Everlasting too. Yeah, I like it.
You see what doing long 7-hour streams will get you?
Yeah.
Inspiration.
Yes, I was just thinking that. I was thinking, wow, I'm glad I stayed on this long. It's like we like that's fantastic. You hit on something really good. Like
I can't believe I'm like one of the first people. I've never heard anyone else say this, so I can't believe I'm the one that just Googled really quick. Like, what else stories had something with a man in yellow? And I just happened to find that.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone else bring that up at all, and I've had a lot of conversations about this show this season. Yeah, that's the first I've heard of it. So yeah, you'd be the first. That's great. I'm glad I hung around this long. See that this is what tends to happen. You know, toward the end of a stream, I'll like we just like I'll have somebody on panel who hit on something really good. I'm like, wow, I'm glad I stuck around, or would have missed this. That's great. That's great.
Yeah. I wonder how much this would. To me, reading that, it sounded very too coincidental. It sounded like maybe they definitely got some inspiration from that.
Definitely. I think so. Too many parallels.
Yeah, a lot of parallels right there.
Oh, like,
And maybe they might serve as a bit of his backstory when they actually show where he started and how he first came to from himself, you know, coming across a family who was immortal or something like that.
I
wonder.
Could be. And Scarlett's back. She dropped off again. I thought maybe her internet got knocked out. Hey, you're back. What happened?
I exited StreamYard to look something up, and apparently it doesn't like me doing that sometimes.
Oh, okay. Threw you
when
off.
I'm looking up Tuck Everlasting, that is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Bobby G said, I always thought of Tuck Everlasting when I saw his painting. Originally, he was also after immortality. May Tuck ended up killing the man in the yellow suit. Oh, interesting. I forgot about that. See, I don't remember much about the book. I read it as a kid, so I remember next to nothing about it. I remember, I don't know, I found it kind of sad, actually. There's even a music box. Yes, Matt. Yes. David said knowledge comes at a cost. Forbidden knowledge comes with a curse. And it was said that the play was cursed. Yeah, I heard about that too. Do we know this for sure, or is this just a theory? I know the play in the book is said to be cursed, but I don't know about what the man in yellow represents. Yeah, I do remember hearing something about. I read something about it being cursed. The king in yellow represents forbidden knowledge and lost innocence, both of which are associated with death in religious and symbolic traditions. Yeah, it's like, biting the apple. Like, Eve was looking for knowledge, and like the apple was the forbidden fruit, and lost the innocence. It lost the Garden of Eden and got kicked out and whatnot. So, and it's kind of like, if you think about it, if the people in town in Fromville, if they had just done, if they had just like stayed where they were and didn't try to get out, didn't try to escape, didn't go out into the woods seeking things, looking for things, asking questions, then, if you think about it, they were kind of living like a Garden of Eden kind of life. It was perennial. It was like a forever summer. It was an eternal summer, free places to live, free food. But the more they push, the more the place pushes back. The more they seek answers, try to get out, go out into the woods, investigate, then all of that was lost. Now, they just, everything got worse and worse. So if you look at it that way, it's a similar kind of a thing. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, this is paradise. They were living in the Garden of Eden, but if they just did what they were told and didn't ask questions and seek knowledge, then it could have continued the way it was. But yeah, it's and there are a lot of biblical references in the show. It's all over the place. The Adam and Eve references, Father Kotry in his book 74, and Revelations. It goes on and on. Let me see. I suspect it has more to do with Chambers and Bierce rather than Lovecraft per se. Hastur, the King in Yellow, was used by many other authors as well. Interesting stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into all that. I think Jim was way more important than we even know now. The fact of the matter is his intuition is setting him up to defeat this entire riddle. I mean, yeah, he figured out the whole music note thing, so he was more important than we realized. Justice for Jim, yeah. I think him choosing to take the vacation isn't an accident. Him surviving the RV crash narrowly when that tree burst through the window. That's true. That's a good point. Something is leading him to these choices. Yeah, I don't think that was an accident. And it was his idea to take the vacation. Yeah. I missed this earlier. The ancient Greeks believed in reincarnation and the transmigration of the soul. Pythagoras built a cult around that and his mathematics. Yeah, interesting. I look at Boyd as more of the ruler archetype than the hero archetype because the hero's journey starts with the arrival of Tabitha and Jade. Boyd is more like the ego with Man in Yellow, super ego, monsters are the id. Yeah, that's a tricky thing about it. Boyd seems like the hero of the story, and yet he's not at the center of it all. It's Tabitha and Jade, and the hero's journey starts with their arrival. So it gets kind of murky. Boyd started immediately getting respect because he found food and talismans. He didn't have to journey for that status. Instead, he's falling deliberately. Yeah, it's a good point, you know. He didn't have to journey for it, but he did move mountains for them. His arrival coincides with the call to adventure. His arc fits the hero's journey in other ways too. Yeah, that's true. It does, actually. He starts as this rigid military man and finds his beliefs and morals challenged. His status as leader may be called into question. He may come to realize that his calling lies in some other role than mere leadership. Yeah. However, one can make a case for Jade and Tabitha. This is why I tend not to invoke Campbell or Young. Their systems are too broad. They are too vague. I love that it isn't clear in this show. Yeah, me too. If a theory can be applied to any story, then it's like a case of if something explains everything, then it explains nothing. But that's just my personal opinion. Is it confirmed that the music summoned him? How did he talk to Jim on the radio? It could have just been that he was able to create voices or send voices, but he wasn't physically able to show up, maybe. That's what I think.
I feel like it's heavily implied that the music summoned him.
Yeah. It's
from what he says about the song and about Jade, that Jade sure can play and everything. It's heavily implied.
Yeah. He sounded so smug about it. So I think it was
like, guess who's back? Once again.
Oh yeah. Yes. So I think he was able to maybe, like, I've always thought of, I don't think he's like the final boss, big bad necessarily, but he's up there. And I've always thought of the big bad as not being able to show up in a physical form, but it can create voices, visions, whatever. It created the voice on the radio and the voice on the phone being Thomas. And I think that was him making these voices happen, but he couldn't show up physically. That's what I think. It's better to adapt one's own theories to fit the evidence rather than to twist the evidence to fit one's preconceived theories. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I try to be evidence-based. That's exactly how I feel. That's what I say all the time. I'm not going to try to twist the evidence to fit my preconceived theories. That's what you call confirmation bias. And we all might fall prey to that here and there because we're only human, but I try my best to avoid it. Even if I commit to a theory, like when I was committed, I decided to commit to the reincarnation theory. If I saw something in the show that contradicted it, I would have changed my theory. But now it's confirmed, so I don't have to worry about that. But like I've abandoned my own theories before because the evidence changes. So I deliberately try to shoot holes in my own theories. And that's the best way to do it. That's what I got out of, majoring in writing in college. We were taught to anticipate the opposing side of any argument that you're trying to make. So you deliberately try to shoot holes in your own argument that you're making. And that's the only way you can know if it will stand up to scrutiny. So that's what I applied to theory crafting. I look at the opposing sides. I try to figure out if it holds up to scrutiny. And if it doesn't, then I get rid of it. And I look at the evidence. If that changes, then I change my theory. I've got to I've got to watch this Dr. Mabuse thing that everybody keeps
you
talking
can
about.
watch it right on YouTube. It's right on YouTube.
It's wicked old, right? It's extremely old.
Wicked old.
Yeah.
Wicked old.
I'm from New England. We say wicked a lot.
I suppose. I suppose.
We say wicked a lot in New England. Wicked. At least I don't say it with a New England. At least I don't say it with a New England accent, though. Wicked smart.
That was wicked smart.
Yeah, not me. I don't talk like that. Thank God. I was born in Rhode Island and raised here, but I talk more like my mom, who's from Pennsylvania. So I dodged that bullet of the local accent.
Don't they talk like that in Boston too? Like
they do.
It's wicked. It's wicked smart. Get in the car.
Yep. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Boston's accent is very similar to Rhode Island. It's all kind of the same. Similar. I'm not a fan of the local accent at all. It's like nails on a chalkboard for me, but I'm used to it at the same time. It's everywhere. And you're welcome, Matt Gilbert. Absolutely. It could be that Boyd will help the monsters against the man in yellow, since Smiley is now his grandchild. Symbolically, it would be like the ego mediating between the id and super ego. I don't know about that. I don't see him helping the monsters, but I like the concept though that you bring up. I like the idea of Smiley calling Boyd grandpa. Yeah, that's hilarious. Wait, so how Hallie is a lake of tears, or the name of a lake in the city of Carcosa? Okay. It's just, okay, so there's a lake in Carcosa that's like the Lake of Tears. Okay. AAMM. Hey, you're back. Or you were back. Jim was an engineer. He helped build the radio, and he figured out the bottle tree numbers were music notes. He was way more important than we think. That's why the town killed him. He was too much help. Yeah, I think there's something to that for sure. What if Jim was an S-level hero under our noses? Yeah, maybe. H.P. Lovecraft, The King in Yellow in early 1927. It read King in Yellow in early 1927 and included passing references to various things and places from the book, such as the Lake of Hallie and the Yellow Sign.
Yeah, I know the yellow sign. Yeah.
Okay.
The yellow sign's very popular in Lovecraft episodes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not familiar with the Lovecraft stuff.
I've played a lot of Lovecraft board games, so like board games and role-playing games, and they use the Cthulhu mythos.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Bobby G said, yeah, like Jim knew about From, that's why he made the choice to go on the vacation. If he knew about From, I don't think he'd want to go on that trip.
Nobody wants a vacation from.
I doubt it. I couldn't find that line about knowledge and cost either. Mac said the first time Jade saw the three.
Well, people are quoting it. And I need to know if they're actually quoting it or they just think it's in there.
Yeah.
Two different things. It annoys me when people quote things, but they're not actually from the text they're quoting from.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, we need to get to the bottom of that. The first time Jade saw the three-pronged root symbol, it's yellow. The yellow sign in the book is a sign with three prongs, like the root symbol that represent past, present, and future. That's interesting. Huh?
Kinda.
Kind of.
It almost looks like a try. Whatever on the Welsh flag, it has like a little running man with 3 legs. It kind of looks like that in a roundabout way.
Okay.
I mean, it's not the same. You can look it up. You can look up a yellow sign. You'll find it. This is just put it in the internet. You'll find it. It'll come up. It's a little drawing.
The cool thing about StreamYard is, I just realized I could do this. I already knew I could star comments, but I didn't realize I could go back into past streams and look at ones I already like comments that I starred in a past stream. So I could go back and that's helpful. So I'm going to star that one. And interesting that represents past, present, and future, because I've actually theorized a few months ago that the 3 lines in the root symbol represent past, present, and future. So that's actually fitting if that's the case. And I still think that now, after everything we've seen in season 3, I think it even more. It's past, present, and future kind of intertwining in a never-ending circle or cycle. Like it's so simple, it's so obvious. So we're all like looking at it every which way. What does this symbol mean? But I think it's something as simple as that, right in our face. And it's a never-ending loop or cycle. So it would make sense. Past, present, and future are all interconnected, especially now that we know time travel is happening. It makes perfect sense. Past, present, and future are those 3 lines. So now I already thought this a few months ago. Now I'm definitely convinced of it. Even more so now.
Or they had the videos that had theorized when Jade was laying down and had all those strings attached and he was looking at them, that it was like the one reality with all the branches of the other realities coming out of it.
Yes. Yep. Then
the goats
and the goats ate it. Yes. That was some brief comic relief right before the devastating gut punch of Boyd and Tian-Shin's body. But I enjoyed that. I wish it had gone on a little bit longer. I saw that movie when it came out in 2002. I went to the movie theater and saw that Tuck Everlasting movie. Yeah. Not that I remember much of it, but Plato has a line, "If bread and wine be knowledge, such a meal may cost one dearly." Interesting stuff. Yeah. This idea of forbidden knowledge. Absolutely interesting. What if they just give up looking for a way out, turn into a cult town, and just try to live cluelessly? Imagine every new person that comes to town looking for answers they put in the box. Oh, God.
That's dark.
Yeah.
You've asked too many questions. Get in the box.
Yeah, right. Well, just stop looking for knowledge, stop looking for information and answers, and maybe all this stops. They can just live a peaceful life in Fromville. Yeah.
That's interesting, because it could just be early in the morning, but when they said looking for answers in the box, it was like, did anybody open up that postal box that was used as a pulpit in the church?
Right.
Was there any letters in there or anything? Any info?
Yeah, I don't know. Why is there? Could there be something in there? It's a good question. I'm curious about it. I posted a picture of my Carcosa fuzz pedal for guitar in the Discord. It has a nice graphic of the king in yellow on the top. Nice, Matt. That's cool. I'll have to check it out.
And the picture of Hester I sent you kind of looks like a spider, so that's like a little extra fun.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. When did you send me that?
A long time ago.
Not this week.
Days ago.
Days ago?
Probably Sunday or Monday.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, I was too busy trying to digest this crazy episode, and I got behind on everything, and I
But
missed
man,
that.
if it's that's the dude on the side of the road in LA, I don't know about the Haster about those.
Yeah. I don't know. I gotta see that interview, but it's gonna be a bummer, I think.
Mm.
When somebody told me that Kenny did an interview or Ricky did an interview about the Man in Yellow, I was excited, and now I'm just disappointed.
That's exciting. He was walking down the road.
Mm,
Really
yeah,
exciting.
thrilling. Mm. Hey,
And then
Papa Sock.
he was happy because the suit was clean. And then later on,
Mhm.
his suit was not clean. He was sad.
Yeah.
He needed to find a cleaner. That's what he needed.
Yeah, he just needed to
The
find
dry
a cleaner.
cleaning.
Yeah.
So
I
does
just
Tuck Everlasting take place in the South?
I think so.
Seems
Because he
like
does
it.
look like that kind of Southern look with the suit and the Henley like kind of shirt with the buttons.
Yeah, he does.
It has that kind of
He
Southern
does.
feel.
The Fromville
He
seems like it's in the south too. It doesn't seem like it's in the northern part. It feels like it's in the southern
That's what
part.
they were like when they had the map and Atlanta wasn't there. Everybody was saying that From was in Atlanta because it wasn't on the map in the sheriff's office.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And then people were saying it was in Hell, Michigan, which I really enjoyed because I live relatively close to Hell, Michigan.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. It's funny how he said that was a hell of a song too. They better not actually be in hell. I'll be pissed if it's
Hell of a song. That was a Hell, Michigan of a song. Oh, wait, a hell of a song.
Yeah, it better not be hell. I'll be really pissed. That if they're dead and they're all in hell, like that would be the only thing that would wreck the show for me. If they're dead in any capacity and they're in hell, just no, thank you.
Or they're in purgatory, and they might go to hell.
I'd accept any other outcome. I don't care what it is, even if it's a simulation. I'd accept it.
Yeah.
It's scary because in Lost, and these guys were tied to Lost, that played into it a bit. You know, just throwing it out there a little bit. The whole supernatural aspect of the afterlife did play into it. So I almost wonder if that might have some truth.
It's possible. It's possible. I don't want it to be the case for From. I would hate that for an ending. I would really hate that.
I agree.
But the fact that Tabitha got out, unless she's in some other circle of hell, but since she got out and got back in, it's less likely to be hell, I think. Papa Socks is here. Hey, Papa Socks. I need clarity on which version of Jade and Tabitha is the best, since the original version was all in on... No, they weren't. They weren't all in on sacrificing their children for immortality. Not the way I understood it. Because, they said that they tried to save them, but they failed. So, no, I don't think they were trying to, all in on it. But I don't know why they weren't able to stop it, though. I don't know what happened, but Jade and Tabitha both said we tried to save them, and they failed. They failed, but I am not necessarily team Jim, but I feel bad for Jim, and he got a raw deal. But yeah, Tabitha and Jade, they were not into that whole thing. I think they have access to a kind of paradise if they would just chill and remember not to go out at night. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of that's kind of right if you think about it. Now that I know the panel isn't going to finish Lost. Wait, I said
you're not gonna finish Lost.
When did I say that?
This is when I was gone.
When did I say that? I'm gonna. I'm gonna finish Lost. I didn't say I wasn't gonna finish it.
I said I wasn't going to start it.
Yeah, I can say season 5 storylines and arcs rocked it for me, but totally understand why you were underwhelmed with season 4. I'm not underwhelmed. I'm just right now I'm kind of confused by it because I don't have the brain cells. I haven't had the brain cells for it because I'm too busy focusing on From for this past season. But I just don't like the way they split the cast off into smaller groups, and we don't get to see a lot of them for many episodes, so I don't really care for that. But I'm not saying I don't like it or anything, but I so far I like seasons 1 through 3 better than season 4 from what I've seen so far. But we'll see. I'm only halfway through season 4. I'm finishing it. Yeah, so don't be dropping Lost spoilers in here. And I know it's an old show, but it's my live stream, so I can do what I want. So I say no spoilers for Lost. Anyway, maybe Man in Yellow was annoyed when he said that Jade sure can play, similar to how he said, your wife really shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. It was as if Jim had interfered one too many times. Yeah, but it's like, he didn't encourage Tabitha to dig that hole. That was all Tabitha. So it's like, Jim didn't do anything. He didn't deserve that at all. 100% Scarlet. It is so heavily implied that the music summoned or released him. Yes, it is.
I mean, you don't have to have everything spelled out. That's what writing's for.
Absolutely, yeah. Him bringing up the music could make sense since Jim found out about the musical notes. So he's basically saying, man, those notes you told him about, he sure can play, huh? You and your ideas, Jim. Exactly. Throwing it in his face.
Too many ideas.
Yeah. And the way Jade just kind of became aware of the tune almost by magic with his reincarnated memories, despite only having figured out 1 or 2 notes. Yeah.
Jim didn't think that was sus at all.
Not sus at all. Not at all. Jim literally unlocked that for him. You'll relax on the East Coast. We don't say wicked or sound like the Fawns. Well, we do in Southern New England. I don't know where you are, but in Southern New
Milwaukee?
Hey.
Yeah.
Are you from Milwaukee?
Yeah, the Fonz is from Milwaukee.
I know because I went to Milwaukee and there's a statue of the Fonz and I have my picture taken with them.
Oh, nice. I love the Fonz. And yes, we do say wicked. I can hate on my own people because I'm from here and we do say wicked. We're from Southern New England, we say wicked. So
coincidentally, there's a music box tied to the Fonz and Happy Days too.
Oh, that's right.
Look at that synergy right there.
Yes, that's right. Yes. And he just magically knew how to turn it on by hitting it. This Fonz magic. Smiley better. Oh, and also he was like probably 30 years old playing a high school age kid.
Seems right.
Yeah, seems about right. Smiley better not forget to bring flowers on Mother's Day. That was a rough pregnancy. It was. Damn.
So is he gonna be like Mama, like knock on the window, Mama?
Man, I want to see how that plays out for them too. That's gotta be like damaging. And on top of her having killed what was her name? Millie?
Millie.
Yeah, I don't know how this going to play out.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to explain all that. You know, they're going to wheel in people to Christy, and then we're going to try to explain it when Christy's trying to heal people.
Yeah. I don't know how they're going to handle all that. That's going to be a mess to deal with next season. Matt said, talking about steel manning the opposite side equals awesome. As someone once wrote, if you cannot make your opponent's case as well as your own, then you have not made either case. Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I try to do. That's how you make a strong argument. You got to consider the opposing side. You have to, and you have to try to find the holes in your own theory. You've got to find the weaknesses, so anticipate them in advance. You know, the roots and the symbol change and move until a point it all aligns into the shape seen when the massacre occurred, I believe. They also seem to follow points on the zodiac. Yeah, there are like at least 5 versions of the symbol now. We've seen 5 different ones in the book. So when the sacrifice occurs, the symbol Jade sees. Yeah. Bread and wine is also associated with Virgo, also known as the house of the bread. She holds the sheet of wheat in the time of the season to press the wine. Oh, the sheaf of wheat. Yeah.
The sheaf of wheat, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was talking about Plato. It's from one of the dialogues. I'm not sure how the rest of that pertains to From. They don't really have normal seasons there. No, they don't. The shape the roots make when the sacrifice occurs is different to other times. Like the trees are moving. In the book Jade found, you can see the different shapes. Yeah, there are 5 different ones at least. Fatima is the astrological motif of Virgo. Yep, we see different versions of that symbol. Yeah, that could mean different times. It may have something to do with moving trees or the story walkers, or it could refer to different iterations of this cycle. Yeah. When she was asked by someone in the chat about astrological motifs in the show, I remember that. Yeah. The actress who plays really confused.
That exploded in his brain, and his brain explodes.
Yeah. She said, "Is it okay if I say I don't know what that means?" Yeah. She obviously wanted to see something like, "You people are crazy," and we are. That's half the fun. That's right. We are crazy. We are crazy. Martin is the Fonz. I now think Boyd will tell that the baby was a monster. I am not so sure Fatima will be able to handle it in her fragile state, which sucks. Probably more secrets. Yeah, possibly more secrets. Yeah, I think Boyd will tell. Absolutely. He'll tell. Now, maybe they can tell everybody the truth that Fatima killed Tilly now by saying, like, look, she birthed Smiley. Smiley's back. Smiley made her do it. So, you know, like Devil made her do it, but Smiley made her do it. So, like, maybe they can just let it go because they know Crisis is over. She's not going to go stabbing anyone else in the heart. So,
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know how else they handle this. She shouldn't be held responsible for something that was completely out of her control, clearly. So, I mean, honestly, they don't have to worry about her doing anything like that again. It's obvious what was causing it now, and that's gone now. It's done. It's over. So they need to just move on. So I don't think they're gonna go like trying to put her in the box or anything like that. They'll definitely want to just keep it secret though, because obviously nobody shares any information in this show. She's not going to want to keep her mouth shut about it though. So if Boyd tries to keep it a secret and then they find out, the town finds out, that's going to make them lose faith in him even more. So that's a problem.
But then they have to rely on Donna also keeping it a secret.
Yeah, they would. Donna did say, though, that she would keep her mouth shut, even when Fatima was still a threat. She didn't even know at the time that, like, she didn't even know Fatima was missing. She didn't know she was missing. She hadn't birthed Smiley yet. And she told Boyd, I'm not going to tell anyone because of what she means to this town. Mm-hmm. So if she was going to keep the secret then, when Fatima was an active threat, I think she'll keep the secret now. She will.
But then
it'll come out. Fatima will probably not be able to keep her mouth shut. Mm-hmm. Smiley, nobody puts baby in the corner. This will be good. I can't believe it. I'm so happy he's back on the show. Dang it, I forgot. Fatima already saw where the monsters came from, so she already knows. Geez, I'm gonna shut up and just rewatch. She already knows. Yeah, she already knows. Yeah, so so she's good there. Yeah. I missed this one. Only say that about keeping secrets from Fatima because she's supposed to be the light, according to Donna.
Mhm.
Not sure Fatima wants to hear she birthed the monster. Yeah, she knows that she birthed the monster, but she's not gonna really want to keep her mouth shut to everybody, I think, about what she did to Tilly. So that could be a problem. I should get off of here and like get some
Yes, we
sleep.
should.
Yeah.
Yes, we should.
Yeah. No way Fatima knows more than anyone else in the town except for Tabby and Jade. Yeah, that's true. In a way she does. She had quite the epiphany, which I guess was just kind of transmitted through like having this smiley pod in her. She just had like some kind of vision, information transfer from that pod into her head, I guess. I would have liked to see something, but yeah, she got a major revelation.
I don't think Fatima lives past season 4.
Oh, really?
I just don't know how you can come back from having done what she did, even though I know she wasn't in full control, but then also having drunk blood and ate raw food and all. Like, I don't know how that's got to be too damaging, I would think. Giving birth to a monster, like, I think psychological damages would be crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's definitely going to have ramifications for her. You don't just come out of that and be normal like nothing ever happened. So I could see there being some issues with her still being really dark, and she's never gonna be like she was in season 1 again. So yeah, they had a chance to kill her this season and they didn't. But yeah, they could kind of surprise you, make you think she's safe now, everything's fine, and then kill her off in the next season. I could totally see that happening. Yeah. So honestly, she's not my favorite character on the show, so I don't really mind if they get rid of her. If she's one of the beloved deaths next season, I could live with that one. So and honestly, it just seems like she and Alice have had it too easy. Now they just get to, like move on, like nothing happened. They get it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Maybe they haven't had it too easy because obviously Ellis's mom, what happened to her, but that's something that happened before the events of the show, and we just saw it in a flashback. Since that point, everything's been pretty solid for them, and thank you, Matt.
You mean Fatima's dad?
Huh? Fatima's.
Did you mean before they got to from like Fatima's dad?
Oh well, I wasn't even thinking of that, but yeah, like before like From started. I mean, like the whole Abby thing that happened before the events of the show happened, and then we saw it in the flashback. That's what I meant, but yeah,
but we didn't see Fatima's stuff in flashback,
right?
But it was still bad.
Yeah, it was still bad, and yeah. So what happened with Fatima's dad was horrific. For that story she told, it was horrible. Like her dad getting gunned down in front of her. Yeah. So thank you, Matt. Thank you so much. You're the best.
Nothing like fighting with yourself at like 6:30 in the morning.
I saw that, by the way, Matt. I'm not going to say anything, but I saw that.
Anytime, any place, Matt Gilbert. Mind your manners, bucko. Respect your betters. You're in too much, man.
Bucko is very happy days. I appreciate that.
It is. Yeah, you don't hear that. You don't hear bucko much more
Bucko.
anymore, do you? You don't get a lot of that. Yeah.
I think if I were upset and somebody said that to me, I'd probably laugh and stop being upset. Like you watch your tongue, bucko. I was like, oh, you know what?
But
I'm not angry
even,
anymore.
I feel like even we left to just let the chat on that, like that would just be arguing with himself for like the next half hour.
I think so. Yeah, and for him, it's like what is he on UK time? So it's not even the crack of dawn for him. He's just being funny, not because he's punchy, like me.
Probably like the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's too funny. He's been in the chat under 2 different names for hours now. It's been entertaining to see him go back and forth. Oh, not UK. I always forget if you're UK or Australia. Okay. Yeah. It's 10:40 p.m. Oh wow. Yeah.
And it's summertime. And it's the summer.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that's
surfing sand in the summertime.
Yeah, I always forget about the seasons being flipped. Like, that's so weird to wrap my head around. Like, the weather's completely different. Yeah.
When you flush a toilet, the water goes in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Matt Gilbert is a New Zealander living in
nice.
Oz. Living in Oz. Yeah, Kiwi. Living in Australia.
I didn't know that you could actually do that. I thought they were warring factions.
Yeah.
I watch Flight of the Conchords. That's where I get my information from. Flight of the Conchords.
I got a bunch of Australian and New Zealand friends, funny enough.
Oh, really? Cool. Nice.
So hot Christmas time.
Explains how you could nail the accent like that.
Yeah, I hear them all the time.
I can't do accents. I can't imitate any accent.
Try an Australian accent. Let's see how you would try. How you would sound.
I couldn't.
I think I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Say thanks.
You guys can do that for the next half hour, but I'm gonna go to
bed. Thank you for checking out our From Finale Theories and Giveaway.
Oh, see, I could never do that. Like, I couldn't. Like, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't have the slightest clue how to do what you just did. I wouldn't even attempt it. Like, I don't know how people do accents. I wish I could.
I keep hearing that Aussies and Kiwis are like Americans and Canadians. So the Americans are like the Aussies, right? They're kind of grubby and gross, and the Canadians are nice like the Kiwis.
Oh,
that's what I'm assuming. Well, see, Flight of the Conchords makes the Kiwis seem cool, and the Aussies, like, they are really gross. Like, this one scene had a woman that had the guy wanted cream in his milk in his tea, and she just spilled like a bowl that had Cheerios in it, and the milk from the Cheerios in the tea, in the teacup.
Oh, okay.
They're supposed to be like gross like that.
It's so weird. Yeah.
My buddies often ask me, "Hey, are you going to come to Australia?" I'm like, "You all have too many creatures around you for me to go visit." I feel like some type of spider creature would drag me off somewhere or something. I don't know. Too many mutated creatures and things. Just too much of dangerous, like venomous things out there for me.
Yeah, like a platypus. You wouldn't expect it. Venomous.
Yeah, even that thing.
Yeah.
The dangerous drop bears. Matt, I'm sure you've heard of the dangerous drop bears out there in Oz.
Yeah, I've heard of the nasty things down there. Like no thank you. Like I couldn't handle some of the nasty creatures that they have in Australia. I couldn't live there for that reason alone. But I mean, otherwise, it sounds like a lovely place. Like,
It looks beautiful from a lot of scenes I've seen, but yeah, I don't know if I would want to stay forever.
uh-huh. Yeah, I don't think I can handle it. I forget what are some of the things they have down there. I can't remember. My brain is fried.
I think I'm gonna go to sleep, Julie.
Yeah, you need to go to sleep. I
I
need to
gotta go to sleep. You guys can practice your accents. I'm gonna go to sleep.
sleep.
Thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you, Dieter, for the talisman if you're around. Happy Black Friday, happy Small Business Saturday, everyone. I'm gonna go. Good night.
Good night. Good night,
Good
Scarlett.
night. I'll see
Good
you on
night.
Sunday. I'll talk to you on Sunday at Sci-Fi Vision.
Oh yeah, we'll talk to you then.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah. But
She
you've
was
got
like
like
2 minutes away from 8 hours. She missed out.
right. Yeah. See, I'm weird and obsessive. Like so, if I see I'm that close to hitting another hour mark, then I got to stay till that amount of time. I've got to.
I get it. I definitely get it.
So yeah, that was my plan. I always do that. And then I always say I'm going to do that. I wind up like an extra 10 minutes, but this time I gotta cut it off.
Yeah, I'm
I need
tired myself.
I need to eat.
Yeah,
Right, you've been great. You've been really great. I thought you were just going to pop on a little while, but I was glad you stayed.
I got carried away. Like, credit to yourself and to the chat too. To Matt and to Dan. Who's that else that spoke? David. Sorry, David, and even before he left, what's his name? He left just a while ago. I'm
See,
let me scroll
Bobby.
up. Bobby, and also he was here. Oh yeah, Carmichael. How do you say his name? Cromnicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cromnicle Fletch. Like all of that, like the continued communication throughout is like what kept me, moving and going too. So
Yes.
yeah, just kudos to you and to the chat, the people that come through to support. Yeah, I didn't even plan on doing that. I've been here now, 4 hours myself.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
And Dieter, of course, yes.
Yeah. And Dieter, yeah. Well, and you're a natural. You're just so like chill and relaxed. Like you do this all the time and so like for your channel, like do you do lives ever or do you so you do lives?
Yeah, we go
Okay.
live on Thursdays at 8:00 Eastern. So that'll be 8 for you, 7 o'clock for me. I'm in Chicago.
Okay. Well, no wonder you're so damn good at this. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, a podcast on I think what is it, 3 different podcasts. So Tuesdays I have one with a different person. They run the channel, and I'm a panelist. I do mine on Thursdays, and then Friday, which was yesterday now, the Infinite podcast. So 3 different ones. So I've gotten a bit better at it for sure. Plus, I just conversationally, I know how, pick your spots, right? You got to let the host yourself do what you do. And if I can come in and interject a point or two, I'll do that. I don't want to overstay my welcome though, right? So there is that too.
Well, you've been terrific. Absolutely. And
Thank you.
It shows that you're just a pro at this, and you've made great points, great contributions. So I appreciate you coming on. And yeah, anytime you want to join, you're welcome to join. It's been great having you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. I told you I'm a fan. Like, I appreciate what you do and how you I don't know how you do it, because that's a lot of work that you put into it. So I've written it before to you, and I said it's clear that you really care about what you're doing here. This is not something you're doing for some type of clout or, you know, some type of anything else other than love of what you're consuming. And I can appreciate that. Matt, that's my channel right there. I just posted the link again if you wanted to subscribe. Basically, I cover, me and my co-host Daniel J. McGee, we cover all types of things in media, be it gaming, largely is gaming, I'll tell you that now. But we do cover things from TV shows, anime, movies, all that type of stuff. We try to do all of it. But yeah, and you're welcome. Please come through if you're free ever. Again, it's at 8 o'clock Eastern for us on Thursday. I don't know what time that would be for you, Matt. I think since you're in Australia rather, it would probably be about noon, if not 1 o'clock for you. Maybe. Yeah. Thank you, CT5. I see that. I appreciate it. And thank you, Matt. Yeah, just off the strength of what you do, Julia, I appreciate you. And you know, I don't say things I don't mean. So if I say that, and you see how I rock with you, I show up almost every show you at. So you know, I appreciate you. Yeah. Sometimes I'll be at work, like I work overnight, so I'll be at work and I'm just here. Like you'll carry me through the whole night. I'll be like, I might tune out to watch something else for a moment, come back, and you're still doing your thing. I'm like, okay, let me just sit back and continue hearing these theories and such. And I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm glad I was able to contribute in some small way, you know, even with the thought of that book. So yeah, just if I could add to it in any way, I'm happy about that.
Yeah, well, you absolutely did. That was really interesting connection that you made. Some good detective work you did right on the spot. I like it.
Yeah.
So.
See if it pans out in some way. I think he's just taking inspiration, it would seem, from a bunch of different sources, right? I would think. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I think so too. Yeah, I think that can't be a coincidence. That's got to be an influence on the show, 100%. Like that, there are too many parallels for that not to be the case. So, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to go look into that book again because it's been too many years since I actually read the thing. So, that's so cool though, and everything else you've contributed has been great too. Just bantering and stuff, you know. Just a pleasure to talk to you. So I appreciate it. And thank you for all the kind words you said about me and my channel too. It means a lot.
Absolutely. Keep doing your thing. That's why everybody is here. That's why Matt and CT5 and David and all of us are here, you know, to support you because you know, it's not just me that sees it. And that's hell. You had some of the from cast that even said they saw what you were doing, right? So
Well, yeah, David Alpay, he did a cameo for me, and he went and checked out my channel and watched a video of mine, which was crazy. He didn't have to do that, and said he's going to keep watching my channel. So that meant a lot. That meant a lot.
Yeah, that's dope. I wish I could have some. I wish I would have somebody shout me out. I would be like have it in my intro and stuff. Like, like, look, guys, I'm known. But yeah, yeah, that's dope. That's really dope.
Yeah, you know? Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it meant a lot to me. So I'm especially as a beginner. I'm so new at this. I'm just figuring things out still. My videos are very, very basic, simple, you know, with flaws all still in them. I have to leave screw ups in there. I'm still learning. I haven't learned how to edit, but I appreciate how kind everybody's been and you know, supporting regardless, you know, flaws and all. So
yeah, for me, I feel like authenticity and genuine a genuine desire to like speak about something you love over like trumps all of that, you know what I mean? So even if you might not have the production of some other channels, you definitely outdo them when it comes to theory crafting and how much you'll give of yourself to what you're talking about. So that matters, I think, more than anything else.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that. And I am, like you said earlier, I really am just doing this because I love what I'm doing. I'm not in this for any other reason. I'm not in it for clout and or anything else. you know, for financial gain. If it comes to a point where it can help me financially, that's nice. You know, that would be icing on the cake. You know, I'm not rich, but you know, I'm not in that for that reason. I'm in it for, you know, the love of theory crafting, making videos, doing live streams for the community, not for attention or clout or anything like that. That's just me.
Yeah,
So
I can tell. I think we can all tell for sure. Yeah, just
yeah,
keep doing you. Keep doing you for sure.
yeah. Yeah, and I'll definitely check out your channel too. I'll check you out over there. And how long have you had a channel, by the way?
I appreciate it. Yeah, I've had a channel now for about a year, if not two. I forgot. I think it's
Yeah,
been a solid year for myself on my own channel, but
yeah,
I've been on other channels now doing it for about 4 years now. So
yeah, yeah. That's cool. That's really
yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
Well,
talking with you here though, and thinking on it, you know, a lot of times we do just focus on like gaming talk because I have a lot of connections to a lot of people that's in that sphere. But I do want to better, um, I guess, cover other things in the media more too. So I'll make a push to do that more when we talk about things, to try to include more of that for people who might want to hear stuff about movies and TV shows instead of gaming. If you guys
yeah,
do come by,
yeah. You should. You should absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on movies and shows. Absolutely. Yeah. Matt, yeah, I need to come up with an option. Like right now I could monetize, but I haven't done it yet. I am at the point where I could monetize. But I have, you know, the problem is I have Cash App and Venmo, but they're not international. So, you know, like you can't, if you're not in the US, then you can't do anything. I don't know about Venmo, but I know Cash App is just US, so that's the problem with that. So I'll look into some options, Matt, and I appreciate the thought. That's nice of you to say. And Immortal Cuts. I'm on Virginia. I've been up all night painting and listening to you all. Great stuff. Now I'm going to sleep. Well, yeah. Good night, Immortal Cuts. Thank you for being here and listening. And oh, that's nice. That's nice. Ace Arcadia just subscribed. Oh, just subscribed to both of us. Oh, nice.
nice. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. That's terrific. Yeah. I'm so glad. I'm glad you subscribed to Infinite Number here too. And it's always great to have a new subscriber here. Just happen to find me organically. That's been happening more now, which is, it's really cool to see, because a lot of my original subscribers already knew me from the chats in other channels, Tony's channel, Jeremy's channel. But now I'm getting some people that just find me on their own, which is really cool. Like that means my channel is popping up in the algorithm. So that's really great. I love it. That's cool. Thank you for subscribing. And
Do you ever post any of your stuff like on I don't know, Facebook or Twitter or I don't know, Blue Sky, stuff like that? Any of the social media sites?
I do. I just recently finally started posting my stuff on Twitter. I've been really lax at promoting on social media, but I want to start doing that more. I'm in some of the Facebook groups and I'll share stuff in there, but I tend to drop the ball and forget to do that. But I've been doing it more on Twitter. Blue Sky is something I haven't checked out yet. I keep hearing about it. But
Yeah, I mean, it's grown a lot, and it's just another big avenue because it's like probably 25 million people on it now. This is the same guy who created Twitter. He just,
oh,
yeah, he got his billions and left Twitter after he sold it, and now he created Blue Sky now. But it's got like about 25 million subscribers or people who've signed up to it now. So plenty of time where like ways to grow yourself from introducing yourself to people there. Like I know people who joined it recently have thousands of subscribers or followers, or how we want to describe it. So definitely do that and promote yourself that way too. And ask the guys here, myself, and to share your stuff out when you post it. And if we're following you on whatever site, and just share it out for people to come through. Like definitely promote yourself.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. And I had no idea that there were that many people on Blue Sky already. Wow.
It's grown really fast. I think a lot of people are just tired of more of the toxic nature of Twitter. So they,
Uh-huh.
yeah, Twitter has turned really toxic, unfortunately.
It is, unfortunately. Like I can't even I can't even so much as post. Like I posted a picture of JFK on the anniversary of his assassination. Like somebody shared something, somebody tweeted out a picture and it had a JFK quote. And I mean, you think that that's long enough ago that it's not going to be that divisive. I'm not going to have any issue because it's, it's way back. Like JFK goes way back now. Come on. So I thought it would be safe if I did that, but then somebody, I don't know. I felt like I was being stalked. Like this Twitter account. After I shared that, this Twitter account who is very much anti left wing, like so anti. I don't know. I guess anti JFK followed me and like liked like 15 of my posts at once.
Oh, wow.
And I felt like I was being stalked and it creeped me out. So I deleted that tweet. I was like, there's something wrong here.
You could block them. You could block them and mute them if you want.
I did.
Oh, okay. You made sure you did extra precautions.
I did. I blocked him. I was like,
you're like, no chance you're getting back to me.
exactly.
Hey, thank you, Joshua. Appreciate it.
Yes. Yeah, you did add a ton to the stream. Joshua's right. And thanks, Joshua. Thanks for being here, Joshua. Yeah. I was really glad that you did join the panel, Infinite Umbra, and glad that you stayed.
My pleasure. I mean, you're doing this typically like on Friday nights like this?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep Friday night. I like this Friday night instead of Thursday night. So I think I'm gonna keep this. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. If you doing it on Fridays, like I'm off on Fridays and I'm off over the weekend. So if you're doing it on Fridays, for instance, if I'm free, I'll definitely join in. Even if I'm not joining, I'll be in the audience or something like that.
Nice.
And though I might not join for 4 hours or whatever, like I did tonight, I'll definitely join in. And, maybe give a few words and thoughts and such.
Yeah, well, that would be awesome. Yeah, however long you feel like it, that would be great. I would love that if you would join again. And yeah, I do think I like Friday nights better than Thursday, so I'm probably going to be keeping it with that. Yeah, I kind of had to go with like I think Jeremy was doing lives on Friday nights, so I was going to avoid his night, but I don't think he's going to be doing that anymore. So that leaves Friday night pretty free. So yeah, why not? And I used to be on another From panel every Friday night, but that's done now. So that also frees me up. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, you've been a rock star, holding it down for that many hours. I mean, most people who'd normally be on here wouldn't, like, most streamers don't even stay on for 4 hours, let alone a guest on a channel. So,
Yeah.
so I appreciate you.
Yeah, it was a fun conversation. I enjoyed it. I mean, just again, hearing you guys, I already enjoy listening to you and your thoughts on things anyway. And the fellas and ladies, when they're here in chat, giving their thoughts up, definitely sharpens me. As they say, steel sharpens steel. So, like it again, I wouldn't have even thought to look up what I looked up had it not been for the continued conversation in the chat. Like, let me look into this.
Mhm.
So yeah.
See, that's what keeps me on here for marathon streams, because it just keeps you going. The chat, it just keeps the conversation going so good that you don't want to leave. It sparks all these ideas, and one jumps into another. One kind of leads to the next and the next, and next thing I know, I'm on here for 8 hours. Like I just
yeah, exactly.
And then this kind of thing happens. If someone new will pop in, Breezy. Hi, Breezy. Just about to sign off, but nice to see you. Glad I could say hi before I head out. And see, that's what happens. You get new people coming in, And usually it's worse than this. Usually there'll be like a bunch of new people, and I'm like, oh man, now I feel like I can't leave. I want to talk to all these new people.
Yeah. Another thing you might have to start. I don't say, well, you might not have to, but and it would be a daunting task if you're doing these marathon streams, but timestamps would help a lot if you're carrying the conversation a different way. It's going to be more difficult for a free form style of conversation like this.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you have it mapped out of like what the conversation would be about on each section, you could possibly timestamp that for people so people to come in and they can come through and let me click on this part of the conversation, and yeah. But again, that's tougher for marathon ones like this. It's really tough to do for a discussion like this, unless maybe you highlight specific major moments in the discussion. That's about it. That's the only way I can see it.
Yeah, that's a good idea, though. It is a good idea to do that, and if I start to structure my streams, at least part of the stream, a bit more, then I can at least timestamp parts of it. Because right now I've been very freeform, very informal, just letting the thing flow, letting the chat kind of drive the conversation, and sometimes I get so caught up in it though, I wind up going down, rabbit holes based on certain things people say, and next thing I know I'm an hour behind the chat. But
but I think though that's the charm of your channel and what you're doing, because it, like you said, it allows for you to go into your namesake, your deep dive, and so you can craft some good thoughts from that. So I think if that's what's working for you, stick to that, I would say.
Well, people don't seem mad so far. Like usually, they might not like it that I'm an hour behind the chat. Like, if it's another channel, maybe they wouldn't really care for it. But I guess they don't seem mad at me for it. So
yeah, I think also because you actually do go to like address everybody too. So that's really cool. Even if you're behind, you're not like ignoring people. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not like I'm behind because I'm just rambling on, preaching to them about what I think's going on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm not doing that. Nobody likes that. Who wants to be ignored? What's the point of even being in a live chat if you're just listening to people ramble on? Like, they might as well not even be here if I'm going to do that. So,
yep.
No. Well, yeah, I never want to do that. I never want them to feel ignored. And when I have guests on, sometimes if there are multiple guests, I have more trouble highlighting more of their comments, and then I'm just like apologizing and profusely, and I'm in the chat responding to them, so they're never ignored. So I never want them to feel ignored, and hopefully they appreciate it, and so they don't mind all my awkwardness and still learning all of this. Hollywood Pineapple. See, this kind of cracks me up too. Hollywood Pineapple was here at the beginning. It probably went to sleep and came back. This is what happens.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hollywood Pineapple. It's an interesting name too.
Yeah, I like that.
Pineapple happens to be my favorite fruit, by the way.
Oh, I love pineapple.
That's delicious.
That's actually, that'd have to be my favorite too if I had to pick one.
Yeah,
love it. Okay, I'm gonna get off. I'm sure you need to get off, and thank you everybody for sticking with me. It was a little quieter tonight than usual. It's a holiday weekend. I'm sure people had plans, but we still had a lot of people. They were like, it was kind of peaked in the 80s, which is really good considering holiday weekend with everybody busy and stuff. So, I appreciate everybody who came out and listen, and everyone listening on the replay. Thank you so much, everyone. And I'll be in touch on when my next live is going to be. I'm not sure if I'm going to do 1 or 2 lives next week. Probably 2. Thinking maybe Wednesday night and Friday night again, like this week. I'll probably stick with that. There's still a lot to talk about and unpack, and I want to keep having guests on. So right now I'm thinking probably still Wednesday night at 10:30 Eastern will be my next live, and keep an eye out for my next video. I'm going to be hopefully finishing it by the end of the weekend, which will be my deep dive into the finale. So, anyway, Wild is in the comments. I'm going to bed. I'm leaving. I'm signing off. Just plugging a couple things and I'm getting off. And yes, Sci-Fi Vision on Sunday. I gotta plug that while I'm at it. I'll be on Sci-Fi Visions live again Sunday, talking theories with Scarlett here and Sci-Fi Vision, Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision again. So yeah. And Chris M, because Yellow Man killed Jim in daytime, then they can blame Man in Yellow for Tilly. Yeah, they could just point the blame at him. Yeah, maybe. And hey,
Yeah.
it's basically hello, goodbye, Chris M, because I'm gonna be heading out now, but glad you could pop in. Thanks for stopping by. And that's it. So thank you again, Infinite Umbra. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you. And
Yes, anytime. Like I said, Fridays like this, I'll definitely try to jump in if I can, if you'll have me.
absolutely.
And by the way, you all don't have to call me by my full Infinite Umbra. You just say Umbra. That's fine with me.
Yeah, it's kind of a mouthful.
Yeah, yeah. Umbra is more than fine.
Umbra, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you again, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you again. Maybe next Friday when I do my live, either in the chat, on panel, or whatever you want to do. So
For sure.
all right. All right, guys, have a good day or good night, whatever. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together.